The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1376 First Update. Happy Chinese New Year. Bang, Earth, the secret base of the Skrulls. A Skrull leader fiercely turned off the communicator. What's wrong? His companion asked him. The hostages have been rescued, the leader said fiercely. So there was an uproar at the scene. How is it possible? Who is it? Are there other forces in the universe coming to Earth? This guess was the first reaction of the Skrulls. They knew the technological level of the Earth very well. The Earth was a low-level civilization that had not yet left its mother planet and did not have the ability to strike in outer space. This was one of the reasons why they always looked down on the Earthlings. It was also because of this that all the Skrulls, whether they were willing to turn against each other or not, finally chose to betray Nick Fury. Because they were fearless, at most they would continue to wander, they had a way out, and they could run away if they couldn't win. So when they heard that the hostages were rescued, they didn't even suspect the Earthlings at the first time, but thought that other forces in the universe had intervened. Could it be the Asgardians? Yes. It must be them. I said, we should not fall out with the Earthlings. They have always been in contact with the Asgardians. Now that the Asgardians are involved, what should we do? Someone immediately suspected the Asgardians, who have a close relationship with the Earthlings. The Asgardians have always been a top-notch force in the universe. At the peak of the Skrulls, they never thought of conflicting with the Asgardians. Many Skrulls were reluctant to cause trouble on Earth before. One important reason was that the Earth was considered the sphere of influence of the Asgardians. However, opponents claim that the Asgardians did not care about the Earth. Otherwise, after so many years, why did the Asgardians never care about the Earthlings? They have never ruled the Earth, and it can even be said that they do not care about the Earth. These are not their nonsense, but the conclusions drawn through Nick Fury's analysis. For Asgard, the Earth is just a dispensable desolate frontier. They even thought that if they were really afraid of the Asgardians, they might as well surrender to the Asgardians directly after they occupied the Earth. Anyway, for them, it was not shameful to bow to the Asgardians. Even if they were a little more courageous, they could even occupy the Magpie's Nest again under the protection of Asgard. Of course, this is not known how many years later. Anyway, for the current Skrulls, there is nothing wrong with surrendering to Asgard. They can even rest and recuperate under their protection without worrying about being hunted down by other forces. In short, there were many arguments, but in the end all the arguments were calmed down because of Kart's radicalism. Just like starting a war in the daily life, the upper level was still arguing whether to fight or not, and the soldiers below decided to ignore the upper level and start working directly. It has become a fait accompli. What else can be done? The Skrulls are almost the same. Kart has already done the thing. It doesn't make much sense for them to argue or not. This is a typical kidnapping. Anyway, at this moment, someone brought up the old matter again. As soon as this was said, the people present became panic again. No matter how arrogant they were, they knew that these dead survivors were definitely no match for the Asgardians. Fortunately, the leader spoke up in time to explain, it's not the Asgardians. It's the Earthlings. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were immediately lifted again. Earthlings? How could they have such strength? Remember that the Earthlings captured an alien spaceship before, the commander explained. The intelligence capabilities of the Skrulls are not exaggerated. They found clues in a very short time. The one captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., well, Tony Stark has successfully copied that spaceship. There are 3 going to Mars this time. 2 are used to entangle our flagship, and the other landed on Mars and rescued all the hostages. There was silence at the scene. Although it was not the Asgardians who intervened, it was definitely not good news. The reason why they had the confidence to turn against each other was that their home base was on Mars, and the Earthlings could not reach them at all. Now, suddenly you find that others can stab your hometown. How can you be invincible? In fact, the cosmic war thing is high-end, but the threshold is just that. As long as a civilization can leave its home planet and officially travel in the stars, it means that they have the ability to initially deal with the situation in the universe. Of course, with such a threshold, many civilizations have not been able to complete it until their demise. But now humans can do it. Although it is a copycat, so what? Can't a copycat plane fly? And it depends on who you compare it with. What's so awesome about you Skrulls? You are a dog without a home, you don't have anything you want. Even a copycat can kill you. With human industrial capacity, since they can build 2, they can build 20. If 20 is not enough, then 200. This is what the Skrulls fear the most. What does the mothership say? Someone asked calmly. The mothership has moved and is heading towards the edge of the solar system. It is now hiding on the dark side of Pluto, the leader whispered. Ah, what about us? Some Skrulls panicked. Even though they have a small spaceship that can go so far, the problem is that it is a small spaceship, and the number of people it can carry is at most 30. There are not many people on Earth now, but there are not a few either, less than 1,000 people. Their spaceships are limited. In the past, they had Nick Fury as a cover, so they were not afraid of being discovered by humans, but now it is not possible. The people on Earth have already known about their existence. They want to leave the Earth silently and go back and forth to the mothership. It cannot be said to be difficult, but it will become very difficult. If they are not careful, they will be completely trapped on Earth. Moreover, don't think that leaving the Earth is safe. You know, when they fly into space, their targets will become more conspicuous. Moreover, humans also have the ability to navigate in space. If they find their mothership along the route of the transport ship, everything is over. So when the mothership made the decision to leave Mars and go to the edge of the sun, it was equivalent to abandoning the Skrulls on Earth. How is this possible? How can they abandon us? This is definitely the work of those opponents. We can't let them drive away the mothership, someone immediately shouted. Facing their own life and death, not many people could calm down. There were quite a few people like this. Yes. They can't just abandon us like this. We are also for the future of our race. They can't do this. Enough, the leader shouted, interrupting the clamor at the scene. The leader was clear-headed. This is the most correct decision. Think about our families and children. That is the future of our race. If the mothership is taken by humans, then we are really finished. Even if we can survive by then, what can we do? We will still perish. So I support the transfer of the mothership. We can no longer contact the mothership now, let alone think about returning to the mothership, which will only kill our last hope. Of course, he also knew that being abandoned was not a pleasant feeling. So he had to give his men new hope. Besides, it is not impossible for us to turn the tables. Everyone stared at him. They urgently needed a way to break the deadlock. Otherwise, no hope is more terrible than anything else. Those 3 spaceships. That's our chance to turn the tables, said the leader. This was not the leader's decision, but a solution jointly discussed by the leaders of several other factions. Humanity has only built 3 spaceships now. If we can grab these 3 spaceships, then we haven't lost yet. Everyone was a little excited when they heard this. That's right. Humanity still has few spaceships now, so they can play a time difference. But there are also people who pour cold water on them. What's the use? Humanity can already imitate those spaceships, which means they don't have the technical threshold. What's the use of us grabbing those 3? This is the truth. After all, as long as the technology is there, everything else is not a problem. Humanity's industrial capacity is still quite strong, otherwise the Skrulls would not bother to govern the Earth. Isn't this what they are looking at? So, we must kill Tony Stark. As soon as this was said, everyone was quiet again. Don't they want to deal with Tony Stark? Nonsense, of course they do. Even if there is a ranking among the superheroes that the Skrulls want to capture, Tony Stark is definitely the first. Even Kai is not as good as him. There is no way. Tony Stark represents too many things. First of all, Tony Stark is very famous, and even to some extent he has become a representative of public opinion and an opinion leader. You can refer to Musk in this regard. He has a big mouth and people believe everything he says. If he can be caught and replaced, it will be very important for the Skrulls' future plans. Secondly, he himself represents a huge force. First of all, Capital, the largest consortium in the world. This alone is already very powerful, which means that he has extremely huge resources. Secondly, he himself has 1,000 connections with the American political arena. I don't know how many congressmen have Stark's support behind them. Otherwise, what do you think the public relations department of the Stark Group is used for? Is it really dedicated to dealing with the media? Don't be funny, the media is exactly the easiest group to deal with for such a large consortium. The public relations of the United States is actually a legitimate collusion between officials and businessmen. In short, these are all political resources, which is of great convenience for the Skrulls to break into the upper class of the United States. Finally, it is the technology in Stark's hands. Don't underestimate this. No matter how powerful the Skrulls are, they are now homeless dogs. How much of their former technology can they hold on to? Moreover, many of Stark's technologies are also desirable in the eyes of the Skrulls. Even the Skrulls did not intend to kill Tony Stark. They wanted to imprison Stark and make him work for them. These benefits meant that the first person the Skrulls targeted was Tony. Oh, by the way, strength is also a factor. In the eyes of the Skrulls, although Tony Stark is famous, his strength is just that, and he is easy to catch. In short, the Skrulls have always valued Tony. But there is a problem that the Skrulls have to solve. That is Kai. The relationship between Kai and Tony, let alone the Skrulls, is known to even the children in New York. Everyone knows that they are good friends. There is even a BL subculture of the two in the market, including comics and novels. In short, everyone knows that the two are always together and have become a group. If you want to catch Tony Stark, then Kai is a factor that must be considered. As for dealing with Kai, tisk, it would be great if it was that easy to succeed. After all, Kai is the second on their list, and his advantages are similar to Tony's, and Kai has a good relationship with many superheroes. And according to Nick Fury's analysis, Kai definitely knows Batman and the Night King. He even has the means to contact them directly. Of course, Nick Fury doesn't know what the specific means are. But the problem is that Kai is not easy to mess with. First of all, he is very strong. Really strong. Secondly, he has a connection with Asgard. This is not a kind of illusory connection, but he is really familiar with people and can summon the Rainbow Bridge at any time. In addition, the Skrulls' disguise is useless to him. The Skrulls were discovered for the first time because of him. This is also the reason why there are no Skrulls around Kai. Tony naturally has no chance if he can't deal with Kai. So they gave up later. As a result, now it's back. Is it really possible? It's not a question of whether it's possible or not, but we have to do it. Tony Stark has not handed the technology to others, which means that he is the only one on the entire Earth who has this technology. I don't need to tell you what this means, right? But, no buts, the leader said decisively. This time, all our factions will work together. We can only succeed, not fail. And, don't forget, we are in the dark, they are in the light, and the initiative is always in our hands. This also made the hesitant Skrulls give up the argument. Indeed, they have no way out. However, what they don't know is that among them, a female Skrull's eyes lit up. So, everyone, now is the most critical moment. I don't care how much you argue or how dissatisfied you are, you must go all out. Yes, everyone thought so. Okay. Then go collect intelligence. We must find out all the information about Tony Stark, and we must succeed at once. Yes. Ho ha ho ha. Star-Lord arrogantly walked down from the spaceship, ready to greet the cheers of everyone. He is a superhero who saves superheroes. As a result, after the door opened, no one paid attention to him. Everyone went to pay attention to the situation of other superheroes. Steve and Carter walked out first, and the first people who came into view were Tony and Kai. Carter walked forward excitedly, wanting to have a long-lost hug with his nephew. But Tony, this arrogant man, obviously cares about Carter very much. But now when he sees Carter, he immediately has an expression that keeps people away from him. Carter's face froze when she saw Tony like this. She knew why Tony was like this. The differences and rifts between the two have been getting bigger and bigger. Originally, after the Winter Soldier was caught, the rift between them could be made up, but the last Winter Soldier turned out to be a fake. And Steve still let the Winter Soldier go again during the Inside Plan. This made Tony completely turn against Carter and the others. Even if the two do care about each other, Tony will not forget the hatred of his parents. This rift is getting bigger and deeper. Although it is not a life and death feud, it is impossible to go back to the past. Kai also felt a little bit painful when he saw it. The key is that he can't say anything yet. Chapter 1377 New Year's Eve Second Update. This kind of thing can't be let go by persuading people to be magnanimous. Even if you mention it, you have to be careful of being struck by lightning. That's a life and death feud. You asked people to be magnanimous. Do you still have any humanity? Kai especially dislikes those idiots who always persuade others to be magnanimous. It seems that it's not your parents who died, so you can be so careless. I always see those emotional mediation videos on short videos. The reporters in them are more inhumane than each other. Fuck, other people's biological mothers abandoned their children for decades, and now they are old and come back to let their children take care of them. Those reporters are still nagging and persuading people. That's your biological mother, you have to support her, etc. It seems that it's not you who is disgusting, and you don't have to pay for it, right? I despise this kind of people the most. Don't persuade others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. If you have experienced my suffering, you may not be as kind as I am. If someone is not more particular, they would have killed Carter and Steve a long time ago. They are murderers. Why don't you help catch them and still persuade me to be magnanimous? Don't say that he was controlled by others. It is a fact that Howard and his wife died at the hands of the Winter Soldier. So Kai never persuaded Tony. After all, this is the deepest trauma in Tony's heart, which cannot be touched. A true friend should support him. If Tony is really generous enough to forgive the Winter Soldier, Kai thinks that this person is too fucking bastard. Carter looked at Tony's cold face and sighed in his heart. Unless Carter can catch the Winter Soldier himself, the hurdle between the two will not be overcome. In fact, Carter herself is also very guilty, because no matter from which aspect, she has the obligation to avenge Howard. She is not familiar with Bucky, but she is a very good friend of Howard. It was Howard's full support that S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, and she could become the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, women in that era were not so easy to get along with. But she stood on Steve's side because of her feelings. It has to be said that love can make people blind. Seeing Carter's uncomfortable look, Steve was also heartbroken. He and Howard were good friends, but Bucky had a deeper relationship with him than Howard. And he believed from the bottom of his heart that Bucky was innocent. He had tried to catch Bucky cruelly, but he couldn't bear it when he thought of the consequences of Bucky being caught. He also tried to persuade Tony to let go of his hatred. Tony hadn't said anything yet, but Kai scolded him. He didn't know what to do now. He could only hug Carter and try to comfort her. Mr. Wayne, Barry also came out, and after seeing Kai, he immediately greeted him embarrassedly. Kai shook his head. To be honest, among so many people, Barry was the one who was most surprised to be caught. Damn, a speedster was caught so easily. Shame on him. I say, you should find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Iris is actually not suitable for you, Kai suggested seriously. As for why? Needless to say, because Iris doesn't like Barry at all. Apart from other things, even Kai, who didn't have much contact with Barry, could see that Barry liked Iris, but Iris had lived with Barry for more than 10 years and didn't know anything about it. Is this reasonable? Do you really think that girls can't feel it when they live together? Girls mature much earlier than men. But Iris has dated at least a dozen boyfriends since high school, but Barry is not one of them. This is very telling. In this case, why should you love a single flower? Barry has a lot of good girls who like him. Barry's face immediately turned bitter. He just likes Iris. What can he do? Of course, Barry didn't think that he was arrested because of Iris. It was completely his own problem. If he hadn't been obsessed with sex, it wouldn't have happened. If he changed the girl, it might be the same. However, both Luke and Kai said so. Barry also felt that it was time to have a serious talk with Iris. It's not that he really thinks he must intervene in Iris's current relationship. But he hopes to get a result. Good or bad, it's all fine. Just give up. Next came the others. As the host, Kai naturally had to meet them one by one. In fact, most of them were acquaintances, and even if a few were not familiar, they had heard of them. So the atmosphere was pretty good. But some people were not happy. Hey, I'm the protagonist. I'm the protagonist. Why doesn't anyone care about me? Star-Lord was so angry that he jumped up and down. After all, he is the savior of these superheroes, right? Why does everyone ignore him? Actually, it's not that people don't do this, but this guy is too talkative. On the way back from Mars, he told this story N times. It made everyone lose all the novelty, and this little fat guy actually has a good personality, so everyone didn't care. Okay, here you go. Kai directly asked someone to send him a large bucket of Häagen-Dazs. Yes, this little fat guy is crazy about sweets, and likes ice cream and marshmallows the most. In fact, Star-Lord was not fat before he came to Earth, but since he tried those delicacies, this guy has gained more than 10 pounds in a few months. He has no idea of moderation. Of course, Kai didn't care whether he would gain weight or not. Sure enough, the little fat man picked up Häagen-Dazs and happily stepped aside. He was just joking. Who could really be unhappy about this? He was not a child. Soon everyone was arranged to eat and rest first, and then they were called together again. I believe everyone knows the culprit of this incident, right? Kai said directly. Just tell us what we should do. The person who spoke was Frank, who had not appeared for a long time. Kai was really shocked when he knew that he was arrested. Unexpectedly, the Skrulls even took him away. Logan beside Frank also nodded. Yes, you just need to tell us what to do. Since Frank was arrested, his neighbor Logan would naturally not be spared. On the contrary, Russell, the little fat man, Tank and Meatball were not arrested. Meatball was not at home at the time. He went on vacation to the reservation with his Native American wife. Russell and Tank went hunting in the mountains. After returning, he found that Logan and Frank were captured, so he naturally became alert. Later, Kai told him the truth and he was spared. Logan's girlfriend Kayla Silverfox pulled Logan aside. She was actually very reluctant to let Logan participate in this kind of fight. But obviously, in this situation, she doesn't have the final say. Other superheroes have almost the same attitude. Among them are extremists like Frank, who treats the enemy mercilessly. There are also good people like Matt who insist on the principle of not killing. But when it comes to dealing with aliens, their attitudes are surprisingly consistent. After all, those are not human beings. No matter how saintly you are, you won't be saintly to alien invaders, right? Since you have the same thoughts, everything will be easy. That's good, but there are some things I must say clearly. Kai nodded with satisfaction, and this was the effect he wanted. This time, we can't show mercy. You should all know the characteristics of the Skrulls. Once we let one go, there will be endless troubles. Perhaps the escape of a small number of Skrulls will not affect the overall situation, but the Skrulls' unpredictable transformation ability will make it easy for them to retaliate against the people present. Isn't that how many people got caught? So in order to avoid what happened later, Kai must kill them all. He is not interested in giving the enemy a chance to retaliate. The people present were silent for a while and nodded. They can think about the people around them instead of themselves. Many of them were caught by accident because those Skrulls pretended to be people around them. That's good, Kai nodded. We have received intelligence that the Skrulls came back to attack here. This is a high-tech factory under Stark, which was built specifically for Star-Lord's spaceship. In fact, this is what we are happy to see, Kai said with a smile. Before, in order to catch all the Skrulls in one fell swoop, Kai and Tony worked very hard. They had to force the Skrulls to fight with all their strength, otherwise it would be too difficult to find a group of aliens who could transform all over the world. It was also based on this idea that Kai made this plan. In fact, this plan has been around for a long time, but in order to realize it, there is a little requirement, that is, it must be proved that humans have the ability to build interstellar spaceships. So the plan was delayed until Tony was able to copy Star-Lord's spaceship before it was launched. In order to complete this project, even Ms. Octopus and Norman were asked to participate in this project. The reason why those Skrulls dared to conquer the Earth with so few people is because they thought they could be invincible. Now that we have a spaceship in our hands, they will definitely panic. If they want to survive and win this war, they must completely eliminate this threat. So they will definitely come. Now everyone understands that there is another reason why Kai sent people to rescue them. Of course, no one would think there is anything wrong with this. So we have to wait for them to attack, Frank asked. That's right, Kai explained. Although the Skrulls are few in number, they are divided into many factions. Each faction has different ways of action and they are not together. It is difficult for us to accurately locate them all. We must lure them all out. This is also the difficulty in dealing with the Skrulls. Although the behavior of this group of Skrulls seems stupid, it actually increases the difficulty of exterminating them. If they all gather together, things will be easier to deal with. Just kill them and everything will be solved. But they are scattered everywhere, with big differences between each other and loose connections. This is not easy to deal with. Otherwise, how do you say, one drink and one peck? Humph, Frank snorted disdainfully. Probably thinking that these aliens have holes in their brains. There are only a few people, and they are playing with division. Isn't this a waste? In fact, Think about it, this is not difficult to understand. After all, no matter which faction of Skrulls, they don't take humans seriously. They probably think that even if they don't succeed, they won't fail completely, so they are fearless. That's why they are so wasteful. Then can we know when they will attack? Daredevil Matt also asked. We don't know yet, because they themselves can't figure it out. They are coordinating internally, and they are also collecting intelligence from us, which takes some time. But as long as they reach an agreement, we will know immediately. So, we have spies among them, someone asked curiously. After all, if there were no spies, such detailed intelligence would not be found. Kai shrugged. They underestimate us humans too much. Indeed, this group of Skrulls has never thought that there will be problems within them until now. They have always infiltrated others, and no one has ever infiltrated them. As a result, their own internal review mechanism is quite lame. But this is not surprising, their characteristics are too obvious, the ability to transform. Who can imitate this thing? But mutants are a bug. Mutants have all kinds of abilities, and there is no rule to follow. At least in the records of S.H.I.E.L.D., there are no mutants with the ability to transform. However, the fact is that there is no record, which does not mean that there is no mutant. So this gave Raven a loophole. The last time S.H.I.E.L.D. captured a Skrull, after being eaten by Hannibal's hounds, a lot of information was directly extracted from its soul. After learning about the Skrull's lair, Kai refrained from attacking them directly, and instead asked Raven to infiltrate them directly. And no one except Kai and Tony knew about this. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know about this. I won't say too much about this matter, and you don't have to ask. At least I won't tell you until everything is settled. I hope you can understand this. The infiltration ability of these bastards is too strong. Kai didn't intend to continue to reveal all the details about this matter. In addition, in order to ensure that the plan is not leaked, I will not announce the fact that you were rescued. Please forgive me. My girlfriend is still waiting for me. Boss, how about you let me make a phone call? At this time, Deadpool, who had been absent-minded, raised his hand and said, No need, your girlfriend is safe and has returned to New York. Kai refused directly. Really? Deadpool didn't believe it. Those aliens are not attracted to my girlfriend? Impossible. My girlfriend is the best, Tisk. A group of people curled their lips. There are such people. What? Do you like being cheated on? Skrulls are green, with big chins and many wrinkles. Your friend is good, but not in line with their aesthetics. Wade's girlfriend is really great, the kind of woman that men will go crazy about. Of course, she is not without disadvantages. By the way, Wade, remember to pay your girlfriend's bill in Hawaii. Bill? What bill? Wade has always been very sensitive when talking about money, not at all nervous. She thought you abandoned her, so she spent money in revenge. By the way, I have to say that your girlfriend is a perfect match for you in terms of spending money. I didn't expect that she could spend so much money in such a short time by herself. Kai was also amazed by his girlfriend when he talked about this. God knows how she spent it. Anyway, when she returned to New York, she didn't bring anything back. No way, Wade asked in disbelief. You're not lying to me, are you? You can check with your girlfriend later, but I can tell you one thing, her bill is 8 figures. You'll be busy in the future. No, Wade was immediately shocked. He can indeed make money, and he can also spend it. He doesn't even call it spending money, it's completely a waste of money. But he was also shocked by the 8-figure bill. Chapter 1378, New Year's Day, please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for the monthly ticket for the first update. Please vote for the recommendation. Let's not talk about Wade's funny guy, let's get back to business. Everyone has seen the harm of the Skrulls. Even they have been infected, not to mention ordinary people. But this world is still ruled by ordinary people, such as government officials of various countries. Although they are surrounded by people wherever they go and have great power, they are still ordinary people in the end. If the Skrulls infiltrate such a group, the impact will be too great. Apart from anything else, if the Skrulls master the nuclear missile launch code, it can cause a world war in a minute. So no matter how much attention is paid, it is not too much. So everyone can only accept Kai's suggestion that they should not go anywhere for the time being and hide in this factory. After all, they are not sure whether the relatives and friends they face after they go out will still be the same person as before. At the same time, in order to ensure that this factory is not infiltrated, Kai and Tony also prepared a lot of scanners specifically for the transformation ability of the Skrulls. After discussing these, Matt suddenly raised his hand. Do you have any other questions? Kai asked. Will Batman and the Night King be involved? Others were also curious. After learning about the special abilities of the Skrulls, even they began to be a little unsure about the fighting power here. After all, those Super Skrulls can copy their abilities. Let's talk about a Flash. If a group of Flashes rushed over, how many people here would be confident that they could withstand it? Let's talk about Matt himself. Let him face Barry. If he was prepared in advance, Matt was not without confidence to deal with the other party, but it was just dealing with it, and he would definitely lose in the end. Not to mention a group. And the Skrulls also copied a bunch of Hulks. Let alone Matt. How many people here can pat their chests and guarantee that they can deal with this thing? Of course, they are not sure whether Batman and the Night King have this ability, but sometimes people are so strange. They are not sure whether Batman and the Night King have this ability, but they are willing to believe that they can do it. With them, they feel at ease. Kai didn't expect Matt and others to think so. To be proud, there is also some. But more of it was suffocation. Damn, my original body has done a lot of things over the years, right? Why are you guys willing to believe in Batman and Night King, who have little to do with you, but are unwilling to believe me, who is in front of you? Damn it. But on second thought, I felt that I was crazy. Fuck, isn't it all me? I'm jealous too. I'm so bored. I'll find a way to contact them. As for whether they will show up, they have their own judgment on the situation, and I can't influence them. This is probably the first time Kai has clearly stated in public that he has contact with these two. Others nodded, thinking that what Kai said was right. It's incredible to think about it. Batman and Night King haven't appeared for a long time. But these two people are becoming more and more important in the minds of others. Especially, when someone asked why these two pillars were so useless in such an important matter as the Titan War, Kai casually said that they had their own things to deal with. In the end, I don't know how it was transformed into Batman and the Night King to deal with a more terrible crisis. Kai was confused. He simply forgot to let them appear. How could there be so much chaos? How could there be a greater crisis? But everyone believed this statement. It's like when Wong Kar-wai said he liked a bad movie, and then a bunch of flatterers followed suit and said he liked it. This made a bunch of people lose confidence in themselves. After all, Wong Kar-wai's high level of prestige is obvious to all. Regardless of whether he loses money or not, his level of prestige is there, so ordinary people also think that they have misunderstood the bad movie, so they follow suit to make up for it. In fact, there are not so many reasons, it's just a simple commercial behavior. The movie is too bad, and it's about to lose money, so it came out to attract popularity. A bunch of ordinary people were fooled, and they followed suit to find excuses. Although this metaphor is not so appropriate, it's roughly the same meaning. Kai said afterwards. But the fans of these two can't help but make up for it, so a lot of excuses came out. The key is that these two are not only high profile, but also mysterious. No one is sure what they are doing, so they bluffed everyone. Anyway, if you say that Batman and the Night King did not join the group simply because the sewer was blocked or they had to send their children to school, but no one would believe it. Because whether in the public impression or in the minds of other people with ulterior motives, these two people would not do such a thing. In short, after hearing Kai's words, everyone was quite satisfied. As for their not coming, well, they must have a reason for not coming, and there must be more important things to deal with. Will they really come? After returning to Stark Tower, Tony was still asking him this question. Tony was curious before, why Batman and the Night King did not appear in the Titan War, and now that he heard Kai say that they would come, he was naturally more curious. Yes. Definitely. Really, is it necessary? You might as well worship me more than you worship them. That's good. No. When did you become so unconfident? They are just Skrulls, just a group of stray dogs. Do you think we can't deal with them? Don't forget, their whole family is in our hands. Kai knew clearly that the Skrull mothership had escaped. The Dark Elves had been monitoring the Skrulls in all directions for a long time. Until now, the Skrulls didn't know that there was such a group of people monitoring them. If you can avoid using this method, don't use it. It's embarrassing. Tony was actually quite resistant to using other people's families to threaten others. Kai looked at him in surprise. No. This is a life and death moment. You actually care about this? When did you become an idol? Kai is a more practical person. As long as the result is good, he doesn't care much about the means. although this violates his professional ethics as a policeman. But the problem is that he is no longer a policeman in the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Of course, he will not violate the principles on the surface, which is why he has so many vests. Let others do things that are not easy for you. Am I not an idol? Tony asked this question not out of narcissism. But, compared to other superheroes, Tony is more entertaining. It's not that Tony is a funny character, but because of his identity, his experience, and many of his words and deeds, he is the focus of the media's pursuit. Which is his entertainment. Anyway, if you ask those young people to see if they would rather be Batman or Tony Stark, 80% of them will tell you that they like Batman very much, but they are more willing to be Iron Man. As for why, please, who wouldn't be willing to be the richest man in a Playboy? Anyway, the author also wants to have 10 or 8 young models every day, 365 days a year without repeating. Besides, we are positive characters after all, and it's not good to do this. What are you worried about? We kidnapped in outer space, who the hell knows? Kai thought this guy was just idle. Tony smacked his hands, it was true. As a result, just as Tony was quiet, several little spiders and Bruce also came over. Spider-Man is a fan of Batman, so he is naturally happy to see his idol. Bruce, on the other hand, is simply curious. He wants to know what the difference is between himself and this world and himself. Don't even think about it. You can't participate in this operation. Unfortunately, Kai directly rejected all their requests. Why? We also want to make a contribution. Peter was the first to be unhappy. He had no part in fighting aliens in the previous few times, but he would not miss anything this time. The same was true for others. Bruce was the same. First of all, you have to figure out your own priorities. Now that a clown has died, we don't know what impact it will have on the world. If something happens to you again, no one can be sure what will happen. So your priority now is to stay here and wait for Camelot to be ready, and then send you back. In the past, Kai turned a blind eye to their chivalrous deeds. The fundamental reason was that he believed that nothing would happen to them. After all, they didn't need to deal with the real tough enemies. And the last time they were taken by Tony to find Kingpin, Kai was really scared. It's too dangerous. This time, the enemy to be dealt with is much more fierce than Kingpin. If something goes wrong, he won't even be able to cry. Bruce, you should be able to understand. Kai didn't plan to explain anything to the young people, but asked Bruce directly. The little spiders also stared at Bruce. They expected Bruce to stand up and speak righteously, and then. Bruce nodded. Why? Peter was very unconvinced. Although I am very curious and willing to help, I will not put my impulse above the interests of the whole world, Bruce said very calmly. We just want to help. We don't want to put ourselves above the interests of the world, Peter retorted. But Kai disagreed with him. Oh? Isn't it? For these 15, 16, and 17-year-old children, sometimes, talking nicely does not have any good effect. Because they have the ability to think independently, but if you think that independent thinking means being right, then you are wrong. On the contrary, children of this age still think too little. So Kai's next word seemed merciless. You help? Let me ask you, does the world need your help? Or do you think we can't succeed without you? Why do you think you are? Why do we need your help? Peter, Stacy, and Parker turned pale after hearing what Kai said. They wanted to explain, but Kai didn't give them a chance to explain. If you really want to help, then don't do anything. Stay here honestly and keep yourself safe. I don't understand. I've explained so much to you. You are related to the collapse of the entire space-time. Why don't you take it seriously? You are responsible for the safety of the whole world. Don't tell me that you can guarantee your own safety. That's bullshit. In this battle, even I am not sure that I can guarantee my safety. What can you do? No, Peter seized the opportunity to refute. We just want to. I don't care what you think, and I don't care. Kai's eyes became colder and colder. He looked at Peter and said word by word, I need you to stay here honestly now. Is there a problem? Damn, he was thinking about how to save the world, but now he has to do ideological work for a group of children. It's true that he likes Peter, but it doesn't mean that he has unlimited patience for him. It's not his own child. Even his own son is not good enough, but his daughter. It's almost the same. That's it. Kai turned and left. Tony shrugged, indicating that he could not help. He did like to fool around with Peter, and he liked Peter very much, but it didn't mean that he didn't know the importance. This time it was really dangerous. Then Tony left quickly. He was also afraid of being entangled by these energetic kids. It was impossible to agree. Peter was very frustrated. He just wanted to help, but he was scolded. Bruce patted his shoulder. I just wanted to help, but he is right, Bruce persuaded. In a sense, it is more important for them that we don't mess up. You don't want someone to keep an eye on our safety during the battle, right? That will only distract their attention and may even become a breakthrough for the enemy to defeat us. Peter nodded, not in a good mood. But on second thought, he felt something was wrong. Wait. I can understand that you can't participate, but I am not from a parallel universe. I am from this world. Why can't I participate? Then why don't you go and talk to Mr. Wayne again? Stacy was stunned, then instigated. Peter remembered Kai's eyes before, and immediately swallowed his saliva. Haha. I think I'd better stay here honestly. Just kidding. He saw clearly just now that Kai was serious. If he pestered again, he would definitely get beaten. He believed that Kai would be happy to let him stay in bed until the end of the war. Just when this problem was solved, another problem occurred over there. Tony just returned home and saw Pepper inspecting and maintaining the Pepper support armor with the help of Jarvis. Honey, what are you doing? Tony had a bad feeling. Maintaining my Pepper. By the way, Tony, do you think my Pepper needs to have some new functions? Last time I tried it, it was completely useless. I think there's still room for improvement. Chapter 1379. The second update will be updated twice tomorrow. The next period of time was calm. The division of the Skrulls was more serious than expected. All parties wanted to coordinate an attack together, but every time they communicated, they would end up blaming each other and wrangling. After all, the current situation is getting more and more dangerous, and many people began to miss the days when they were under Nick Fury. Although those days were frustrating, they were safe. They didn't need to worry about their livelihoods. Nick Fury would solve everything, but now they, a group of aliens, need to worry about everything themselves. They naturally couldn't borrow Nick Fury's relationship in the past, but it was too slow to develop relationships on their own. After all parties are looking for them now, and they have to act secretly, which makes their quality of life very bad all of a sudden. This thing can't be solved simply by force or deformation. In short, poor couples are sad. If there is no problem, it's okay. Once there is a problem, all kinds of quarrels and responsibilities will naturally come. But their procrastination made Kai and others impatient. Although there is no need to worry about the self-consciousness of those superheroes, they also have families and friends. If they don't contact them for a long time, they themselves can't stand it, and Kai can't keep them locked up all the time. So Kai discussed with Tony, and then announced the spacecraft plan through the Stark group. This directly detonated public opinion. Since the two alien invasions, people all over the world know that the Earth is not alone, aliens really exist, and they are much more advanced than humans. Although this is not a good thing, it is definitely a huge benefit to the aviation industry that has been stagnant for many years. After the invasion of the Earth, basically any normal human being knows that if they don't work hard, sooner or later they will be beaten because of backwardness. They have been beaten twice. But the reason why humans survived the crisis these two times is entirely because of the superheroes. Maybe the next time aliens invade, humans can still rely on aliens to survive. So what about the next time? What about the next time? We can't really pin the fate of mankind on just a few people, right? Although people admire superheroes, no one really believes that superheroes will never fail. So if humans want to be truly safe, developing themselves is the hard truth. But unfortunately, after several major events, all major countries suffered heavy losses and had no spare energy to vigorously develop the aviation industry. In fact, even if there were no major events, most countries would be deterred from the aviation industry. There is no way. This kind of industry is not something that ordinary countries can handle. Even many developed countries are not doing very well in this regard. But there are exceptions. For example, China. Perhaps because of the Shunmiao Bureau, China has actually accumulated a lot of technology in the field of aerospace, but it has not been announced before. Until the alien invasion, China's aerospace field suddenly showed a blowout trend, with new technologies constantly announced, and various spacecraft being put on daily basis, with a trend of being far ahead. The United States is naturally unwilling to be left behind by such an opponent. Unfortunately, the United States really has no energy to promote the development of the aerospace field. There are too many places to spend money in the country. Just before this, the United States has cut government spending again, and this has caused government civil servants to strike. Americans certainly know that the country is in trouble, but what does the country's difficulties have to do with them personally? Anyway, if the country wants to cut spending in difficulties, they support it, but if they want to cut their benefits, don't even think about it. It's too difficult to squeeze out money. So all you can do is watch. It's not that there are no private companies that want to enter this field, but without the support of national power, no private capital can play with this thing, because it doesn't make money. Without national orders, it's a luxury to want to get back the cost of this thing. Even if the US government is anxious, it's useless. They don't have the ability to let private companies spend their own money to serve the country. Unexpectedly, Stark Group suddenly announced at this time that they are going to start the spacecraft plan. This is definitely a money-losing product. But for now, Stark Group has indeed announced the plan and has made a detailed plan schedule. For a time, Stark Group's stock soared. Many companies even began to contact Stark Group, wanting to get a piece of the pie. They hope to undertake some projects. Yes, they want to fleece Stark Group. Just like they once fleeced the US government. As for how Stark makes a profit, what does it have to do with them? But unfortunately, Stark Group does not intend to outsource this project. They plan to complete it independently. The US government actually knows the reason. After all, the US government knows about the arrival of Star-Lord and his men, but they chose to support him. It is said that NASA is very angry about this. They think that this should be their project. But unfortunately, they have no money. NASA is an institution that relies entirely on government funding. Now it is impossible for the country to come up with tens or even tens of billions of dollars to support them. And don't think that NASA will not cheat on funds. In fact, NASA never hesitates to cheat on funds. Just check it online, there are a lot of jokes. I won't explain it here. In short, the US government is happy to see the actions of the Stark Group. At least Stark can save them tens of billions of dollars. Such news is undoubtedly very exciting, but it also makes the Skrulls more anxious. They are provoking, a Skrull leader shouted. Yes, this is a trap. They must be waiting for us. They want to lure us, yes. We can't fall into the trap. The Skrulls are not fools, and naturally know that this is an open conspiracy. In fact, they knew this thing from the beginning. After all, they have brought back so many superheroes, but these superheroes have been hiding in the dark and have not appeared. If this doesn't seem to be a problem, then the Skrulls will really be finished. The Stark Group announced the spaceship construction plan at this time, simply to fight a decisive battle with them. How is our infiltration plan? Maybe we can stop it all at the lowest cost. It's useless. They watch everything closely. Our infiltration team can't enter their core area at all. They have detectors targeting us, damn it. Do we really have to fight a decisive battle? That's the worst decision. Can't we talk it over? If they don't allow us to establish a country, we can also make concessions. No matter what the Skrulls were like before, they can't change the fact now. They are really weaker than ever. They only have so many people in total, and the ones who are still on Earth now are all their armed forces. They don't want to fight a decisive battle at all, because no matter who they win or lose, they are losers. If humans lose a game, it doesn't mean anything to the entire human race. They have 7 billion. And even if the Skrulls win, as long as they lose more, they will still lose. Therefore, they have always tried their best to avoid direct battles. Enough. At this time, the leader of the radical faction, who is also the strongest guy in the Skrull faction, stood up. What's the point of saying so much? These days, he is the one who has been criticized the most. After all, everything out of control is due to the radical faction's self-willed decision. Chapter 1381st Update. Humans are forcing us to fight a decisive battle. What's the point of saying this now? Can it make humans return to the negotiation table? Since we have already embarked on this path, there is no possibility of turning back, the radical leader roared, trying to get others to stop arguing and focus on the dilemma at hand. He really didn't understand why this group of people were still so naive even now. The radical Skrulls understood one thing from the beginning, that is, the Skrulls could not coexist with humans. This is related to the characteristics of their race. No one would trust them to stay on Earth. This has nothing to do with their subjective intentions, but only with whether they have the ability. The ability of an entire race to transform into anyone at any time and anywhere is enough to make humans be 180 wary of the Skrulls. So they knew from the first day that humans and Skrulls would sooner or later meet in battle. Of course, they were more worried that Nick Fury would strike first. The longer they followed Nick Fury, the more they worried about their own race. Nick Fury couldn't possibly keep them. Once he thought the Skrulls were a threat, the first person to attack them would definitely be this black guy. Only those idiots who didn't know anything and really thought Nick Fury was a good guy would think that Nick Fury would lead them to live in peace with the people on Earth. This was also the underlying logic of the radicals seizing the opportunity to rebel immediately. But he really didn't expect that even at this point, there were still people who had such stupid delusions. There is no possibility of peace talks. Wake up, the leader shouted in a hurry. They are telling us that we can either fight them immediately or wait for their spaceships to form a fleet and kill our mothership directly. We have no choice. In fact, the Skrulls knew it, but most of them didn't want to believe it. They were actually forced into a desperate situation by a civilization trapped on their home planet. How could the self-esteemed Skrulls accept this? On the contrary, the radicals understood from the beginning that they had no choice. Either rebel or be attacked by Nick Fury. With the radical leader's impassioned speech, the scene soon calmed down. Just as he said, they had no way out. It was meaningless to talk about who was responsible at this time. So all parties gathered their thoughts and began to discuss business. Perhaps we can change our strategy and fight them head-on. The losses are too great. It is better to break up into small groups and attack everywhere to force humans to make concessions. Someone suggested this. Some people think this strategy works. They know exactly what the advantages of the Skrulls are. If they break up into small groups and attack everywhere, although the damage will be much smaller, the panic caused will be much greater than if they gather together. They are familiar with Earthlings. Among Earthlings, there are always some idiots who have an inexplicable sense of moral superiority. Such people are called white leftists. This group of people always express some inexplicable opinions, but this group of people has a very important voice among humans. As long as the panic is big enough and the civilians lost are enough, this group of people will definitely stand up and show their cheap moral superiority, and then there will be a breakthrough point in public opinion. Then he exaggerated the helplessness of the Skrulls, fearing that some people would be softened. This is a good idea. But there is a problem. Do you think your trick will work on Kai and Tony Stark? Or do you think that leaders of various countries are idiots who are showing cheap sympathy to us by leaving their own spaceships behind? By then, as long as their spaceship fleet is formed, our whole family will be their hostages. At that time, who is threatening whom? The radical leader sneered at this proposal. To put it bluntly, this is terrorism. If terrorism can succeed, what is the use of the army? If they really do this, what will happen to those white leftists? He doesn't know. Maybe they will really stand up and speak for them as they wish, but will it work? To put it bluntly, the reason why white leftists can prevail is that the ruling class needs them to stand up and divert contradictions. For example, in the United States, are the social contradictions in the United States really racial contradictions and those LGBT? Bullshit. It is the gap between the rich and the poor, a natural class contradiction. But can the United States change this contradiction? Can they make the poor richer, or make the rich give up their profits to the poor? They can't do any of these. So they can only use some high-sounding things to divert conflicts. So there are racial equality and equality for sexual minorities. Although this stuff is lively, it will not involve the root of social contradictions, and it will be the same no matter how big it is. American politicians cannot solve the real social contradictions, but they are more than enough to deal with such contradictions. Anyway, it's just lip service. Even if they give policy support, it won't cost much money. Instead, they can earn a steady stream of votes. At the same time, such identity politics can also vertically divide the entire society, so that the middle and lower classes of the entire society can be divided by race, skin color and religion, so as to achieve the purpose of divide and rule. Those ruling classes only need to be referees to be as stable as Mount I. But this does not mean that those so-called white leftists really have the right to speak in society. They are nothing. If it really involves the overall interests of mankind, white leftists are nothing. This thing is like a chamber pot. When it is useful, it will be wiped and brightened. It is no longer needed. Haha, who cares? So terrorist attacks are impossible. Do we really have to go all in? Then what good suggestions do you have? Our living space is getting smaller and smaller. We can no longer contact the mothership. We are fine. At least we can still survive here, but what about the mothership? What do you think will happen if there is no supply from Earth? Although the Skrulls' mothership is a colony ship with its own life support system, it is definitely not a super ship with a complete internal circulation. The mothership can still survive if it does not deliver supplies for a few months, but what about after that? The Skrulls are also carbon-based creatures and need to eat. The only planet in the solar system that can support logistics is the Earth. In the past, they never even considered that they would lose contact with a mothership, so the mothership's supply inventory has never been too much. It can also be seen here how hasty the Skrulls' rebellion was. Nothing was prepared. Time is not on our side. The Skrulls have now almost given up their initial extravagant hopes. They can only pursue more practical goals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1381 Second Update. Their lowest goal is to survive, return to the mothership alive, and then escape from the solar system. A higher goal is to reach a certain agreement with humans, such as conditions for supplies and docking. If the war goes well and they win, they will make more extreme demands, such as destroying the data of those spaceships and making humans lose the ability to pursue. Again, they are already poor and destitute. A spaceship that can make interstellar jumps is definitely a great fortune for them. This is their best idea. As for the rest, to be honest, they have long given up hope. It seems that we have reached a consensus. The others present did not speak. It has been said to this point, and everyone knows what to do. Then the time is 3 days later, the radical leader stood up. Please, this is already our most critical time. If we fail this time, what awaits us will be destruction, so I ask everyone, don't care about any position, everything is for the purpose of victory. The scene was solemn. Stark's assembly plant is located in the Brooklyn Navy Yard in Brooklyn, New York, in the northwest corner of Brooklyn, across the river from Manhattan. This shipyard has long been shut down. The Brooklyn Navy Yard has provided the U.S. Navy with a fleet for 150 years and created more than 70,000 jobs during World War II. In 1966, the shipyard was reluctantly withdrawn from the stage of history. A few years ago, the New York City government bought the long-abandoned old industrial area here after evaluation by the Stark Group, and established a Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Company, BNYDC for short. After the Chitauri invasion, large areas of surrounding buildings were also devastated. After all, this place is very close to Manhattan Island, the center of the battlefield. So the Stark Group took action again and acquired the surrounding land. At that time, the Stark Group planned to rebuild a new industrial area here. In the following years, the Stark Group did so. In the past few years, this place has been a large construction site. Among them is a high-tech factory. Therefore, the spacecraft project was also placed here. This was not intentional, but the supporting facilities and technical level here were just right. Of course, the more important thing was that Tony was not willing to put the workplace too far away. As early as when Stark Group announced the launch of the Deep Space spacecraft project, martial law was imposed around it. On this point, the New York government and the federal government both supported it. If there is no financial support, can't there be some support in terms of policy? There were not many complaints about this. However, in the past 2 days, it was suddenly reported that due to necessary experiments, huge safety hazards appeared near the factory, and residents around Williamsburg and Dumbo around the shipyard were required to take emergency shelter. In this regard, New York residents naturally complained. Generally speaking, if a private enterprise dared to do this in New York, it would definitely be scolded to bankruptcy. At the same time, the New York City government would also try its best to prevent this kind of thing. Because it affects the economy too much? But if this enterprise is Stark Group, it is another matter. At the moment when the overall economy of the United States is in a downturn, a lot of capital began to flow out and take refuge. Few large companies will make large-scale investments in China. After all, capital is profit-seeking, and even the U.S. president cannot order those big capitals to keep their funds in the country. Especially in the current international situation, the US dollar has depreciated sharply, and when the euro and Huaxia currency are rising, in order to ensure that their assets do not shrink, Many large American capitals will move their capital abroad for value preservation and refuge. However, in this situation, Stark Group has repeatedly made large-scale investments in the United States. This is particularly valuable. In addition, the image spokesperson of the group is the superhero Tony Stark. So the Stark Group has a good reputation both at the top and at the bottom. Of course, it still needs to be scolded. Who the hell wants to be kicked out of the house while eating hot pot and singing? So Stark Group created a suitable battlefield in a short time. Frank, are you ready? Well, we have arrived at the designated location. Frank was wearing a combat uniform specially customized for this operation, lying on the roof of a building. This time, all the participants were given a combat uniform specially customized according to their combat habits. The raw materials of combat uniforms are very precious, and they come from the body tissues of symbiotes. In the Tokyo Ghoul incident, Hannibal captured Venom's fellow symbiote, a symbiote named Carnage, while getting rid of those parasitic beasts. Carnage was then taken back to the center of the earth and handed over to Tony. Tony was very interested in the body structure of the symbiote. Later, with the joint efforts of Kingsman and Tony, they extracted tissues that were active but lacked self-awareness. Then, with the help of Dr. Helen, using the Cradle of Life system, the vibranium molecules were fused and the tissues were reprogrammed and reconstructed to form a special biological fabric. This fabric has many advantages that artificial materials cannot achieve at this stage. This special material, named the symbiote material, has extremely excellent ductility and toughness, and its ability to resist blows is also very good. Ordinary bullets and swords cannot penetrate it at all. Not only that, it also has extremely excellent energy absorption characteristics, which can absorb damage caused by physical attacks such as bullets. For example, when a bullet hits a bulletproof vest, although the bullet cannot penetrate the bulletproof vest, the huge kinetic energy will still act on the human body, so even if you are wearing a bulletproof vest, you will still feel severe pain when you are shot, and you may even be injured. But this kind of symbiotic material will not have this situation. When the bullet hits it, most of the kinetic energy will be directly conducted and absorbed, greatly reducing the damage to the human body. Of course, if that's all, it would be too underestimated. The real power of this material is that it is alive. This material will automatically fit the human body, be breathable and absorb heat and sweat, and at the same time greatly increase the strength and speed of the human body, giving people super endurance. This is equivalent to a set of biological armor. What's more amazing is that this material can naturally connect to the human nerves. When you wear it, you will not feel any obstruction, but it will be like a part of your body. Tony even relied on this feature to reserve a nerve interface on its surface, so that some external weapons can be directly installed on it to achieve the effect of directly controlling the weapon through the nerves. Of course, this thing is not without shortcomings. The only thing about it is that its energy resistance is not very good. But it is not impossible to overcome this. Kingsman's technology department uses the simplest method to equip it with a shield generator. The specific visual effect of this battlesuit can refer to the leather battlesuit in the Japanese anime Gantz. It is strongly recommended to search for pictures of the female version on Baidu. Both the real-life version and the comic version are fine. They are great. By the way, I forgot to mention that this material can even be used to shape the body through computers. For example, after Ms. Carter put on the battlesuit, she almost made the men present bleed from their noses. And Natasha is even more terrifying. Many people saw her and ran away directly, covering their lower abdomens. They didn't dare to stand in front of her at all. For this reason, Pepper was very jealous. She really wanted to wear this battlesuit, but the extremis virus on her body was the thing that the symbiote feared the most. When she got emotional, she could burn the battlesuit directly, and couldn't wear it at all. In the end, it was Tony who promised to make a bedroom version for her personally, and then they calmed down. Let's get back to the point. In addition to the battlesuit, this time, the weapons used by everyone were also made by Kingsman and Stark Group. Each one was a special model and was not sold to the public. For example, the weapon Frank is fighting now is a directed energy pulse sniper rifle. This is a live ammunition weapon driven by a directed pulse, and the killing radius can reach an astonishing 3,000 meters. If the overload mode is used, a bullet can penetrate a 30 mm steel plate within 5,000 meters. However, the battery consumption is too large, and if it is not handled properly, the battery will overheat and cause damage to the gun. In addition, a variety of high-tech weapons have also been brought out, ready to give those Skrulls a surprise at any time. "Boss. I'm here too," Wade heard Kai's voice and immediately shouted flatteringly in the communication. There is no way a penny can make a hero, even if Wade is a psychopathic hero. After seeing the bill before, Wade almost slid to his knees beside Kai, hugged his thighs and cried loudly. It is impossible to break up. Wade knows his situation, which is disfigured. Regarding his appearance, his friend, the bartender Viso, once had an incisive description, coupled with his crazy personality. Women who can accept him are rare, not to mention Vanessa is so hot and beautiful. And they are incomparably compatible. Wade was reluctant to break up. So facing such a bill, the only thing he could do was to find a rich man to support him. Of course, even if he was crazy, he knew that a rich man like him would only be interested in his ass if his brain was damaged by drugs. What he meant was to work to pay off debts. Wade basically wandered around at the bottom, and didn't know many rich people. Most of them were gang bosses. He didn't mind doing business with such people, but the key was that it was difficult to collect the money. How many gang bosses would pay honestly? Damn it, if you don't join the gang, you have to pay honestly. If you join the gang, you still have to pay honestly. Then wouldn't this gang be in vain? So every time he asked for payment, it would trigger a series of unnecessary bloody conflicts. He didn't mind doing more work. The main thing was that he was also a family man. He couldn't implicate Vanessa. So every time, in order to avoid future troubles, he would kill everyone. This has another disadvantage, that is, who the hell would pay him after he killed people? So Wade has always been poor. The only two rich people he knows are Kai and Tony. Tony doesn't like Deadpool for a simple reason. They both have a mean mouth, but their mean styles are different. So the two are destined not to be friends. Then we can only rely on Kai. Deadpool. Kai doesn't know how to describe this idiot. If he doesn't agree to him, Kai dares to guarantee that this grandson will definitely do something weird. Kai simply proposed a solution. $10,000 for a Skrull's head. To be honest, this price is a bit expensive. But considering Wade's personality of wanting money over life, this guy is enough to make this guy fight for his life, so it is reasonable. I know, don't make trouble for me later, otherwise, deduct money, no problem, boss. Don't worry, boss. Quicksilver and Flash, are you ready? Kai ignored this idiot and asked the other two important people. No problem, Mr. Wayne. We will complete the task, Barry replied immediately. The Quicksilver brothers and sisters have been depressed for a long time since Kai and his friends corrected their 3 views last time. This is also normal. Anyone who knows that their hatred over the years is actually just a nonsensical misunderstanding will not be much better than them. Fortunately, they have 2 poem masters, Natasha and Pepper. One is a veteran agent who is best at using human nature to obtain intelligence. The other is the boss of the group, an old Pua. After their Pua, the 2 children finally walked out of the shadows and resolutely embarked on the promising work of protecting the world. The mission of Flash and Quicksilver is very simple. They are the secret weapons against the Hulk core. With the unlocking of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret intelligence and the return of Banner, they all know how the Skrulls defeated the Hulk and captured him. After Banner returned, he immediately teamed up with Tony to rebuild the gamma ray inhibitor. More concealed, faster, and more effective. In order to prevent the Hulk core from causing greater damage, they must install the inhibitors on the fake Hulks as quickly as possible. And the only people who can do all this in the shortest time are Quicksilver and Flash. That's good. At noon, a tense atmosphere suddenly arose in New York City. Although no one knew what happened, anyone who is not an idiot knew that something big must have happened. The police took to the streets and began to control various important intersections. A large number of National Guards also entered New York. All this shows that the evacuation order issued by the Stark Group before was not simple. People watched the naval shipyard nervously. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, suddenly, a flying carrier appeared over New York. Then a signal took over all the TV signals in New York City. A green alien with a big chin appeared on the screen. "We are here to negotiate," said the alien. Alien invasion? This was the first reaction of New Yorkers. After all, it was not the first time. What are they doing? Tony was confused when he saw the hijacked TV signal. Chapter 1382, Damn. I fell asleep. I woke up and typed immediately, and I just finished it now. Please give me a monthly ticket. We come for peace. The Skrulls in the picture were not cruel. On the contrary, they were very humble. They described themselves as peace messengers. They came to Earth for peace and human development. All New Yorkers were shocked. Are there any good aliens? It's no wonder that New Yorkers were making a fuss. In fact, aliens did not leave a good impression on everyone, even the Asgardians, such as Loki. In short, facing these sudden aliens, New Yorkers were very suspicious. What's going on? Are they really here? Tony asked. What do you think? Kai asked back. Tony immediately reacted. They are planning to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. It's a delaying tactic. Kai looked at the flying carrier floating above New York, his face gloomy. This was something he didn't expect. Raven didn't have any information about this either. But this is not surprising. After all, the Skrulls have split into multiple factions, and there are so many differences between them. It's really difficult for Raven to get information about all factions in such a short time. But now, this thing has become a big trouble. This thing is not that powerful, but the key is that it stays over New York. Kai has complained about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s flying carrier before, thinking that it is just a large target. Apart from the grand show, there is nothing special about it. Once it flies to the airspace of another country, it immediately becomes the target of concentrated fire. The biggest function is to become a weight, smashing hard on other people's land. Now it is over New York, and has also become a weight. Once it is shot down, it will smash the city below into ruins in minutes. I am more curious, how can they have a flying carrier? How much stuff did Nick Fury, that bastard, give to these bastards? Is there any way to take over the system of this flying carrier? Kai then asked Tony. No, Tony quickly gave the answer, at least not in the short term. Their system is very special, completely different from that of the Earth, and Jarvis needs time to get familiar with it before he can crack it. The Skrulls are just using a delaying tactic. They lack the means to deploy a large number of combat personnel to the battlefield, at least, they don't have teleportation technology. So they can only use flying carriers to transport troops. But the flying carrier is too big a target. It was okay outside New York City before, after all, there is an optical stealth system that can bypass detection means. But it is not possible to enter the New York area, at least they are not sure to deceive Tony Stark. So they simply came in openly, and then used TV signals to promote that they came for peace. The purpose is to make the U.S. Air Force and other strike forces hesitate, and not delay them in the first time. When they enter the New York City area, the situation will be reversed immediately. If you have the guts, you can shoot down the flying carrier. Once this thing falls, the disaster it causes will be enough to hurt New York City. It must be said that the Skrulls are quite capable, they know what it means to be afraid of the consequences. Seeing that the Skrulls are getting closer and closer, Kai and his men are naturally unlikely to surrender, so Kai immediately arranged for people to attack directly. But they were quickly stopped. No. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why don't you let us attack? Kai answered Benjamin's call. Benjamin hoped that Kai could be patient and at least let the Skrulls take action first before launching an attack. This proposal made Kai very angry. Others have already defeated the enemy at their doorstep, and you told me that you want to learn from Chiang Kai-shek? But Benjamin also had his own reasons. They could not bear the reputation of taking the initiative to attack. Others had declared that they came for peace, but you just went up to attack them without saying anything. Whether it sounds good or not is secondary. The important thing is that Kai and his team may be responsible for a series of consequences in the future. Someone said, if the superheroes had not attacked first, the Skrulls would not have fought back. If they had not fought back, there would not have been major casualties. The conclusion is that the superheroes need to be responsible for all the losses. This is not groundless worry. There is always a lack of hindsight in this world. They always stand in the perspective of God and think that the party should do what they want. Damn, if things were so simple, it would be great. I am doing this for your own good. You don't want the reputation of superheroes to be ruined because of this, right? Although Benjamin's words were not very pleasant to hear and seemed naked, they were the truth. Kai had a gloomy face. Kai really didn't want to let these superheroes bear the infamy. Fortunately, Kai didn't have to choose soon. Humph, these superheroes are really pedantic. On the flying carrier, a Skrull leader looked at the peaceful naval shipyard and snorted disdainfully. They value reputation too much, another Skrull echoed. This is a war, and they are still looking ahead and behind. Enough. This kind of trick can only give us a little advantage. Everything needs to be said with strength. At this time, the radical leader was not in such a good mood. In his opinion, the superhero's fear of the consequences is not a good thing. At this time, human superheroes are still considering their reputation. What does this mean? This means that they don't think they will fail. Because if they fail, they will have nothing, so why should they consider whether they are famous or not? If the superheroes attack without hesitation as soon as they appear, he still feels that the superheroes will face them with great pressure. But now they are willing to give up their advantage at this time and let them come directly to the airspace of the shipyard. That can only mean one thing, that others are sure to win. That's why they don't want to bear the blame. The fraud operation ends here. Prepare for airborne operations, the radical leader slapped the command desk and issued an order. But he didn't expect that his order was not executed immediately. Some people hesitated. The radical leader immediately turned his head and glared at the leaders of other factions. The attitude of the humans. Can we try to talk to them? The radical leader almost laughed out of anger. At this time, this group of people are still hesitating about this thing. How is it possible? The radical leader directly pulled out the energy pistol from his waist and fired several shots at the idiot who was talking. His move made everyone present nervous, and many people touched their weapons. The existence of such an idiot is the greatest blasphemy to us Skrulls. Even at this point, he still wants to compromise. What are we talking about? Talking about letting humans give up spaceship technology and let us come and go as we please? It's better to talk about letting humans hand over everything and become slaves honestly. Idiot. Idiot. After saying that, he looked at the others. Who else wants to be like him? I'll make him happy. For a long time, the Skrulls have lacked a strong leader. They once had one, but after arriving on Earth, their recognized leader died at the hands of the Kree. Then the Skrulls were recruited by Captain Marvel and handed over to Nick Fury. Who is Nick Fury? He may not be good at doing things, but when it comes to small tricks, he has a set of tricks. In the absence of a strong leader, Nick Fury split and divided the Skrulls' forces bit by bit. He did not allow a person who could integrate them to appear within the Skrulls. The Skrulls did not have such a need before. After all, Nick Fury did a good job when he led them. Afterwards, Cart discovered the secret of the Super Skrulls and reluctantly became the leader of all the Skrulls, but in the end, this leader who could barely hold together the various factions died after just a few days as the boss. There are few Skrulls, so they are very taboo about hurting their own kind. They believe that every Skrull is extremely important. This also leads to a stronger centrifugal force within them, but violence is the basis of power. Because of their tolerance of each other among their own kind, they do not have any strict punishment system within them. Anyway, you can't do anything to me, why should I listen to you? Is it because you are handsome? If possible, the radical leader would not want to do this, but at this time, there are still people who back down and sing the opposite tune. So even if he doesn't want to kill people, he must do this, otherwise not only his personal prestige, but even the last centripetal force will be lost. So he killed people. This really shocked others. Although everyone is very dissatisfied with the radicals' killing, things have calmed to this point, and even if they want to seek justice, they have to wait until the matter is completely over. Kai was still arguing with Benjamin, and Tony suddenly pulled Kai. They're making a move. Several fighter jets flew out from the aircraft carrier. They headed straight for the shipyard. They've started. No need to fight now. Benjamin had obviously received the relevant information. It's time to start the war. Boom. 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 A few explosions immediately woke up New York City. Many people still didn't understand what had happened. How could they just talk about peace and then turn around and explode? But soon, the New York government issued an evacuation notice, informing all New York citizens to go to the nearest shelter, and citizens on high floors should also go to the lower buildings as quickly as possible. With the frequent occurrence of various major events in recent years, many large cities have built many shelters. For example, New York City has reinforced many underground parking lots, stadiums and various underground buildings, which can be used as shelters when necessary. The subway, in particular, is the most important part of New York's shelter system. The subway in New York is very old, and many people have complained about it, including New Yorkers themselves who have complained about their subway system. After the Chitauri invaded, the New York government took advantage of the city's restoration and allocated tens of billions of dollars to renovate and rebuild the entire New York subway system. At this time, the New York subway has been completely renewed, with many more tunnels and new lines, and has been reinforced again, so that it can become a new shelter when necessary. And New Yorkers still trust the government in this regard. They began to take refuge one after another. After the explosion, the shipyard was safe and sound. A huge light blue transparent light shield enveloped the factory, and the explosion was blocked outside. In this regard, the Skrulls were also emotionally stable. If the factory was destroyed so easily, they would doubt whether this was the real target. This kind of trick is useless. Prepare to airdrop, with an order. The first to set off was a group of Skrull tough guys. They did not wear uniforms or other clothes, but walked to the edge of the deck of the flying carrier. Then one after another, they jumped directly from the deck. Of course, they were not committing suicide. When these Skrull tough guys fell from the air, their bodies changed. Their bodies began to swell up like balloons. Then one after another, like aerial bombs, they crashed into the earth. Dr. Banner looked at the green giant walking out of the smoke and dust with a very strange expression. To be honest, this scene does look very shocking. Suddenly, a green light flashed in Banner's eyes. Hulk. Smash. Hulk. Really? Counterfeit. Smash. When Hulk saw these counterfeits, he immediately remembered the scene when he was captured before. He was very dissatisfied with this. These counterfeits were not his opponents at all. If they hadn't used dirty tricks, he would never lose. Banner's body also began to swell. But soon Banner's will prevailed again. Hold on. Hold on. My brother. It's not time for us to go on the court yet. Be patient. Since Banner contacted the martial arts from Kunlun, he has been able to temporarily suppress Hulk. Of course, this is also related to his learning to communicate with Hulk. Hulk is a bad-tempered bear child, but the underlying color is still Banner's kindness. In the past, Banner hated Hulk, so naturally, Hulk could not give Banner a good face. So once Hulk came out, he would immediately make trouble everywhere, which was also a kind of revenge on Banner himself. But since Banner learned to face himself, he gradually reconciled with Hulk. The division of labor between the two is clear. Banner is responsible for distinguishing the enemy, and Hulk is responsible for smashing the enemy. With Banner's persuasion, Hulk temporarily lay dormant. Banner's skin, which had turned green, began to gradually return to its original state. And Tony, who was not far away, whistled after seeing those green Skrull macho men. Wow! These guys are so ugly. In comparison, Hulk looks much better. However, before he could finish his words, Banner's body, which had already calmed down, suddenly swelled up, and then a green arm hit Tony hard. Hulk. Don't like weak chickens. Then the next second, Hulk handed over control of his body and became Banner again. Banner looked at the exploded clothes and said helplessly, "Hey, Stark, can you please stop provoking the Hulk?" Tony pulled himself out of the wall with force. Fortunately, he had put on the Iron Man armor, otherwise he would have been taken away for rescue. But unfortunately, he didn't wear a mask, so his eyes and mouth were full of dust. Can't you tell your green friend that I was praising him? We are in the same group. The Hulk doesn't like those fakes. You compare him with those guys, which is an offense to him. Then Banner's eyes flashed green again. Apologize quickly, Banner shouted. He wants to beat you again, huh? Kai patted Tony on the shoulder. Hulk is very willful. If you don't want to meet him in the future and get punched anytime and anywhere, I suggest you apologize quickly. Don't think I'm scaring you. According to his birth time, Hulk is only 3 years old this year. You know that a 3-year-old child can do anything. Hearing this, Tony immediately admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Hulk. I was wrong. You are unique. I was watching a Dota 2 video and fell asleep. The commentary voice is really suitable for helping sleep, just like hypnosis. I fell asleep while watching. It was already past 1 o'clock when I woke up, so I quickly got up to write. In view of your hard work, please comfort me with monthly tickets. Chapter 1383. It's almost the end of the month. How could an adult get angry with a 3-year-old child? Tony felt that he couldn't, so he apologized decisively. At this time, in the factory area, Green Giant slowly walked out of the smoke and dust, green and lush, looking spectacular. Tisk tisk, these Skrulls are really good at playing. Even though Tony had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The people of New York were also scared by the scene. In fact, most of them didn't know the Hulk. There was no way that the Hulk's popularity was really low. The Hulk's first appearance was actually as a villain. In Los Angeles, the Hulk destroyed several streets and a university when he first appeared. This record looks average now, but at that time it was not like now. All kinds of monsters were everywhere. So it caused a lot of discussion at that time. Later, the Hulk appeared again during the Chitauri invasion. At that time, the most shining cub was the Night King, and the Hulk was regarded as a passerby. The popularity was not high. After that, Banner devoted himself to practice and didn't appear at all. So the popularity has never been high. People will not pay attention to a Green Brother villain. Except for those with unique tastes, who would leave so many superheroes and chase after a villain. But even if the popularity is not high, suddenly seeing the Green Muscle Brothers all over the field, anyone will be scared and take a breath, and make a contribution to global warming. In fact, until now, New Yorkers still don't understand what happened. Why did these aliens suddenly say something about peace, but turned around and launched an attack? Isn't this too childish? To be honest, if possible, the Skrulls don't want to use such childish means. This is not forced. Roar, with the roar of the leading Green Brother. Countless green muscle men rumbled towards the shipyard fiercely. But soon, they were blocked by a transparent protective shield. These muscular men did not give up, but surrounded the transparent protective shield and beat it desperately. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy blows, like a pile driver, shook the surrounding building slightly. You can imagine how powerful the force is. In fact, like Earthlings, the Skrulls know the advantages and disadvantages of energy shields better. These shields are obviously from alien technology. Although the Skrulls can't tell which company they are from, the principles are similar. There are many ways to break through the shield. But due to their own conditions, the Skrulls can't use too many methods. They can only break through this shield in two ways. The first is to keep putting pressure on the shield and directly overload it or run out of energy. The second is to sneak in and destroy the shield generator. The Skrulls naturally use both. But unfortunately, although their flying carrier is very strong, its firepower is very poor. That's right, even if Nick Fury is unreliable, it is impossible to give the Skrulls a flying carrier with full firepower. So, they can only let a group of tough guys use their fists to clear the way. Although this scene looks shocking, if you think about it carefully, you will feel inexplicably sad. If they have other ways, they will not do this. As for infiltration, it has been done a long time ago. In fact, a group of Skrulls have already sneaked into the factory through the underground sewers. Look what we found. When a group of Skrulls burst into a toilet in the factory with a stench, they found that there was a group of people waiting for them in front of them. The leader was Matt. Matt may not be as good as other superheroes in other abilities, but he is unique in the world in terms of 5 senses. Oh, wrong, he can't see with his eyes, he has 4 senses. The keen sense of touch enhances the entire nervous system of his body, which not only allows him to feel balance, but also gives him a nerve reaction beyond that of ordinary people. He can also detect the faint impression of ink on paper, allowing him to read by touching ordinary paper. He can also feel the slightest changes in temperature and pressure, enough to feel the body 5 feet away, due to the interference of body heat and air. His sensitivity to heat allows him to feel the temperature of people and objects in order to determine if a person is alive, how long they have been dead, and other changes in body temperature. Daredevil's enhanced hearing allows him to monitor the slightest movement several blocks away, and even the entire city is like a 3-dimensional image in his mind. He can hear a heartbeat from 200 feet away, and can detect if they are lying by the slightest changes in the heartbeat. He can also easily distinguish any abnormal sound from countless noises. His sense of smell is also extremely amazing. His sense of smell is enough to distinguish the natural smell of individuals and remember and identify them no matter how they try to cover up their smell. It's simply a humanoid detector, and it's the kind with no perspective. It just so happens that the Skrulls. The amazing thing is that the Skrulls seem to look down on Matt very much and think that his ability is useless. No one has copied his ability at all. But think about it, they have captured so many powerful superheroes, why would they waste energy on a second-rate superhero? Luke saw a group of stinky superheroes, and suddenly laughed and poked Captain America next to him with his arm. Captain, look at that guy. Yes, the guy with the shield. Steve's face looked very bad, not because he thought it was strange that he was copied. After all, when he was caught, he saw a Skrull transformed into his appearance. The key is, can you be more professional? I won't dress like you. The real reason that made Steve so angry was that the fake Captain America on the opposite side actually appeared in front of him wearing Steve's black history. As we all know, Steve is the only successful individual in the Super Soldier Project. On the day of his success, Dr. Erskine, the scientist in charge of the project, was assassinated, and the Super Soldier Project became a thing of the past. In the minds of politicians at the time, the focus of the Super Soldier Project was the word soldier. The original purpose of their support for the project was to form an army. Steve alone was useless, and they didn't think that a soldier could play a key role in a world war. But Steve was also a super soldier after all. If he died on the battlefield, the money spent on the Super Soldier Project would be wasted. So, adhering to the principle of not wasting, they used Steve as a gimmick for war bonds and went on a tour across the United States. That's right, when Steve first debuted, he actually debuted as an idol. At that time, Steve was very popular. He was more like J. Joe. Every time he performed in a city, he was extremely popular. At that time, in order to sell war bonds, he dressed very exaggeratedly and took a small shield printed with the American flag. Anyway, Steve always regarded it as a black history. Because of this, he went to the National Museum once and never went there again. Because there is a special exhibition hall in the National Museum in Washington reserved for Captain America, and all his black history is also in it. It is said that Steve ran out of the museum with his face covered. Classic style. Luke liked Captain America very much when he was a child, especially Captain America's headgear, with small wings on both sides, like Peter Pan. Facing Luke's jokes, Steve's face was gloomy. It's okay for these people to pretend to be him, but they are so tasteless. I don't even want to forgive them. He will regret his choice. Steve pinched his shield and said through gritted teeth. By the way, the shield in Steve's hand was new, and the old one was taken back by Tony. Tony thought that Steve was not qualified to have the shield made by his father for his friend, because Steve was not his father's friend. Now this shield was made by Steve with the help of the Shadow Bureau. Of course it was not vibranium, that thing was so expensive, and the Shadow Bureau did not have the funds to reproduce a vibranium shield for Steve. With the weight of the shield, the cost may exceed $10 billion. The group of Skrulls did not expect to encounter such a situation, but since they came here, they could not just withdraw like this, right? Kill them. So a group of people started a group fight near the toilet like high school students. With more than 300 strong men hammering continuously, the energy shield surrounding the factory area finally began to crumble. However, both Kai and Tony were cold-eyed about it, without any waves at all. Barry, are you ready? Kai asked through the communicator. We have already seen it clearly. We have designed the fastest route. Leave it to us, okay? The disappearance of the shield is your starting gun. It's up to you. As the protective shield was about to collapse, the green macho men smashed it even harder. They began to bombard the shield even harder. Roar. With a hearty roar, the shield flashed twice and finally disappeared. But before the green macho men could be happy, two phantoms suddenly shot out from the factory area. The phantoms were one gold and one silver, and they were very fast. The green macho men didn't even see what happened clearly, and they felt a hurricane blowing past them. Then a silver disc appeared on their bodies. The disc was not big, but after it was attached to their bodies, it immediately made a buzzing sound. Then a green light lit up on the disc, then one after another, the green macho men began to turn from macho men into weak chickens and a groan. It was also at this time that familiar or unfamiliar figures stood up from the buildings on both sides. They were superheroes. Fire. Then a Skrull who had removed his transformation by using a gamma suppressor fell into the dense firepower. Quick! It's the suppressor. Take it off quickly. Immediately, a Skrull Hulk discovered what was going on and shouted at the top of his voice. However, it didn't work much. You know, this thing was improved by the smartest group of people in the world, and even Banner, the Hulk himself, participated in it. To be honest, it's quite amazing to invent a weapon to use against yourself. This thing is not only much smaller than the gamma suppressor used by the Skrulls themselves, but also works very quickly. It only takes a moment for those Skrulls who copied the Hulk's abilities to feel their power rapidly fading. Then came the superheroes who had been ambushed on both sides. Especially Wade. This guy was like a pervert, muttering something incomprehensible like $10,000 or $20,000, while waving his double swords to harvest heads. But he was not the fastest one. The fastest one was the 3-year-old kid who had been frustrated for a while. Hulk. Smash. The more anger is accumulated, the hotter it gets. Especially when Banner, the only one who can control Hulk, completely gave up suppressing Hulk. The power of Hulk became more terrifying. Boom. A huge green giant with a ferocious face rose from the factory area, like a huge bomb, and smashed into the green aliens. The huge force made the ground bang, and a huge depression appeared. The surrounding green aliens were blown away by the terrible impact force. However, before they landed, Hulk, who was standing in the deepest part of the depression, slammed his hands forward. Boom. A huge shock wave exploded again with Hulk as the center. The Skrulls were blown away again. Many unlucky people with suppressors were directly taken away by the two sudden shock waves. When their bodies fell to the ground, they were bleeding from all 7 holes and their bodies were soft. Their bones and internal organs were shattered. On the flying carrier, a group of Skrulls stared at the slaughter below in amazement. They knew that the Earthlings would definitely find a way to deal with their Hulk army, but no one expected that it would be in this way. Quick! Send reinforcements, the radical leader shouted immediately. In fact, there was no need for the radical leader to say anything, as many Skrulls had already started to move spontaneously. After watching the reinforcements being sent out from the flying carrier again, Frank immediately picked up the communicator. Kai? The Skrulls hiding on the flying carrier are moving. Got it. Kai hung up the call with Frank and dialed another number. Johnny. It's your turn. Drive that thing away. I don't want it to end up in New York. Johnny Blaze, a famous motorcycle stuntman in the United States. But this was his previous identity. After an accident, he gave up this identity and lived in New York as an ordinary car repair shop owner. By the way, that accident gave him another identity. Ghost Rider. Yes, that's the flaming skull wearing a spiked leather jacket and a punk rock vibe. Chapter 1384 Hearst Drift. At this time, Johnny was not in the Navy shipyard, but on a street thousands of meters away from the flying carrier. Since being beaten up by Kai last time, Johnny has been staying in New York under an assumed name. He opened a car repair shop in Hell's Kitchen and also took some car modification jobs. Although his life is not as good as when he was still a star, it is still comfortable. Kai rarely bothers Johnny. Johnny himself does not like his ability. He just wants to live a peaceful life. The reason why Johnny can become the Ghost Rider is completely an accident. He has an evil spirit that has existed since ancient times in his body, named the Soul of Vengeance. The birth of the Soul of Vengeance is no longer traceable, but it is certain that this thing itself is extremely crazy, and its existence is to burn the souls of all guilty people. It sounds good. Dealing with sinners can also be regarded as the business scope of superheroes. But this category of guilt is a bit large, and the sentencing is too simple. Let's put it this way. Anyone who has done something wrong is basically guilty, even if it's a very small thing, such as when you see a beautiful woman and have a lustful thought in your mind. This is human nature. After all, everyone has a dark mind. But in the eyes of the spirit of vengeance, this is a sin, and if it is a sin, it must be punished. As for sentencing, the spirit of vengeance has only 2 types of sentencing, which is very simple. One is not guilty, but so far, the spirit of vengeance has never encountered an innocent person. Then the remaining one is guilty. And the punishment for guilt is death. There is no exception. This indiscriminate killing weapon is unbearable for anyone. So, after Kai taught Johnny the Kunlun heart method, he asked him to stay honestly. As long as he didn't let the spirit of vengeance run out, that would be his greatest contribution. Johnny also did very well. In the past few years, he has been calming himself down and abandoning his bad habits. Not only did he stop drinking, he even stopped smoking. He even went to church regularly, hoping to suppress the spirit of vengeance with the power of God. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it was a psychological comfort. He also tried to go out as little as possible and just hung around in the repair shop. He didn't even dare to see his girlfriend, for fear that he would accidentally transform and burn her. In the past few years, he has gained something. Although he couldn't control the spirit of vengeance freely, he could suppress it and prevent it from making trouble. That's why Kai found him. It's not that he had to use him, but he was just a backup, just in case. This guy's ability, how to say it? Very scary. Basically whoever gets hit will die, very sharp. Originally, Kai just used this guy as a reserve team just in case. But by chance, he actually encountered a flying carrier. Then Kai thought of the Ghost Rider's ability, Hellfire. Under the influence of supernatural power, the flames from the deep layer of hell will directly cover the whole body of Ghost Rider. After the flesh and blood are burned, it turns into the form of hellfire. If you don't wear clothes, a skeleton plus a ball of fire can't show the body shape, but if you wear clothes, you can show part of the body shape in human form, and it is better than the body shape of the host in human form. Hellfire can burn any substance according to the will of Ghost Rider itself, or it will not damage anything that Ghost Rider touches. Hellfire is not bound by the laws of nature. Water and vacuum environment cannot have any effect on hellfire. Hellfire can be used as a long-range attack skill of Ghost Rider to launch and attack the enemy. It can burn the soul and body of the enemy, and can also be controlled by Ghost Rider to attack a large area of energy explosion, such as forming a rain of fire in the sky to burn the enemy. Very sharp. Of course, this is not the reason why Kai is optimistic about it. The real reason is that in addition to destruction, Hellfire has another special function. Hellfire can be attached to the object that Ghost Rider wants to change its form, such as changing the appearance of his motorcycle and giving it the ability to walk on any terrain, or loading it into a gun to turn it into a bullet to hurt the enemy, or enchanting various weapons to increase fire damage to the weapons, and even enchanting various vehicles to allow Ghost Rider to be demonized and controlled. That's right. Kai has a bold idea. Let the Ghost Rider board the flying carrier directly, attach the Hellfire directly to the flying carrier, and then hijack the carrier and drive it directly to the sea. In this way, Kai and his team's fear of the flying carrier is perfectly solved. Kai remembered that when he told Johnny about this idea, Johnny was stunned for a long time on the other end of the phone. He never thought that someone would think of using Hellfire in this way. But what Kai said makes sense. Hellfire can be enchanted on various vehicles to allow Ghost Rider to be demonized and controlled. Flying carriers are also considered vehicles, right? Johnny couldn't guarantee that he could really do it. After all, that thing was very different from ordinary means of transportation. It wasn't about the weapons on it. After all, pickup trucks could also be equipped with machine guns. Does that mean pickup trucks are not means of transportation? The main thing was that the thing was too big. Johnny had always only enchanted his motorcycles, and he had never tried something this big. The main thing was that he was afraid that the amount of Hellfire would not be enough. Kai didn't care. If he could do it, it would be better. If he couldn't, then let the Ghost Rider kill people on it. Anyway, there were squirrels everywhere, and it would be better if they all died. Kai would think of a way by then, whether it was to find someone to drive away or to directly summon the Rainbow Bridge to teleport the thing away. Got it, he hung up the communication, put on his helmet, and got on his Harley. He also put on his favorite battle suit, the leather jacket that the biker gang loved the most, and there was a bunch of iron chains wrapped around the back seat of the car. Buzz! Harley fire! Buzz! Step on the accelerator! Buzz! Keep stepping on the accelerator. And then, woo! The Harley rushed out like an arrow from the bow, and the speed was definitely over the speed limit. If you drive at this speed in the city under normal circumstances, you will definitely be chased by police cars. But now, there is no one on the whole street. Everyone has gone to take shelter. Who would still hang out on the street? Along with the roar of the Harley, a trace of deep red flame spurted out from the gap in the head. And then the rivets on the leather jacket made a long sound. Then the ordinary Harley was also stained with flames. First, the handlebars began to deform, and then the front of the car was twisted and deformed in the flames. A metal skull appeared in the place of the original headlights, and the eyes of the skull emitted dazzling flames. Then the body of the car, in a period of deformation, appeared many elements such as skulls, claws, and bat wings, and finally the tires, which were completely wrapped in flames. The most conspicuous place is the helmet. Originally an ordinary motorcycle helmet, it also became something similar to an armored helmet in a period of deformation, and the front windshield also became a skull mask. And above the helmet, there actually appeared a flame forming a crown. What is this? In short, it is very cool. But what is even cooler is the route of this motorcycle. It has left the road, well, or rather, it has always been on the road, but its road is a little different from the general road. It is speeding on the walls of the building as if it were flat ground, leaving only a burning track on the buildings on both sides of the New York Avenue. Then New Yorkers have the opportunity to see a rare scene of someone racing on the surface of a building. Look! Another special character has appeared. Friend? Or enemy? Let's wait and see. An outside host with headphones half of his body out of the helicopter, letting the camera take a picture of himself and the speeding Ghost Rider together. This is a test of Kung Fu. After all, this is Eat. Outside hosts all have the heart to host a show by themselves. How can they get themselves out of this damn outside field, sit comfortably in the studio, and talk about it? Of course, it's fame. So exposure is very important, and many outside hosts fight for exposure. For example, this one now. To be honest, Kai has always envied those TV stations. Where do they find these desperate reporters and cameramen? If the police department was full of such talents, New York would have been a place where no one would pick up things on the road and no one would lock their doors at night. Any criminal would be trembling with fear. Too hard. Nowadays, the field hosts of American TV stations are known as the superheroes outside the field. These guys can always appear on the news screen with the superheroes. Wherever there is danger, these guys will appear there. Last time in Miami, more than a dozen TV station reporters fell on the street, but they sent back many thrilling and exciting pictures. This made those TV stations earn a lot of money. This also led to a surge in the wages of these war correspondents. Now the monthly salary of a war correspondent is comparable to that of many second and third tier TV studio hosts. Maybe Kai can increase the wages of New York police in the future, enough for those police to work hard. Back to the overall situation. Seeing such a cool look, many punks and bikers were trembling with excitement. Wow, so handsome. That car. I want it. This thing really attracts fans. Soon the two flame chariots came near the flying carrier. The Skrulls also noticed him. It's Ghost Rider. The Skrulls knew Johnny. There was no way. Basically they knew all the superheroes Nick Fury knew. In fact, the Skrulls also thought about catching Johnny, and even for this, they transformed into Johnny's ex-girlfriend to find Johnny. Originally, they planned to stage a scene where the ex-girlfriend still had feelings for Johnny and seduced Johnny to take the bait and then took him down directly. However, it was very successful. Yes, Johnny was still thinking about his ex-girlfriend in his heart. Although his ex-girlfriend had started a new relationship and even planned to get married, Johnny was determined not to disturb her life anymore. But when the Skrull came to Johnny's side as his ex-girlfriend, Johnny still couldn't help it. But the bad thing was that the Skrulls actually used anesthetics to knock Johnny out. As for the consequences, when Johnny woke up, there was only a green alien corpse lying on the bed. The head of the corpse had been burned, leaving only a black skull. Fortunately, Johnny's state of mind was already extremely strong due to his cultivation of the mind method, and he had always had the obsession of suppressing the Ghost Rider in his subconscious, so nothing irreversible happened. But because of this, Johnny also hated the Skrulls. As for why the Skrulls didn't look for him again, the reason was very simple, because they tried Johnny's ability, they couldn't copy it at all. He didn't have superpowers, but because there was a soul of revenge in his body, this thing. Even with the audacity of the Skrulls, they didn't dare to send this thing into their bodies casually. The Skrulls could only copy abilities from the scientific side, and they didn't have the ability to do metaphysics. For example, if they caught a wizard of Camelot, they would be helpless. Not only because of metaphysics, but also because the abilities of Camelot were acquired through learning, they were not born. And Tony Stark, the Skrulls never thought of getting Tony's IQ and inventiveness, because that was not a superpower, but something acquired through learning, and they couldn't copy it. So the Skrulls gave up on finding trouble with Johnny. Unexpectedly, Johnny would come to them at this moment. However, they never expected that Ghost Rider was coming for them. They were in the sky now. As far as they knew, Ghost Rider could not fly. In their opinion, Ghost Rider was planning to support the ground battlefield, so although they took it seriously, they did not take precautions. Then they saw. Ghost Rider's speed was getting faster and faster, and finally he even became a phantom, and then he rushed directly to the building closest to the flying aircraft carrier, and then he rushed up vertically. When he reached the top of the building, Ghost Rider's motorcycle directly got rid of gravity and flew into the sky. At this time, the Skrulls woke up from their dreams. Ghost Rider's target was them. But before they could take countermeasures, Ghost Rider's motorcycle fell directly from the sky onto the flight deck of the flying aircraft carrier. Squeak. The inertia of hesitation was too great, and after a sudden brake, Ghost Rider drifted and flicked his tail and stopped at the edge of the deck. Quick! 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 Shoot him down! The Skrull soldiers on the deck immediately launched an attack on the Ghost Rider. Although these Skrulls were poor, they did not use live ammunition weapons from Earth. They used energy weapons. There was no way. The Skrulls had never been exposed to such backward weapons as live ammunition since childhood. Energy weapons are so good. They are powerful, have no recoil, and the trajectory is even clearer. It is a straight line, without the parabolic trajectory of live ammunition weapons under the influence of gravity. In the eyes of interstellar civilization, live ammunition weapons have too many shortcomings. So countless lasers flashed for a while. But the effect was not good. Although live ammunition weapons are almost harmless to Ghost Rider. But the problem is that Ghost Rider cannot completely ignore the kinetic energy caused by live ammunition weapons. If he is concentrated, he will also be pushed away by the bullets of live ammunition weapons. If the Skrulls use live ammunition weapons, they may be able to knock Ghost Rider off the deck. After all, he is at the edge of the deck. But they use energy weapons. They shoot lasers. Although this thing is very powerful, it has no effect. Ghost Rider only needs to use hellfire to neutralize the energy of the lasers. So the Skrulls saw that Ghost Rider was approaching them step by step with countless lasers. He was too lazy to even hide. When he got close to a certain distance, Ghost Rider grabbed the chains wrapped around his body and shook them. Hellfire covered the chains. Ghost Rider's chains have magical properties and cannot be destroyed. Like Ghost Rider's physique, they can recover infinitely from damage. Chapter 1385 Guilty. As the chain flashed with a flash of fire, a dozen Skrulls were burned to charred bones while wailing. In full view of everyone, they were burned to charred bones at an abnormal speed. Others could even see their skin and flesh burning, struggling and screaming, until the flames took away their vocal cords. They curled up like a baby, and then scattered all over the ground. To be honest, the Skrulls were really scared. They might not be afraid of death, but they still couldn't accept such a tragic death. However, fear is the most delicious seasoning for the soul of revenge. He smelled the fear of these sinners, just like a drunkard who had not drunk for a long time smelled the taste of mature wine, and the temptation was simply irresistible. Snap! The Ghost Rider with a helmet stepped forward. For some reason, everyone could feel the excitement and joy. Obviously, they couldn't see his expression, and, even without a helmet, the Ghost Rider only had a skull, and no expression could be seen at all. But everyone could still feel the joy from the heart. It was laughing wildly. The Skrulls who felt this scene actually retreated. They have always despised the Earthlings. First of all, the Skrulls believe that the Earth has a unique environment. If you don't mix in the universe, you will never imagine how bad the environment of those planets is, not only the natural environment, but also the external conditions of the planets themselves. Because the Earth is located in a remote galaxy in a remote star region, even in the Milky Way, it is a remote place, and it almost misses any route. There is no need to worry at all. Suddenly one day, while eating hot pot and singing songs, a group of alien colonists suddenly broke in, plundered the resources here, and sold the population on the planet directly as slaves to other civilizations. There is no need to worry about it becoming a battlefield inexplicably, and then being destroyed by other aliens. What's more, there is a great civilization like Asgard protecting the Earth. You know, the Skrulls suffered a lot during their rise. They were also plundered and enslaved, but they came out of the suffering undeveloped. Of course, they have also acted as colonists and conquerors countless times, and have enslaved and sold countless races. They envy and even extremely admire the Earth, because the Earth does not need to worry about these. Even in Asgard next door, which is obviously such a powerful civilization, it actually lets the Earth do whatever it wants and only rules in name. This is a scene that is absolutely impossible to see between other interstellar civilizations. But how do the people on Earth do it? After thousands of years, they are still spinning around on Earth. It only took a few thousand years for the Skrulls to develop civilization, grow into an empire, and then destroy. Of course, this is because the Skrulls are uneducated, so they simply put the development path of their civilization on the Earth civilization. First of all, the external environment is different. After all, the Skrulls learned about the existence of alien civilizations shortly after the emergence of civilization, and they were invaded and enslaved. They have needs and motivation to unite to develop. Of course, to be honest, their invasion and enslavement have also accelerated the development of their civilization in a sense, and they can get in touch with those advanced knowledge earlier. But the Earth is completely different. Until the aliens visited, humans were still arguing about whether extraterrestrial life exists. Of course, many people believe that aliens exist. After all, Even if we calculate it according to probability, it is impossible for the Earthlings to be alone. The number of planets in the universe is there. Even if the probability is low, as long as the number is large enough, it will be an unimaginable number. I am getting off topic. Earthlings have never experienced that, so they naturally won't look up at the sky. It is understandable that the development is slow. It is just like that on Earth. The geographical environment has seriously affected the development of civilization. The comparison between the original civilizations of America and Africa and the Eurasian civilization is the best example. But these Skrulls don't think so. There are no philosophers and sociologists among them. They don't even have simple literati. They are just a bunch of stray dogs who are struggling to survive. How can they have time to think about such profound questions? They simply attribute it to racial differences. Skrulls are advanced and strong. Earthlings are inferior and weak. The environment they live in is so good, but they can't develop. Isn't it a waste? However, now they are really scared. What the hell is this monster? How did humans manage not to become extinct? However, Ghost Rider didn't care about that. He just wanted these ugly souls. Quick! Quick! Kill him! No! Fight him back! Fight him back! The Skrull commander saw Ghost Rider killing people on their flagship, so naturally he couldn't do nothing. They immediately threw in the Super Skrulls. Kai defeated him before. There's no reason why we can't. With this in mind, the Super Skrulls rushed towards Ghost Rider. In order to ensure the success rate, the Super Skrulls disguised themselves as superheroes, intending to deceive Ghost Rider. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that this was completely useless to Ghost Rider. First of all beings are equal under Ghost Rider. He doesn't care whether they are superheroes or civilians, as long as they have souls. Captain America rushed out of the bridge first, but this one was a normal Captain America, completely different from the previous fake one. He used a round shield. Captain America was more than 100 meters away from Ghost Rider, and he threw out his shield directly. Then he took out a small pistol. However, the shield he threw out. But he was firmly caught in the palm of Ghost Rider's hand. Boom! Flames rose from Ghost Rider's skull claws, and the shield made of special metal instantly turned into molten iron. The characteristics of hellfire give it the ability to burn everything. But whether it can melt vibranium is unknown. After all, the two have always been Zhang Fei and Yu Fei before, and the two are not next to each other. They have never met. This is a topic, maybe I can try it later. Then it was Flash. Flash's speed was very fast. Almost in an instant, he came to Ghost Rider's side and hit Ghost Rider's waist hard. If it was an ordinary person, his spine would definitely be broken. In fact, Ghost Rider's bones made a crisp sound. Crack! Ghost Rider was knocked to the ground. Roar! Is this not over yet? I saw a strong Skrull grabbing the combat uniform. Swish! He tore off his clothes, and then his body began to swell, and his muscles began to change to khaki. And finally turned into pieces of angular rocks. This is the ability of the Stone Man, Ben Grimm. Ben Grimm, a Houston native, was a former Marine. After retiring, he joined NASA's Johnson Space Center and became an astronaut. This was his dream. 2 years ago, he and his best friend and high school classmate Dr. Reed Richards, as well as Dr. Richards' assistants Susan Stone and Johnny Stone, John is Susan's younger brother, took a spacecraft to perform a mission in space. During the voyage, they encountered a strong ray storm. After finally returning to Earth, the effects of the rays began to appear. Susan mysteriously disappeared and suddenly reappeared. Ben became a stone monster, Reed's body became stretchable like a rubber band, and Johnny turned into a blazing flame and flew into the sky. After they returned to Earth, they immediately became NASA's most important scientific research results. Later, they were believed to have mutant genes, but when they went to the space environment and encountered a ray storm, they awakened their mutant abilities. After that, the four of them were employed by NASA to continue their research, while they also fought for justice in their hometown of Houston. After all, the security environment in Houston is hard to describe, even though it is the famous space city. Their relatively peaceful style of doing things and the personality of liking to cooperate with the authorities made them do well in Texas, where there are many tough guys. But as for influence, Texas and the mainstream of the United States have never been on good terms, so their influence can only stay in Houston. This time, they were also captured by the Skrulls, who made a lot of trouble in Houston under their identities. It is said that when they were fighting for justice again, they accidentally destroyed the Houston Toyota Center. At that time, an NBA game was being held. It is said that the Rockets found the reason why they did not win the championship again, all because of the Fantastic Four. Anyway, I don't know if this one is the one in Houston, but he did use the ability of the Stone Man. In the evaluation of superheroes, the power of the Stone Man is still quite recognized. At least S.H.I.E.L.D. analyzed that he could fight the Hulk, although the two had never met before. Oh, they had never met before. This time they met, and Hulk liked Ben quite a bit because he could take a beating. Boom boom boom. The Stone Man weighed nearly a ton, and stepped on the flight deck with a rumbling sound, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Just when he was about to get close to the Ghost Rider, the Stone Man jumped, and then pressed down on the Ghost Rider with an earth throw. His body hardness was also close to diamond, very hard. So this guy didn't care about the hellfire that looked terrible at all. Boom. With a loud bang. The strong inertia plus the huge kinetic energy made the power of was smashed down no less than that of a missile. Even the hard flight deck was smashed into a dent. The Ghost Rider was pressed down by the Stone Man's body, leaving only one arm exposed, and the flames that were originally burning on the finger bones suddenly went out. It seemed that he was KO'd. The Stone Man was also very proud, but he didn't wait for his thick skin as hard as diamond to show a proud expression. His face wrinkled up all of a sudden. The skeletal arm under him moved. Then the Stone Man let out a scream. It was hard to imagine such a rough and big guy would shout so sharply. Then his heavy body was lifted up little by little. Then everyone saw that the Ghost Rider, who should have been crushed into powder, stood up intact, grabbed the Stone Man's abdomen with one hand, and lifted him up. Boom. The next second, the Stone Man was smashed into the flight deck by the Ghost Rider. Then, without waiting for others to react, the Ghost Rider grabbed the Stone Man's head, who was already dizzy, and made him level with his eyes. Look at me. Sinner. The Stone Man almost instinctively looked at the Ghost Rider's empty but flaming eyes. Look into my eyes. Your soul has been tainted by the souls of innocent people, so now, accept the pain. Then the world in the Stone Man's eyes changed, turning into a world full of flames, struggling souls and wailing everywhere. Countless souls who had been hurt by him began to question him. There were his friends, relatives, former lovers, and many dead people, including humans and Skrulls. If these questions were in normal times, they would not cause any harm to him except making him feel unhappy. But in this world, those questions were like red-hot steel knives, cutting him into pieces. You are guilty. No. From the outside world's point of view, the Stone Man just looked at the Ghost Rider, and then his eyes began to burn. Then his eyes were burned into honeycomb charcoal, and then the flames spread to his entire head. Then the Stone Man's tough head, which was as hard as diamond, was instantly burned out on the flames, leaving only a black skull. No. Ben. At this time, a flame fell from the sky and blew the Ghost Rider away. It's the Human Torch. Still a fake, but this one seems to be getting into the role, and really thinks he's one of the Fantastic Four. It seems that this is really a fake from Houston. You killed Ben. I'm going to kill you. The Human Torch, relying on the fact that he was also on fire, bravely rode on the Ghost Rider and punched the Ghost Rider in the face. But the next second, his fist was caught by the Ghost Rider. Generally speaking, anyone who dares to do this will be burned to ashes by the flames of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius on his body. The Human Torch's body can emit flames. Under normal circumstances, he can maintain his flames for about 17 hours. He can also fly at supersonic speeds, control flames to attack, and his body can absorb heat. The Human Torch can also generate nova-level explosions up to 1 million degrees Fahrenheit, 555, 537, but it will exhaust all his energy. But obviously this kind of flame is a small kiss to the Ghost Rider. Here I want to explain that although the flames on the Human Torch are very hot, they are natural fires. They cannot burn without oxygen, and they will be extinguished if they encounter a lot of water. But the hellfire on the Ghost Rider is very mysterious. Others are not natural flames at all. You. Guilty. Without further ado, the Ghost Rider used the Eye of Judgment again. Then everyone saw the spectacle of flames burning flames. Chapter 1386, Fantastic Four Civil War. The Human Torch was burned to death. This sounds ridiculous, but it is true. This kind of nonsense really happened in front of everyone. The Human Torch was burned to ashes while wailing. After doing all this, Ghost Rider stood up as if nothing had happened, and then continued to walk towards the bridge. Although Johnny released the restrictions and allowed him to kill as much as he wanted here, there is a prerequisite, that is, to control this flying carrier. Although the soul of vengeance is very resistant to such work that has nothing to do with a trial, there is no way. This is Johnny's body. Johnny has a natural advantage. Even if the soul of vengeance is much stronger than him, the soul of vengeance itself is just an alien living in his body. He cannot take the initiative completely. What's more, after Johnny practiced Kunlun Kicken, his own strength may not have changed much, but in terms of mind control, it is no longer the same as before. If it really comes to a dead end, Johnny may suppress him for life and not allow him to come out. That would be a big loss. Seeing Ghost Rider like this, the other Super Skrulls gritted their teeth and joined the battle. No matter what, they couldn't let Ghost Rider continue to be so arrogant. On the ground, the battle also fell into a stalemate. By the way, there are also the Fantastic Four on the ground. These guys won't just copy their useful abilities once, that would be a waste. The abilities of the Fantastic Four are very useful, in all aspects. For example, now, Hulk. Smash. Hulk clenched his hands and smashed the rock giant in front of him with a cannon hammer. Boom. The rock giant held his head with both hands and resisted the Hulk's smash. There was a loud bang, and the rock giant groaned and knelt on one knee. The ground sank again under the influence of the two behemoths. Hulk, seeing that the other party actually resisted, Hulk's interest was even higher. I want to do it again. Hulk will never get bored with this kind of activity no matter how many times. He is the other side of Banner. Banner is restrained, silent and even a little introverted. His life is a standard template of a good person. Not to mention fighting, he has even spoken loudly. But people are always complicated. It is impossible for a person to have only one side. Almost everyone in this world is like this. They will more or less suppress their other side in their daily lives. The difference is that Banner's other side is infinitely magnified under the effect of gamma rays. How quiet Banner is, how violent Hulk is. Even worse. In fact, Hulk did not become a madman who only knows destruction, but just a bare child who has not grown up. He is very, very lucky. If it were someone else. Abomination is the best example. In short, Hulk was very happy. But the next second, his body froze. It turned out to be Mr. Fantastic. He entangled Hulk tightly. Mr. Fantastic's real name is Reed Richards. He has been known as a child prodigy since he was a child. He has graduated from world-class universities such as California Institute of Technology, Harvard University, Columbia University, and Empire State University, and has obtained doctoral degrees in engineering, mathematics, physics and other fields. His personality is very similar to Banner. But unlike Banner, Banner has always been very low-key. But Richards is different. He is valued by capital and pushed out to be promoted like Tony Stark. Capital is a thing that can do anything for profit. Richards himself is not particularly keen on this aspect, but for the sake of his own laboratory funds, he still has to follow those capitals. As a result, those capitals are not interested in scientific creation at all. They just want to use Charlie's to draw PPT and circle as much money as possible from retail investors. However, this group of people really succeeded. Especially after Tony Stark became Iron Man and created the arc reactor, the market of Richards, the fake, is bullish. Their PPT has become a company worth billions. Although they didn't produce any decent results. This also led to Tony Stark's dislike of Richards, who thought he was a liar, even though he recognized Richards' talent. In his words, he was only a little bit behind him, as far as Los Angeles to New York. Well, this is already a great evaluation. Do you think he can compare with others? But his approach made veteran scientists like Tony look down on him. You have nothing, but you dare to brag about a goal and go to the stock market to make money. It's too ugly. So although there were always press releases that brought them together, Tony never paid any attention to Mr. Fantastic, and even used means to severely warn Richards and the people behind him, so that such press releases would not be seen. Even now, when the two met, Tony didn't look at Richards well. Let's talk about Richards. Like Ben the Thing, he has also experienced the baptism of cosmic rays and has developed mutant genes. Mr. Fantastic's body has super elasticity. His whole body can stretch to incredible lengths and can change its volume and shape through elasticity. He can make his entire body or part of it plastic, allowing it to extend, expand, stretch and deform in other forms. He often uses his body to transform into objects such as roadblocks, cylinders, cubes, parachutes, etc. He is also immune to physical attacks. For example, when a bullet touches his body, it will rebound and shoot at the gunman. His body can resist small explosions. Unless he intentionally allows explosives to pass through his body, it is difficult for explosives to tear or pierce his skin. Now he is surrounding Hulk in circles. His super elastic body is very restraining to physical attack players like Hulk in a sense. Then the Invisible Woman also flew in front of Hulk and placed her hands directly on Hulk's head. The Invisible Woman, whose real name is Susan Stone, is the sister of the Human Torch. Like other teammates, she was suddenly exposed to cosmic rays during a space expedition and accidentally gained superpowers. At first, she could only control light waves to make herself and others invisible. But later, she could manipulate the invisible force field she created, fly at high speed, control the movement of objects, and launch powerful energy shields and weapons. The Invisible Woman can also fly at high speed, and she can also use the invisible force field to generate ultrasonic shock waves for long-range attacks. By the way, this lady's personality is very similar to Pepper. She specializes in helping Charlize take care of other affairs, so that Richards can concentrate on her own science and technology career. She is also blonde and has a great figure. She is more beautiful than Pepper. Tony once flirted with her, but was splashed with wine by this girl. The Invisible Woman's hands emitted blue light, and a burst of ultrasonic shock was poured into Hulk's ears. Roar. Even with Hulk's physical fitness, he was hurt by this move. But even Hulk didn't expect that his roar of life would actually shake the Invisible Woman, and almost couldn't maintain the offensive. But it was precisely her hesitation that made Hulk sober for a while, just for a while. But at that moment, Hulk seized the opportunity. As for Hulk, you can't say whether he is smart or stupid. After all, he is only 3 years old. How can you tell? But one thing is undeniable, that is his fighting instinct. Although he looks reckless and can only smash things, he is actually like a beast, born to fight. At that moment, he found that his roar could actually hurt the Invisible Woman. Almost instinctively, he thought of how to deal with this difficult enemy. He took a deep breath, and the breath was so big that his chest expanded nearly 3 times and instantly swelled into a ball. The Invisible Woman perfectly reacted to what he was going to do. Then she saw Hulk suddenly open his mouth and spit. Roar. A roar that shook the earth. His mouth was almost touching the face of the Invisible Woman. In fact, I originally planned to have Hulk bite off half of the opponent's head, but I thought it was too disgusting, so I didn't do it. The Invisible Woman's eyes were directly lost in the huge noise, and then 2 streams of blood spurted out of her ears. Then she fell to the ground like an oak log, and then Hulk stepped on her with his big foot. Puff. Have you seen a tomato being crushed? It's very similar. Only the Invisible Woman's limbs were left on the ground twitching reflexively. The scene was very brutal. Roar. The stone man Ben, who had just been beaten badly, also saw his companion being killed at this time. He immediately let out a roar and beat Hulk fiercely. Boom 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 boom. Hulk's hands were entangled, and he couldn't fight back, so he had to be pressed to the ground and beaten. Seeing that Hulk was wrinkled, naturally someone needed to help. As luck would have it, the genuine Fantastic Four came to support him, so when facing Susan, he has never been confident enough. He has been a typical nerd since he was a child. Even though he is actually very handsome, he is still not popular. He has always been very inferior to women. He even felt that whether he has a girlfriend or not has no effect on him until he met Susan. So he never found out that Susan likes him. Or he noticed a little bit of tendency, but he was inferior and thought he was blind. Their emotional breakthrough was thanks to the Skrulls. But this made Thunderbolt very angry. In fact, any boy with a sister will have a kind of hostility towards men who spy on their sister. The cabbage in his family was actually taken by a pig? I can't stand it. Especially this bastard, who has always been very nice to his sister. In Thunderbolt's opinion, his sister has hinted countless times, but this bastard has always turned a blind eye. Now he suddenly changed his attitude and became inseparable with his sister. Thunderbolt doesn't believe it. Based on his scumbag, no, based on his experience of fraternity, this grandson must have seen his sister coming to the door, so he wants to scum her. So, these days, he warned Richards intentionally or unintentionally. Yet, now too. On the other side, The real Mr. Fantastic also followed suit and tied up the fake thing Ben, and then he heard the shouting of the Human Torch, and the unlucky guy with his face on him was burned to charcoal by the Human Torch. Gulu. The warning of the brother-in-law is too deterrent. Who wouldn't tremble when seeing it? Stop it. Susan saw her brother making trouble again, and immediately shouted. Humph. Susan looked at her childish brother, a little bit amused. Really childish. Don't you think about why I am so fond of Richards? Suddenly not taking a bath, or because of his age? Of course, it's because of his talent and his superpowers. Well, the proportion of superpowers is a little bigger. After all, he is a super rubber man. He can be big or small, long or short, forward or backward, left or right. The key is that he can be inflated. He can last for a long time without affecting the touch. Even if he does that, it will not disappear. This is something that women absolutely cannot refuse. So, children know nothing. Big sisters are experts. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this. Business is more important. Kill that fake Ben quickly. Although Ben is actually the best choice to kill this fake, but Ben is fighting passionately with a fake Hulk at the moment and has no time. All he can do is roar. With a fake Mr. Fantastic dying, the Skrull naturally couldn't restrain Hulk. As a result, the moment Hulk broke free, he raised his hand and punched the invisible woman who was closest to him. Seeing that the invisible woman was about to die, a transparent protective shield suddenly appeared to protect the invisible woman, but she was only knocked away without being hurt at all. Susan, the Human Torch, subconsciously wanted to fight back. Mr. Fantastic, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He was calmer and knew that Hulk could not do anything to Susan. No. Jonathan. No. I'm fine. They had already been educated about the characteristics of the Hulk. Once he gets angry, except for a few people, everyone else must be careful to be hurt by mistake. Ordinary people should not approach him casually. For example, there is no such problem, he can take a beating. Moreover, it is understandable that Hulk did not recognize that the person in front of him is a friend. After all, this woman looks exactly like the one he just stepped on to death. Chapter 1387, 2 more chapters tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket at the end of the month. Please give me a recommendation ticket. On the other side, Ben and Luke Cage fought against the enemy together. There was no other way. Although Flash and Quicksilver had helped them to deal with some Hulks, the Skrulls released more than 300 Skrull Hulks at once, which was too many. And the inhibitors could not make those Skrulls lose their combat effectiveness all at once. At most, they could not transform into Hulks. But as long as they pulled out the inhibitors and waited for the gamma energy in their bodies to recover, they could transform again. So there were still many fish that slipped through the net and were still fighting. Boom. Luke was directly hit by a Hulk and fell next to the genuine Stone Man Ben with a bang. Hey. Buddy, are you okay? After Ben threw a Hulk out fiercely, he turned around and asked Luke. How many times have you been like this? Luke's abilities are indestructible and powerful, and his ability to resist attacks is very strong. But the problem is that compared with a Hulk, he is still a little worse. So he was hit many times. PFFT, Luke spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely. He had fallen too many times, and there was blood stasis in his body. Now he spat out a blood stasis again, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Fighting poison with poison is a way of saying it. I can hold on all day, roar. Captain America's classic lines, I like them too. Ben is about the same age as Charlie's, both are almost 40 years old. In their era, Hollywood produced several Captain America movies, so most old men of their age like Captain America. But, man, everyone can shout slogans, but this is not a solution now. The Stone Man saw a few more Hulks surrounding him and took a few deep breaths. He didn't suffer any injuries, but he couldn't stand the high intensity of fighting. Fighting is actually very physically demanding. Being able to fight for more than 10 minutes is definitely a gifted existence. So Captain America is an outlier. Don't think he is really bad. Well, he is indeed bad, but in terms of endurance, he is definitely a top-tier existence. No wonder Ms. Carter has been thinking about him all the time. In short, fighting with a heavyweight like the Hulk would be even more tiring. So Ben couldn't take it anymore. It was too damn cruel. How about calling for support? Ben turned around and asked Luke. No, Luke rejected it outright. Unlike Ben and the Fantastic Four, The Defenders, where Luke belongs, are inferior to the Fantastic Four in strength, but they are the direct descendants. They are New Yorkers. Although it seems outdated to say that people are from the same hometown in this era, in fact, people always choose relatives from far and near. The Defenders are in New York, and New York is always the center of the world. The superheroes here are the biggest. Most of the superheroes in other places are also related to Kai and Tony, the core of New York superheroes, and are willing to listen to them. So this time, Kai and Tony are the best in commanding and planning. When making plans, Kai and Tony did not act arbitrarily, but instead gathered ideas from all sides. Well, just find a few familiar people who they think can be trusted to discuss together. And the Defenders are among them. There is no way. Who told them to be familiar with Kai? Although Luke was there to make up the numbers, Matt participated in the whole process of the plan. He still knew some things, but the Fantastic Four were far behind. Although Richards was smart, he was no longer invited. On the one hand, he was not familiar with him, and on the other hand, Tony did not like Richards. It was that simple, nothing complicated. Kai and Tony are the last reserve team. They can't be allowed to come out until the critical moment. The plan this time is to catch all the Skrulls in one fell swoop. No one knows the Skrulls' backup plan, even Raven can't be completely unaware of it. So they must be used to hold the fort. What should we do? Ben didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He himself was not a person who liked to argue. Honesty and simplicity were his synonyms. There is no way, I can only show some trump cards. Since they knew it was a tough battle, Kai and Tony would certainly not only provide weapons and equipment, but also distribute some trump cards. Luke patted his black combat uniform. Then there was a squirming at the collar of the combat uniform, and a small injection appeared. We also have this. Ben watched all this with wide eyes. He didn't expect that their combat suits had this function. To be honest, Ben quite liked this combat suit, because with his body shape, no matter what combat suit he wore, he would feel uncomfortable. But this combat suit would not feel like that. Instead, it made him feel more relaxed. When fighting, he was faster and more powerful. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the siege of several Hulks. But Ben did not know that their combat suits had this. During the combat meeting, we were notified, and the user manual was distributed later. How could you not know? Luke was more surprised than him. What? Combat meeting? Ben had a question mark on his face, and then he remembered. Oh, I feel like I fell asleep. Combat meeting. He really fell asleep. But it's not his fault. You and Hulk fight passionately every day, and you don't have much energy. Of course, this is not a good time to discuss this. What is this? Stimulant, Luke said. What? Ben was shocked. He knew that this thing was not a good thing, especially the stimulant taken out at this time. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. Don't worry, this is a special stimulant provided by Stark. There are no side effects. Well, not really, it's just expensive, very expensive. Luke knew what Ben was worried about. In fact, when everyone heard it, they had the same idea. But then Tony gave himself an injection. Let everyone see the effect. Of course there are no side effects. This thing is made of dragon bone extract as the raw material. Over the years, Tony has never given up studying this thing. Although it is still very mysterious and Tony has never been able to analyze the principle, he has also found out some different effects. As a stimulant, its dragon bone extract content is not high, but it is enough. It can bring a huge increase to the user in a short period of time, and this increase is all round. The only drawback is that the process will be a little painful. Of course, this is not a side effect. At least after the effect of the drug disappears, it will not cause any harm to the human body. After saying that, Luke immediately gave himself an injection. Waiting for the drug to be fully pushed into the body, Luke immediately threw the thing away and let out a scream. Then his body began to vibrate rapidly as if he had eaten dynamite. His muscles also began to grow rapidly, and the blood vessels on the surface of his body bulged. He looked extremely scary. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1388 First Update. Just 3 seconds later, Luke became a super strong man with a height of 2.5 meters. This taste. No wonder Tony said to use it with caution. Luke wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a lingering fear. The pain of the whole body being torn apart is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. The stone man next to him was also a little dumbfounded when he saw Luke's expansion so much in an instant, but what made him even more dumbfounded was that he tried, and found that he couldn't get in at all. His body is as hard as diamond, how could this small needle get in? What should I do now? Boom. Luke smashed a Skrull Hulk's teeth with one punch, and then he had time to say, how would I know? I guess Mr. Stark didn't expect this situation. Why don't you try drinking it? Ben dodged a Hulk's pounce and sat on his head. Can this stuff be drunk? It won't poison anyone anyway. Luke felt great now. He felt a constant stream of power pouring out of his body. He didn't feel tired at all. He wanted to announce loudly that he would fight 10 of them. Ben looked at the enemies around him, thought about his own physical strength, gritted his teeth, and drank. At most, it would be digested by stomach acid, and it wouldn't work. It's impossible to poison himself to death. So he simply threw the syringe into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and sucked it hard a few times before spitting out the residue. When the liquid inside entered his mouth, Ben immediately felt like he had drunk a mouthful of 70-proof liquor. He could clearly feel a burning sensation directly from his throat to his stomach. He felt like his stomach was about to be burned through. However, along with this pain, a wave of heat began to surge from his lower abdomen and spread to his whole body. His previous fatigue and pain were swept away in an instant, and then his ears and eyes became sharp. He was now in pain and happy. While he wanted to cut open his stomach, he felt like lying in a sauna, and his whole body was comfortable. But to say that he had changed as much as Luke, he hadn't. But now was not the time for him to stop exploring this, because the enemy had already come up. Boom. With a heavy punch, Ben punched a fake Hulk away, and then knocked down another idiot who was holding his waist with an elbow. Why am I different from you? In other places, many people began to inject this special drug. Anyway, no matter who it was, as long as they injected this drug, they would become thick and big. Only he seemed to have no change. He saw with his own eyes that after the Wolverine Logan was injected with the drug, he immediately grew hair all over his body and almost turned into a werewolf, and then began to kill people everywhere. In just 30 seconds, he tore an alien Hulk to pieces. Looking at himself again. Damn. The difference is too big. There is no change at all. Who knows? After all, this thing is injected directly. Luke didn't have time to chat with him. He met a new enemy. Wolverine. Of course, it was still a fake. But he still had some knowledge of how terrifying Logan was. After all, the real person was killing people not far away. So Luke had to be careful. However, the next second, Luke felt that he had thought too much. Because the other party stretched out his claws. Wolverine's skeleton includes 6 retractable foot-long bone claws, 3 in each arm. Located under the skin and muscles of his forearms. Wolverine can release these slightly curved claws at will through the skin between the knuckles of both hands. But they are not metal, but bone claws. In fact, it makes sense when you think about it. After all, Wolverine's adamantium claws are not born with him, but were artificially modified later. In fact, in addition to his almost invincible self-healing ability, the most troublesome thing about Wolverine is actually his steel bones. His entire body of bones is adamantium. This makes all his vital points protected by this metal that is said to never deform. With his self-healing ability, he is basically invincible. With the sharp claws of adamantium, he has super strong attack power. This is how the terrifying Wolverine is now. But without the blessing of adamantium, his threat level is immediately greatly reduced. And the fake Wolverine took the lead in attacking Luke. Luke also responded carefully to his claws. He had tried Logan's grab out of curiosity before, and that thing could easily cut his skin. But the guy on the opposite side obviously knew the characteristics of Wolverine, which is super strong self-healing ability. He risked being punched by Luke and grabbed Luke's arm. Luke was startled and immediately increased his horsepower and hit Wolverine hard. Here we can see a person's style of doing things. If it was Kai, if someone used this life-for-life fighting method, he would definitely rush to kill the other party at the first time, as long as he killed the other party before the other party killed him. Then he wouldn't have to die. But Luke, the fact that he can hang out with Matt is very telling. Although he is not as saintly as Matt, he does not kill people. Even many times, he has a hard time beating up a few thugs. It's not that he can't beat them, But he is always restrained, afraid that he will overexert himself and accidentally kill people. Fortunately, he can usually drag down the enemy, so he has never planned to change. People who are close to the red will be red, and people who are close to the black will be black. For example, Jessica hangs out with Kai. Her hands are so dirty that she wants to kill people. Luke follows Matt, and gets beat 9 times in 3 days. But he doesn't care much. As it is now, the best way for Luke is to go straight to Logan's head. No matter how strong Logan's self-healing ability is, he can't regenerate after blowing up his head. But Luke subconsciously doesn't want to do this. That will kill people. It's not that Luke sympathizes with these Skrulls, but it's a completely subconscious operation. So Wolverine got punched a few times, but it was nothing. Even if the bones were broken, they would heal quickly. Why bother? Then Wolverine grinned and stretched out his claws. He was going to tear this black guy to pieces. Just like what the real Wolverine did to his compatriots. However, puff, puff, puff. 3 times in a row, only the sound of fists hitting leather was heard. It didn't break the defense. Luke lowered his head and watched the kid stabbing him. What are you doing? This thing hurt a little, just like being stabbed with a toothpick, but that was it. It was more of an itch. He was not a stone man. Although his skin was very hard, it was actually no different from ordinary people in terms of touch. He could feel everything he should feel. The fake Wolverine looked at the real Wolverine who was killing people on the other side, and immediately felt the difference in the world. Fuck. It's different from what we agreed. Chapter 1389 Second Update. Continue with 2 updates tomorrow. On the spaceship, Ghost Rider's killing was still going on. The Skrulls had already used all the methods they could think of, but they couldn't shake him at all. This was an indestructible copper P. No matter what method they used, even if they blasted him to death, this guy could walk out of the flames and continue fighting as if nothing had happened. Seeing this situation, the Skrulls didn't know what to do. What should we do? A Skrull commander roared with red eyes. Think of a way. The Skrulls' home planet is an extremely water-scarce planet. Water resources have always been a scarce resource during the evolution of the Skrulls. This also led to the Skrulls' bodies being extremely water-retaining. Their skin is completely different from that of humans and is extremely waterproof. At the same time, their other organs have also evolved around this characteristic. Therefore, their tear glands are extremely underdeveloped, and many Skrulls will never cry in their entire lives. At most, they will howl dryly. Only when they are extremely sad will they secrete a small amount of tears. It must be a huge blow to make a Skrull cry. The Skrull commander just experienced his saddest moment. He watched his son being grabbed by the neck by the Ghost Rider and burned into a skeleton. The calmest person was the radical leader who was known for his impulsiveness. Abandon the ship, he said coldly. What? Everyone else was stunned. Abandon the ship at this time? What are you thinking? The radical leader sighed helplessly. He really didn't want to be with this group of insects, but there was no way. They had to unite, so he had to patiently explain to them. What is our purpose? He took a deep breath and restrained his hot temper a little. After all, there was no point in arguing. Even though many of the arguments between them were initiated by him. This is a different time. In the past, everyone didn't take humans seriously and thought they could succeed. Naturally, there is nothing to say. Fighting for power and profit is the same in any group. At that time, of course, you can quarrel as much as you want. Whoever wins the argument may be the leader of the Skrulls in the future. Why not quarrel? But now it's this time, quarreling can't solve any problems. So the one who loves to quarrel the most is now the calmest. I have to say, it is a wonderful irony. Is it to protect this broken ship? This thing has no effect on us. Our target is those 3 spaceships. The leader of the radicals reminded others not to forget their real purpose. The others were stunned. Yes, but something seemed wrong. Then how do we retreat? Someone asked. Yes, there are so many of them. Do they rely on those 3 spaceships? That is absolutely impossible. So the flying aircraft carrier cannot be lost. If it is lost, how can they evacuate? Could it be that they take the bus, subway or taxi? The leader of the radicals did not get impatient this time. Instead, he asked very sadly, don't you see what the situation is now? How many of us do you think can retreat? He pointed to several battlefields. After the battle began, they have deployed troops to the ground 3 times. The first time was 300 Hulks, who planned to attack the rabbit like a lion, and directly penetrate the human beings with the strongest force. However, this group of people suffered the most losses, and they were tricked. Now there are only 40 to 50 Hulks who can still fight. They had no choice but to deploy troops again. But even so, the human defense line was still as solid as a rock. They still couldn't enter the factory, and the team that sneaked in for a surprise attack was also defeated. All members died in the battle. It's no exaggeration to say that there are corpses everywhere in the battle. On the contrary, there was no casualty on the human side. It's too much? They clearly copied their abilities. Why are they not their opponents? They haven't noticed until now that those superheroes have been strengthened. What's more, is there anyone who is more familiar with their abilities than those superheroes themselves? It's really nothing to deal with them. On the contrary, the Skrulls have been hiding after copying their abilities. There is no actual combat opportunity. Instead, they can't exert the true strength of those abilities at all. It's not surprising that they are suppressed. Even if we succeed, not many people will be able to successfully board the spacecraft. So your worries are completely unnecessary. What a cruel answer. Everyone fell silent. Yes, how many people can return to the mothership? They care about this flying carrier, just because they are afraid that it will fall and destroy New York. Since they are afraid, then, let their nightmare come true. Our flagship, shut down the engine, and start the self-destruction program. Humanity must pay the price, so many compatriots have sacrificed, and humans must taste the pain. Even if things are not instant, using the flying carrier's self-destruction to destroy the factory and those superheroes is also a good way to die together. Now, abandon the ship immediately. Start the self-destruction countdown. If the mission cannot be completed, then die with humanity. Let us all join the battlefield. Yes, a group of Skrulls have become soldiers of misery. Soldiers of misery will win. This is also the effect that the radical leader wants. However, in a place they can't see, an ordinary female Skrull clerk secretly inserted something into the control system of the spacecraft. Then the female Skrull followed the others to the hangar as if nothing had happened. Many of them are not super Skrulls, and they can't jump directly from a high altitude. That is equivalent to sending themselves to death. Kai also received the news. Okay, things are going much smoother than expected. It seems that Batman and the Night King will not have many opportunities to play, Kai said to Tony. Ah, is that the end? Tony was a little disappointed. After all, they had made a lot of preparations for today, but they didn't even get off the court, and the opponent was going to GG. You are a little sick, can't you just solve it? You have to kill people everywhere, Kai said angrily. What's wrong with this? No. I mean, is that the end? They don't have any backup? They sound very powerful. Kai shook his head. Come on, we have the advantage from the beginning. How can they beat us? In fact, the Skrulls are still quite powerful. If Kai hadn't known their weaknesses in advance, Kai really wouldn't have had a good way to deal with them. For example, they didn't confront Kai and his team head-on, but just like the fake Fantastic Four in Houston, they acted recklessly under the guise of superheroes, which was enough to give Kai a headache. Don't underestimate the destructive power of these guys. Even if they are solved by then, the image of superheroes will be ruined. People will not be so calm. Last day to ask for monthly tickets. On the spaceship, Ghost Rider's killing is still going on. The Skrulls have taken out all the methods they can think of, but they can't shake him at all. This is an indestructible copper P. No matter what method they use, even if they kill him to pieces, this guy can walk out of the flames and continue fighting like nothing happened. Seeing this situation, the Skrulls don't know what to do. What should we do? A Skrull commander roared with red eyes. Think of a way. The Skrulls' home planet is an extremely water-scarce planet. Water resources have always been a scarce resource during the evolution of the Skrulls. This also leads to the Skrulls' bodies being extremely water-retaining. Their skin is completely different from that of humans and is extremely waterproof. At the same time, their other organs have also evolved around this characteristic. Therefore, their tear glands are extremely underdeveloped, and many Skrulls will never cry in their entire lives. At most, they will howl dryly. Only when they are extremely sad will they secrete a small amount of tears. It must be a great blow to make a Skrull cry. The Skrull commander just experienced his saddest moment. He watched his son being grabbed by the neck by the Ghost Rider and burned into a skeleton. The calmest person was the radical leader who was famous for his impulsiveness. Abandon the ship, he said coldly. What? Everyone else was stunned. Abandon the ship at this time? What are you thinking? The radical leader sighed helplessly. He really didn't want to be with this group of insects, but there was no way. They had to unite, so he had to patiently explain to them. What is our purpose? He took a deep breath and let his hot temper be restrained a little. After all, there was no point in arguing. Even though many of the arguments between them were initiated by him. This is a different time. In the past, everyone didn't take humans seriously and thought they could succeed. Of course, there is nothing to say. Fighting for power is the same in any group. At that time, of course, you can quarrel as much as you want. Whoever wins the quarrel may be the leader of the Skrulls in the future. Why not quarrel? But now it is this time, and quarreling can't solve any problems. So the one who likes to quarrel the most is now the calmest. I have to say, it is a wonderful irony. Are you protecting this broken ship? This thing has no effect on us. Our goal is those 3 spaceships. The leader of the radicals reminded others not to forget their real purpose. The others were stunned. Yes, but something seemed wrong. Then how do we retreat? Someone asked. Yes, there are so many of them. Do they rely on those 3 spaceships? That's absolutely impossible. So the flying carrier cannot be lost. If it is lost, how can they evacuate? Could it be that they take the bus, subway or taxi? The radical leader was not impatient this time, but asked very sadly, don't you see what's going on now? How many of us do you think can retreat? He pointed to several battlefields. After the battle began, they had deployed troops to the ground 3 times. The first time was 300 Hulks, who planned to attack the human race with their strongest force. However, this group of people suffered the most losses, and they were tricked. Now there are only 40 to 50 Hulks who can still fight. They had no choice but to deploy troops again. But even so, the human defense line is still as solid as Mount I. They still failed to enter the factory, and the team that sneaked in for a surprise attack also fell. All of them died in the battle. It's not an exaggeration to say that there are corpses everywhere in the battle. On the contrary, there was no casualty on the human side. It's too much? They clearly copied their abilities, so why are they not their opponents? Until now, they haven't noticed that those superheroes have been strengthened. What's more, is there anyone who is more familiar with their abilities than those superheroes themselves? It's nothing to deal with them. On the contrary, the Skrulls have been hiding after copying their abilities. There is no chance for them to fight. They can't really use their abilities. It's not surprising that they are beaten. Even if we succeed, not many people will be able to board the spacecraft, so your worries are unnecessary. What a cruel answer. Everyone fell silent. Yes, how many people can return to the mothership? They care about this flying carrier, just because they are afraid that this thing will fall and destroy New York. Since they are afraid, then, let their nightmare come true. Our flagship, shut down the engine, and start the self-destruction program. Humanity must pay the price, so many compatriots have sacrificed, and humans must taste the pain. Even if things don't happen instantly, using the self-destruction of the flying carrier to destroy the factory and those superheroes is also a good way to die together. Now, abandon the ship immediately. Start the self-destruction countdown. If the mission cannot be completed, then die together with humans. Let's all join the battlefield. Yes, the Skrulls have become desperate soldiers. Desperate soldiers will win. This is also the effect that the radical leader wants. However, in a place they can't see, an ordinary female Skrull clerk secretly inserted something into the control system of the spacecraft. Then the female Skrull followed the others to the hangar as if nothing had happened. Many of them are not super Skrulls, and they can't jump directly from a high altitude. That is equivalent to committing suicide. Kai also received the news. Okay, things are much smoother than expected. It seems that Batman and the Night King have no chance to appear, Kai said to Tony. Ah, is that the end? Tony was a little disappointed. After all, they had made a lot of preparations for today, but they didn't get off the field, and the opponent was going to GG. You are a little sick, can't you just solve it simply? Do you have to kill people? Kai angrily retorted. What's wrong with this? No. I mean, is this the end? They don't have any backup plan? They sound very powerful. Kai shook his head. Come on, we have had the advantage from the beginning. How can they defeat us? In fact, the Skrulls are still quite powerful. If Kai hadn't known their weaknesses in advance, Kai really wouldn't have had any good way to deal with them. For example, They don't confront Kai and his team head-on, but just like the fake Fantastic Four in Houston, they do whatever they want under the guise of superheroes, which is enough to give Kai a headache. Don't underestimate the destructive power of these guys. Even if they are dealt with by then, the image of superheroes will be ruined. The people will not be so calm. The Last Day. Chapter 1390. First update, please guarantee it. However, to be honest, there are still too few Skrulls. If they had hundreds of thousands of people, this war would be really hard to say. Unfortunately, they have at most a few thousand people, and even fewer people remain on Earth. This small number of people is like conquering the Earth. Do you really think it is still the age of discovery? The days when dozens of white people with guns can conquer the natives simply cannot exist in this era. So at the beginning, Kai never thought that he would lose. The key is how much he will lose. In order to reduce losses, Kai prepared so many things. At present, everything seems to be moving in a good direction. The only worry is the opponent's backhand, which seems to have not appeared. The Skrulls on the flying carrier quickly landed and joined the battlefield with guns. There are not many super Skrulls among these Skrulls, and most of them are ordinary Skrulls. Wait a minute, at this moment, a leading Skrull shouted suddenly. The people on the battlefield were stunned, and then separated tacitly. This made Kai speechless. Do you have to be so civilized? The other party shouted, wait a minute, and you really stopped? If Kai was here, I wouldn't care what you yell. Anyway, you are my enemy. I will kill you as soon as I get a chance. There is no need to say so much. However, no matter what the personalities of these superheroes are, most of them already have the so-called idol burden. Really, not funny, but true. This group of people are not willing to show their weakness in front of the aliens. Since you yelled stop, we will stop. At most, we can just fight again. Perhaps this is the margin of strength? What do you want to say? Captain America stood up again. It seems that this has become some kind of unwritten setting. Captain America is the leader no matter where he is. Obviously, on the human side, Kai and Tony are the undisputed leaders, but Captain America stood up. Not only did he not think there was anything wrong, but others also acquiesced. Even on the Skrull side, the same is true. Their super Skrull leaders all acquiesced to copy Captain America. What kind of weird setting is this? We are willing to leave the Earth, said the Skrull. As long as you make way and let those 3 flying carriers go, we will leave the Earth immediately. The other Skrulls also looked at the leader, but most of them just flickered their eyes and did not speak to stop him. We don't want to add any more meaningless sacrifices. Captain America looked at them and shook his head. Impossible, we have no losses. Moreover, we are not afraid of sacrifice. It is a soldier's responsibility to sacrifice to fight against invaders. If you really don't want to add any more meaningless sacrifices, then surrender. I guarantee with my personality that we will protect your safety. Captain America's speech stunned many superheroes for a moment. This is different from what Kai said. Kai has no intention of taking in prisoners. What he wants is to kill them all. Captain America's behavior can be called disobedience. Unlike in the movie, Captain America in the movie is a well-deserved leader. Even during the Civil War, a group of people supported him. Even though he had his own personal reasons for falling out with Tony, many people still followed him. Even a woman like Natasha would betray Tony because of Captain America. Even a proud man like Tony actually gave in to Captain America in the end. It's unimaginable. Anyway, Kai asked himself that he didn't have this kind of self. If it was Kai's good friend who killed Tony's parents, and Kai protected his good friend, Tony would definitely not forgive him. Kai is very self-aware. But in the movie world, Tony really forgave him. Where can I go to reason? But this is the real world, and Captain America is here. Most of the time he is a mascot. He doesn't have the prestige of having the final say. Because it is Kai and Tony who have always led everyone. Even Tony is much worse. Everyone respects him because of his smart mind. The leader that everyone really recognizes is Kai. For example, Frank is a ruthless person. He doesn't care whether Captain America is the original superhero or a senior. Just try to let Captain America stand in his way of revenge. He will definitely blow Captain America up without blinking an eye. In fact, Frank sneers at Steve. What he hates most in his life is that others ask him to give up revenge. As the saying goes, don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. In Frank's opinion, Tony's revenge is perfectly normal. Why should you, Steve Rogers, make Tony give up revenge? Just because you are Captain America? Others admire Kai because Kai has never missed a major event. Kai has participated in any major event and has led the way. He has saved the world several times. His prestige does not come from fame or qualifications, but from the accumulation of battles one after another. So everyone is convinced. Captain America. Captain America was absent from the Los Angeles battle before he came out of the ice. When the Chitauri invaded, he did participate in the resistance, but not many people have an impression, and even many superheroes don't know that Captain America actually participated in that battle. After all, the most glorious one that time was the Night King. When Loki invaded, Kai was carrying the whole process. The Ghost Rider made a big fuss in New York, and it was also Kai who dealt with it. When the Dark Elves invaded, it was the Night King and Kai who appeared. Then there was the Muto incident. Batman stole the show, and Kai supported the whole scene. And in the recent Titan War, although Godzilla is the protagonist, Kai and Tony are not idle either. The two teamed up to kill Rodan. In this way, Captain America is really much worse. He did not appear in many major events. Not to mention comparing with Kai, he can't even compare with Tony. So everyone is surprised by Captain America's current open disobedience, and even many people feel uncomfortable. Big Brother, what are you doing? This group of aliens wants to occupy the Earth and make all mankind their slaves. For example, Frank, he is the typical iron-blooded faction. He will not show any mercy to these aliens who have captured him. He doesn't even understand what Steve is going to do. Negotiate? What are you thinking? What is Steve thinking? Of course, it can't be a struggle for power. Although he is not as saint as people imagine, he is not so dark. He is a good person. Even Tony, who has a problem with him, has to admit this. He chose to respond to those Skrulls. In the final analysis, he still hopes to reduce losses. Even, he didn't want to kill all the Skrulls. He thought they could win, so there was no need to kill them all. After all, it would not benefit the human race. What is he doing? Tony's face changed. He wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Kai. Chapter 1391, second update, please vote for recommendation. Do you want to make peace? Tony looked at Kai. I'm not talking about peace. Of course I'll kill them, Kai said without hesitation. Then you, don't fight in front of outsiders. We can solve any disagreements and conflicts internally. This is Kai's true thought. He doesn't agree with making peace, but he will never undermine Steve in such an occasion. The reason is simple. They are facing aliens now. But what if they really make peace? Tony asked. I find you are really naive and cute sometimes, Kai chuckled. Steve guarantees it with his personality. But the problem is that his personality is worthless compared to the whole world. For the safety of the Earth, let him be wronged. Yes, Kai didn't intend to let those Skrulls go. Under normal circumstances, Kai would not break his promises, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is as good as his word. But in such a life and death fight, it would be a bit too much to talk about credibility. Let's fight? Isn't that a bit bad? Tony was a little bit uncomfortable when he heard this. It was really too despicable to deceive others to make peace and then regret and catch them all. Tony also has an idle burden. Kai glanced at him and was too lazy to say anything. Yes, there's nothing wrong with people having a bottom line. It's none of our business. Can't someone be unhappy with the Skrulls? Kai used a statement that Tony could accept. Who? Tony was stunned. No, it's not right. Most of the superheroes appeared today. Of course, there are also those who didn't come, such as Juggernaut and Meatball, but the problem is that they have wives and children. One is the owner of a lumberyard, and the other is a policeman and farmer. It's clear that they have retired from the underworld. Kai directly rejected their request to join the war. After all, before the war started, Kai didn't think it would be so smooth. Who would have thought that although those Skrulls could copy abilities, they were still weaker than the real ones. In addition, they were well prepared, and the war went smoothly. So before the war started, Kai excluded those who had families and businesses. However, speaking of this, there are not many superheroes who live a happy life. Most of them have some problems in their lives that lead them to this path. So not many people are rejected. Thinking about it this way, these superheroes are really miserable. For example, Frank, all his family members died, and right in front of him. For example, Barry, his mother died in front of him, and his father was wrongly accused. It can't be considered wronged. After all, the police are based on evidence. There were only 3 people in the family, including him and Barry. Barry was still a child at that time, and it was impossible for him to kill someone. His mother was killed with a knife, and there were only his father's fingerprints and blood on the knife. How can you let the police believe that his father is innocent? For example, Matt, his eyes were blinded since he was a child, and his father was killed because he didn't want to fight a fake fight against the gangsters, right in front of him. Looking at it this way. Damn, it's so miserable to be a relative of a superhero. In short, in Tony's opinion, all those who should have arrived, and those who didn't come would basically not do such a thing. Could it be Batman? It can't be the Night King, right? Yes. These two didn't come. What are you thinking about? Kai couldn't do that. After all, how could he ruin his reputation for a bunch of alien bugs after working so hard to build up his account? You forgot that Hannibal didn't come, Kai said. Yes, Tony thought about it. Yes, there is also Hannibal. It's no wonder that Tony didn't think of him. In fact, it's really hard to associate Hannibal with superheroes. There's no way. Reputation is like this. Once it's set, it's hard to change. But Tony immediately felt bad again. But it's not good after all, Tisk. You're such a troublesome person. Kai shook his head. You don't need to say it. With Hannibal's personality, he will take the initiative to find those aliens. Oh. That's right, Tony was relieved all of a sudden. Although it does look a bit hypocritical, people always like to deceive themselves sometimes. Besides, how do you know that those Skrulls will really surrender? Kai felt that Tony was thinking too much. Why would a Skrull surrender? Just based on your reputation as Captain America? You see, even Kai doesn't care. Will the Skrulls believe it? Surrender. Impossible. Either you get out of the way and let us go, otherwise, the leading Skrull raised his hand and pointed at the flying carrier in the sky. We have issued a self-destruction order to that flying carrier. This ship has been modified by us. Its power core is not your arc reactor, but nuclear power. Once it explodes, the whole New York will be trapped in nuclear radiation. Millions of people in New York will be buried with us. Everyone froze. If what they said is true, I dare not think about the end. Steve's face changed drastically. Don't mess around. He was really worried that these Skrulls would mess around. Then let us go, the Skrulls shouted directly. At this time, Steve's heart had moved. Compared with the lives of millions of people and the lives of these Skrulls, which one is more important, there is no need to think. However, he made a mistake. That is, in this kind of confrontation and negotiation, you must never reveal your trump card. Steve panicked and planned to give in. In the eyes of the Skrulls, this was a clear signal for them to continue to put pressure on them. Not only the spacecraft, I also want you to destroy all the spacecraft data? Yes, pushing for more is the most terrible thing in negotiations. As long as you grasp the other party's weakness, not only will your demands be continuously compressed, but the other party will even intensify and put forward more demanding conditions. Because they have seen your weakness, as long as you seize the weakness and hit it hard, there will definitely be unexpected benefits. Now the Skrulls value this point. Now many superheroes are quitting. This request is too much? The Cosmic Special Project is still very important to humans. Once humans lose the ability to fight in deep space, then for the Skrulls, humans are lambs to be slaughtered. This is like a land country facing a naval power. What's the use of you fighting on land? The Navy can attack any place on your coastline at any time and make you run for your life. Once humans lose the Navy, then the Skrulls can continue to harass humans like pirates. Anyway, they can return to space at any time, and humans can't do anything about them. Kai and the others had reminded them of this. But some of them were inclined to agree. After all, those things were things for the future, and the lives of millions of people were at stake. This group included the Flash, Daredevil, and so on. No. Absolutely not. Frank stood up and refused. Steve's face changed, fearing that the Skrulls would be stimulated. Frank. Enough. Listen to me here, but how could Frank give Steve face? Humph. Listen to you, let them go, and then let us have endless troubles? Don't forget the abilities of these alien bugs. Once they run away, we can never catch them again. This is related to the life and death of millions of people. You can't make a decision so hastily. Hasty? Who is being hasty? I don't believe they really dare to do that. They will die too. Frank didn't believe that the Skrulls dared to do this. If a few Skrulls dared to die together, he would believe it. But if so many Skrulls all had such thoughts, Frank didn't believe it 100 times. Human nature is not like this. Enough. Listen to me here. Steve didn't want Frank to continue to provoke the other party, hoping that Frank would put the overall situation first. I am fully responsible here. What consequences? I will bear. Who the hell wants to listen to you? Frank directly confronted him. You are responsible. What are you responsible for? Those who died because of these stink bugs, can you revive them? Now they can threaten you. Who can guarantee that they will not threaten you in the future? Hostage-taking threats are common in all countries in the world. Some countries will agree to the hostage-taker's request, while others will definitely not agree. Both methods have supporters. The former is easy to understand. Protecting the safety of hostages is also the responsibility of the police. Even if they make concessions to criminals for this, it is acceptable. Hostages are the most important. This is to focus on the present. Although the latter is always criticized, it is for the future. Because if all criminals know that the government will not compromise for hostages, and even if they take hostages, the punishment will be increased. In this way, the cost of crime will soar. Then who will take hostages? This can reduce the number of hostages. For example, like the Russians, I will kill the hostages together. See if you can do this again in the future. Frank obviously supports this. Hostages? Are you kidding? I will never give in. Enough. Steve grabbed Frank and tried to shut him up, but the next second, Frank put the gun to Steve's jaw. Steve's eyes widened. He never thought that one day he would be treated like this. They are comrades. You should shut up. The Skrulls watched the show the whole time. The Flash appeared with a swish and disarmed Frank directly. Enough. Stop fighting. Yes. You can't kill people like this. It was Kai. Kai and Tony fell from the sky. But unfortunately, no one present could understand his bad jokes. Steve saw Kai and Tony and immediately stepped forward to explain the situation. But Kai gave the answer with practical actions. Bang! The Skrull who negotiated had a hole in his forehead. Kill them, Tony followed without a second word. Frank grinned, raised his weapon and fired. Steve was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with disbelief. Crazy. Crazy. Are they crazy? The Skrulls were furious. They finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. But now. You forced us to do this. One of the Skrulls activated the remote control in his hand. Then everyone noticed that the flying carrier in the sky suddenly shut down. And then it began to fall. Kai? The flying carrier is going to fall. Hurry. Stop them. Steve wanted to fight for the remote control like crazy. But he was immediately stopped by his girlfriend. Carter didn't say anything. She saw it clearly. Calm down, Steve. Carter. No. Then, do you think Kai and Tony are idiots? Carter asked directly. Steve reacted immediately. Yes. Although he knew that Kai's style has always been fierce and he never compromised. But he is definitely not a person who disregards the lives of millions of people, otherwise Kai would not be the first to take the lead every time a major event occurs. He also saw the battle on the flying carrier. But this was not enough to reassure Steve. But now, Kai also saw that the situation was not good. Steve? Wake up, Johnny. Kai naturally couldn't really put all his hopes on Johnny. After all, once the spirit of vengeance fell into the desire to kill, he was not sure whether Johnny could suppress the spirit of vengeance in time, so he had already set up a safety. This safety was the Wizard of Camartage. Stephen Strange. He was the disciple of Ancient One and the disciple most favored by Ancient One. Stephen Strange was not an unknown person. He was originally an excellent neurosurgeon, known as the best surgeon in the world. With his superb medical skills, he was praised by the outside world as God's gift to the surgical world. When Tony wanted to remove the shrapnel from his chest, he first thought of him. It was just that Tony had not made up his mind at the time, and Stephen Strange also needed to make a detailed surgical plan to avoid accidents during the operation, so he kept dragging it on. However, this delay caused problems. Stephen Strange had problems. He had a car accident. It seemed as if fate had played a huge joke on him. He did not die in the car accident, but was seriously injured. However, the other injuries were fine, and there were no irreparable injuries left. What was really fatal was his hands. His hands, which he relied on for survival, were comminuted fractures, and he could no longer pick up a scalpel, which ruined his medical career. Fortunately, later, Kai found Lucifer and used the deal to let Lucifer take the fragments directly out of Tony's chest by metaphysical means. This solved Tony's future troubles. But Stephen Strange was not so lucky. He traveled all over the world just to heal his hands. But no matter whether it was scientific means or any other means, he could not recover until he knew about Camelot. In the Mudo incident that year, Camelot appeared in front of the world. It was also from that time that people knew that there really was such a thing as a wizard in this world. So Steve Strange embarked on a journey to find Camelot. Coincidentally, Camelot only absorbs those who are frustrated. So he was chosen by Camelot. Later, he was chosen by Ancient One to become his disciple because of his superior intelligence. I understand. Strange took a deep breath. It was finally time for him to take action. This was a test. A test for him. Damn. It's 3 o'clock again. Damn it, I'm going to be in trouble again at work tomorrow. Chapter 1392 Soul Battle. Ghost Rider is very special. In a sense, he can even be said to be invincible and cannot be killed. Even Kai can't completely kill this ghost thing. For example, Kai's holy sword, even if it has the ability to kill everything in the world, can't completely destroy a Ghost Rider. There is no way. The essence of the soul of vengeance is more like a conceptual thing. All the concepts it relies on are called revenge. It can even be said that he is a special god. Although he is not as tall as the gods, nor does he have as terrible power as the gods, he has surpassed all gods in one point, that is eternity. As long as the concept of revenge still exists, and there are intelligent creatures who will take revenge because of hatred, then he will always exist. Kai can destroy his external form with a holy sword, but as long as the concept he relies on still exists, it will still be resurrected. Otherwise, the demon lord Mephisto would not send this thing to the earth. In fact, he can't do anything with this thing. He corrupted the original soul of vengeance and gave him the characteristics of a demon, but he couldn't control him. In his hands, the spirit of vengeance is a weapon that is totally out of control and may explode at any time, so he will not be stupid enough to hold it in his hands, and he is even unwilling to let it stay in the demon world. After all, if the spirit of vengeance hates someone the most, it is obviously Mephisto. After all, it was Mephisto who captured it, tortured and corrupted it, and made it endure eternal madness and pain. This made Mephisto dare not throw this weapon to the territory of other lords in the demon world, because once the spirit of vengeance breaks free from control, it will turn around and bite itself in the first place. It is better to throw it directly into the earth and let it earn souls for itself on the earth. Even if it gets out of control, it is the human who is unlucky, and it has nothing to do with him, Mephisto. But if you say that the spirit of vengeance cannot be defeated, you are wrong. After all, he has failed many times, such as being captured by Mephisto, and he has always failed in the battle for Johnny's body. In fact, Ghost Rider has failed many times. He appeared on the earth very early, but was exiled many times. It's just that the time interval is too long, and there is no record. However, the most restrained Ghost Rider is the Wizard of Camelot. Because they have the power to suppress souls. That's why Camelot doesn't regard Ghost Rider as a threat. Of course, this doesn't mean that Ghost Rider is really not a threat. If you are not careful, the Wizard of Camelot will also be taken away by the spirit of vengeance. Strange has been cheering himself up. Strictly speaking, this is the first time Strange has performed a mission alone. In the past, he always followed his senior brothers, such as Mordo or Caecilius, to perform missions, because strictly speaking, he has never been a master. It's not that he is not capable, on the contrary, Strange's talent is very outstanding. Even Mordo and Caecilius had to admit that their junior brother's talent far exceeded theirs. Strange completed the basic training of the wizard within a year, and even during this period he was recognized by the Book of Vishanti. He opened the Book of Vishanti. He also got the recognition of the levitation cloak. The levitation cloak is a magical artifact created by the first generation of the supreme sorcerer Agamotto. This red cloak is almost indestructible. It can also be used as a shield to protect the wearer from physical and magical attacks. It can also allow people to float in the air, and its flying speed is super fast. It can move and participate in battles as the owner wishes. The magic levitation cloak can also be used as a weapon to attack or capture opponents. The user can use spells to change its appearance, such as turning it into a suit, a cloak, and other clothing. The levitation cloak can also be shrunk and infinitely extended. The owner can summon and control it remotely or even across dimensions. It can also give the wearer the ability to float and fly, which is more effective than using a flying spell. It can also carry other people or objects to float and fly. But its most important ability is autonomous consciousness. Although the levitation cloak is a divine artifact, it is alive and has autonomous consciousness, which can help the Doctor fight, rescue, and defend. It has been placed in the Temple of Camelot. It is placed there openly without any seals or supervision. Because it will choose its owner according to its own preferences, people who are not recognized cannot use it. However, after so many years, there are very few wizards who can become its owner. Even the Ancient One was not recognized by it. But Strange was recognized, which surprised many wizards. After all, the last time the cloak chose a master was more than 1,000 years ago. This made many wizards in Camelot very optimistic about Strange and thought he could take over the mantle of the Ancient One. Don't think this is a rebellious idea in Camelot. In fact, in the philosophy of the wizards of Camelot, death is not a terrible thing. After all, they themselves are studying the soul, and they are also curious about where the soul goes after death. In the impression of other people, after a person dies, the soul will dissipate. But in the eyes of the wizards of Camelot, this is not the case. After all, they have the ability to keep their souls alive. But no wizard would do this, they would let their souls disappear. Many wizards believe that the human soul will merge with a great guardian and enter a new level. This is definitely a new topic for wizards. They think that death is another starting point. So they don't shy away from death. In fact, the lifespan of many generations of supreme sorcerers is not too long. They have the ability to extend their lifespan, but few do so. Ancient One, who lived for 500 years, is a minority. So a long time ago, the question of Ancient One's successor was put on the agenda, but Ancient One was unlucky. Either he could not meet a suitable successor, or he met a successor but the successor died, so it has been delayed until now. When Mordo was accepted as a disciple by Ancient One, many people speculated that it was him. Until Caecilius appeared. He is more talented than Mordo. Mordo also thinks so. This is the philosophy of Camelot. They do not advocate fighting for power and profit, and even resist such things. As a result, Caecilius even fell into darkness because of his own experience. Although he woke up in time, it was basically equal to the possibility of becoming the Supreme Sorcerer. After all, the Supreme Sorcerer may not be strong, but he must not have defects in his mind. The responsibilities of the Supreme Sorcerer are too important. It was also at this time that Strange appeared. Logically, Strange is very suitable. Unfortunately, he also has his own problems. He is a doctor, and his past thinking has bound him, which prevents him from believing in the principles of Camelot wholeheartedly, which has led to his inability to make further progress in magic. Although the wizard advocates rationality, the power of magic itself comes from the soul. If he does not firmly believe in the power of the soul, then his achievements in this regard will certainly not be too high. This is the current situation for Strange. He seems to believe in the power of the soul, but in fact he still views the world with his previous worldview. This is the enemy of the wizard. It is really difficult to think about it, to let a top doctor who has believed in science all his life believe in the soul. Huh? Believe in yourself. I can do it. The battle with the spirit of vengeance does not require magic power, anyway, it cannot be compared. The battle between them is on the soul level. At this time, the Ghost Rider is still looking for the remaining enemies everywhere. Those are the Skrulls who have not had time to retreat. Their aircraft were shot down by the Ghost Rider. He had no choice but to fight the Ghost Rider to death. But soon they will be killed. Just after the last Skrull was burned to ashes, a sparkling halo suddenly appeared behind the Ghost Rider. Strange flew out of it, made a hand gesture, and then hit the Ghost Rider's vest with his left hand. Then two figures were shot out of the Ghost Rider's body. One was on fire and kept roaring. The other closed his eyes and looked like an ordinary person. It was the spirit of vengeance in Johnny. Seeing this scene, Strange immediately made a hand gesture again, and his hands drew mysterious traces, and then a chain with sparks suddenly bound the flame. Squeak. A sharp roar that could make a person's head explode suddenly sounded. It was obviously in another dimension, but this sound still affected reality. The surrounding steel began to twist and deform, as if it was violently destroyed by something. Then a ball of fire ran towards Strange along the chain. Soon Strange's hands were ignited by the fire of hell. However, Strange was obviously prepared for this. A halo suddenly appeared on each of his wrists, and then a spell light blocked the hellfire. Johnny, wake up! Strange kept using spells to block the burning of the hellfire, while constantly calling Johnny's soul. When the spirit of vengeance fell into a killing frenzy, Johnny's soul was suppressed by the spirit of vengeance. At this moment, Johnny had fallen into a state of dormancy. But with Strange's shouting, Johnny's eyelids moved. Fuck. Wake up. I'm going to be burned. Although most of the power of the hellfire was blocked, Strange's hands still accepted inhuman torture, which reminded Strange of the first time he woke up and saw his hands after the car accident. That kind of despair and pain was now endured by him again at 100 times the degree. This is not a collision of magic power. It is the interference of the soul in reality. To put it bluntly, this is a collision of souls between the two. The spirit of vengeance was temporarily driven out of Johnny's body, so their fight was also at the soul level. The spirit of vengeance can attack Strange through the loophole in his soul. Once Strange is defeated, he will also be in the hands of the spirit of vengeance. Here we need to explain Strange's problem. He has never been able to face up to his responsibilities. What he pursues in his heart is to restore his hands. In other words, he still cares about real life and hopes to return to his original state of respect. He practices magic to serve this purpose. He is not pure. This is the weakness. But Strange doesn't know it. Just like Caecilius, because he is not pure, he is corrupted by darkness and degenerates. This is very dangerous. This is also the reason why the Ancient One arranged him to carry out this task. He must face up to his shortcomings and decide his future path. If he still can't change this concept, then he will not be suitable to become the supreme sorcerer. Strange can only recall the teachings of the Ancient One and others over and over again. However, in a place where Strange can't see, the Ancient One and his two disciples are always paying attention to Strange. Teacher Ancient One. Can Strange really do it? Mordo asked a little nervously. I don't know. The Ancient One was very calm. She had Agamotto and could see the past and the future, but the future she saw was not immutable, because the Earth had no so-called destiny. There were countless possibilities in the future. The Ancient One could only see these possibilities, but did not know which one would become a reality. Maybe he would fail, maybe he would succeed. Everything depends on him. The Ancient One was very tired. She had lived for 500 years. But living a long life was not necessarily something to be thankful for. This was especially true for people like them. Her soul was exhausted. She longed for a successor, and then she could retire. But this did not mean that she would just choose someone to be her successor. The title of the Supreme Sorcerer did not only mean dignity and power, but also meant that she would have to bear great responsibilities. A wrong choice was enough to put the whole world in crisis. This was something that the Ancient One could not accept, and it was also something that Camartage could not accept. If Strange was not okay, then change another one. There would always be a suitable one. A trace of worry flashed in Caecilius's eyes. Unlike Mordo, who was worried about Strange, Caecilius was more worried about the Ancient One. He had fallen into darkness before, so he was very familiar with the dark power. He could already feel the dark power that was stirring in the Ancient One. The Ancient One had the dark power, and this was the price. When you stare into the abyss will also stare into you. The Ancient One often had to face those extremely strange and terrifying beings. If she wanted to fight them, she had to understand them, and many enemies, even if they were connected to it at the cognitive level, would be infected by its power. It can even be said that the strength of the Ancient One also benefited from this infection, to some extent. But there was a price to pay. The price was that the Ancient One's soul constantly bore the pressure brought by those dark forces. Caecilius didn't understand before, and even thought that the Ancient One deceived all the wizards. After he repented, he understood what the Ancient One had paid. That kind of pressure was eroding the Ancient One all the time, and no matter how powerful the Ancient One was, there would be a limit. Caecilius had sensed that the limit was coming, even though the Ancient One had been supporting and delaying the arrival of the limit. So Caecilius hoped that Strange would succeed. Chapter 1393. The first subscription is a bit too much? Maybe Strange is really the person that Ancient One is waiting for, and he succeeded. When fighting against the spirit of vengeance, Strange finally gave up the spell. Before the hellfire burned him, his soul abandoned his body and rushed directly to the spirit of vengeance. Boom! With a loud bang, Strange directly used his soul to cast a spell. A magic circle appeared on the surface of the spirit of vengeance. Seeing this scene, Caecilius breathed a sigh of relief, and Mordo laughed. Although Strange is Ancient One's disciple and his junior brother, in fact, Ancient One has very little time to really teach Strange. Ancient One is very busy, busier than before. She has no time to really teach Strange, and in the final analysis, Ancient One's level is too high. If she rashly teaches her knowledge to a fledgling wizard, it may cause a disaster. So it was Mordo who really taught Strange. Mordo may not be able to reach the height of Ancient One, but he is the most determined of all wizards in the philosophy and laws of Camelot. He may be old-fashioned and inflexible, but he is the most solid one. Ancient One even thought that if there was anyone in this world who was least likely to be swallowed by darkness, it must be Mordo. So Mordo always appeared in the role of chief instructor in Camelot. And Strange was Mordo's proudest and most troublesome student. Seeing that Strange finally chose to believe in his soul, Mordo felt extremely proud. Strange could finally proudly declare that he was a mage of Camelot. Caecilius was also happy. He was happy that teacher Ancient One finally had a successor and would die soon. He was not cursing Ancient One, but for Ancient One, death was to unload the burden. This was actually a good thing. As Strange engraved the magic circle on the spirit of vengeance, Johnny, who had been suppressed all the time, suddenly woke up. Fuck. You finally woke up. There's no time. The spaceship is shutting down and will fall soon. As Johnny woke up, the suppressed spirit of vengeance was immediately dragged back to the body, and Johnny's soul also returned to the body all of a sudden, but the appearance of the Ghost Rider did not change. Johnny moved his body. His skull face opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of hellfire. This is the first time I've been in this state while conscious. I can feel the power of the spirit of vengeance that I have mastered. Johnny actually didn't have any real feeling about becoming a Ghost Rider, because it was very simple. When he transformed, his soul was suppressed. Even if he had any impression, it was just some kind of memory fragment similar to a dream, very vague. Like now, it was the first time that he really felt the power of being a Ghost Rider. Hey, did you hear what I said? Big brother. New York is about to be destroyed. You guys should help. Strange was almost dying of anxiety. They were falling. He could already feel it. And the speed was getting faster and faster. Sorry. It's the first time, so it's inevitable that I'm a little curious. Ghost Rider reacted immediately. Start right away. Stay away, I'm afraid I'll burn you. After saying that, Ghost Rider Johnny didn't see any extra movements, just squatted down and put his hands on the floor. Strange flew up immediately. Then he saw that the crimson flame spread rapidly from his hand. Just a few seconds later, the entire flying carrier turned into a world of flames. On the ground, when the Skrulls pressed the remote control, people saw that several engines of the flying carrier in the sky gradually extinguished, and then the flying carrier became bigger and bigger in their eyes, getting closer and closer to them. The superheroes on the ground fought more fiercely, and they wanted to grab the remote control back. Although Kai kept saying that he had arrangements, but what if? Just when the flying carrier was only a few hundred meters away from the ground and was about to hit those buildings, suddenly a ball of fire spread over the entire flying carrier. Then the flying carrier began to twist and deform in the flames. At the bow, a huge metal skull opened its mouth and spurted out flames. Then the four engines of the flying carrier spurted out crimson flames, and the engine nozzles gradually turned into skulls and various struggling human faces. The overall style became very death punk. Fuck, Tony opened his mask and uttered a curse word softly. Although the others were more civilized than Tony and didn't swear, they were also scared. After all, this thing was too oppressive. Not to mention the Skrulls, they actually knew more about Ghost Rider than others. After all, they had made a plan to catch him before, so they naturally had to study more. But they never thought it would turn out like this. They knew that hellfire could change the means of transportation. But that was a flying aircraft carrier. Can this thing be considered a means of transportation? But the next second, the Skrulls discovered that this thing didn't seem to be a means of transportation. On the contrary, not many other superheroes knew about Ghost Rider. Back then, Ghost Rider was only a flash in the pan, and then he was subdued by Kai. Later, he kept away from the world because of practicing Kunlun's mind method, so naturally he didn't attract attention. For the public, Ghost Rider is just a small villain who appeared in one episode. For superheroes, it's almost the same. No one thought that this guy was so powerful. Only Kai seemed calm and in control. But in fact, he was also shouting in his heart, fuck. So cool, really cool. The Skrulls looked at the alienated and controlled flying carrier, which began to fly higher and higher, and their hearts gradually sank. Don't be afraid. Even if the Hellfire can control the machinery, it can't control the computer. We have activated the self-destruction program. As soon as the time is up, the entire flying carrier will explode. The higher it flies now, the farther the radioactive dust will float, and the more people will die. First of all, I have to say that the explosion of the nuclear reactor on the flying carrier and the explosion of the nuclear bomb are actually two concepts. First of all, the nuclear reactor will not explode, because the atomic bomb is composed of uranium-235 or plutonium-239, with a concentration of more than 90%, and a complex and sophisticated detonation device. The detonator detonates the high explosives, which rapidly compresses the high concentration of uranium-235 or plutonium-239, causing it to instantly form a violent, uncontrolled chain fission reaction, releasing huge amounts of energy instantly and producing a nuclear explosion. The concentration of uranium-235 in a pressurized water reactor is only about 3%, and it is divided into 17 fuel assemblies and dispersedly arranged. Under no circumstances can they be tightly packed together to cause a nuclear explosion, and the reactor also has multiple safety protection systems to ensure that it will not get out of control. The two are like high-purity liquor and low-alcohol beer. Liquor can be ignited due to its high alcohol content, while beer can never be ignited due to its low alcohol content. What will explode is the facilities on the flying carrier, and the reactor will only leak due to overheating and then be thrown out. But don't think this thing is worse than a nuclear explosion. In fact, if there is really no choice, it is better to choose a nuclear explosion. At least that will cause less harm. This is a bit counterintuitive, but it is true. The simplest example is that Zaozi was bombed twice. Look at those two cities now. Aren't they recovering well? Look at Chernobyl. People are not allowed to enter now. The design goal of nuclear bombs is to react quickly. After the reaction, the raw materials are almost exhausted. The atomic bomb uses weapon-grade U-235 with a purity of more than 90%. The radiation of 235 is relatively weak, and now the atomic bomb is more efficient. When it explodes, almost all the fuel can be used and react directly. The explosion of an atomic bomb is almost a one-time release of energy in a short period of time. When it just happens, the radiation can only last for a few seconds to more than 10 seconds. Immediately entering a house or building can reduce radiation damage. If you can find underground fortifications, it is ideal, which greatly reduces the radiation damage. The radiation dose in the contaminated area caused by the atomic bomb will also continue to decrease over time until it is gone. The area in Hiroshima, Japan that was attacked by the atomic bomb has now become an urban area, which shows that its impact disappears quite quickly. The fuel of the nuclear reactor is impure. If the metal uranium is used as fuel, the fuel rod only has 3.5% U-235, mixed with a lot of U-238, 234, 233 and other random things. These radiations are strong. This thing is long-lasting and vicious. After being bombed by a nuclear bomb, it will take at most 20 to 30 years to recover. If a nuclear reactor falls on New York and sinks underground, it may be impossible to live there for hundreds of years. Moreover, a nuclear explosion only takes a moment, and people are gone in the blink of an eye. It's not painful, but if the nuclear reactor leaks, you won't die at the time, but you will die miserably afterwards. So the Skrulls still have a trump card. They still have a trump card. Kai was also stunned. He had never thought about this problem. So he hurried to call. As a result, he got bad news. Johnny really couldn't control the computer. I don't know what the principle is. Could it be that the version of the Spirit of Vengeance has not been updated to the computer age? This is too pitfall. Can you drive this big bomb away as quickly as possible? The farther the better, Kai asked. Haha, give up. Do you think we haven't thought about this possibility? At this time, the Skrulls laughed. The nuclear reactor above is specially made by us. Once the self-destruction program is activated, its nuclear contamination range will be very large. Moreover, we added a cobalt bomb to the self-destruction program of the spacecraft. Many poor students and superheroes have never heard of this thing. On the contrary, the faces of top students like Tony and Richards changed drastically after hearing it. Interestingly, many Skrulls also looked busy. Obviously, this thing was installed secretly, and many Skrulls themselves didn't know. It's no wonder that Kai didn't receive the news. Cobalt bombs, for now, only exist in theory. And not many people are willing to study this thing. Cobalt bombs are a layer of cobalt-59 wrapped around the outside of neutron bombs. Cobalt-59 is a fine metal cobalt powder made by hydrogen reduction method. It can spontaneously combust in the air to produce cobalt oxide. Cobalt minerals or cobalt compounds have long been used as glazes for ceramics, glass, and enamel. By the 20th century, cobalt and its alloys were widely used in industries such as electrical machinery, chemicals, aviation and aerospace, and became an important strategic metal, with consumption increasing year by year. Cobalt can be extracted from cobaltite, nickel or in cobalt-containing pyrite. Of course, this thing is nothing and harmless. But if it explodes with a neutron bomb, the neutrons emitted by the explosion hit cobalt-59, which will turn it into cobalt-60, one of the radioactive isotopes of the metallic element cobalt, with a half-life of 5.27 years. It will decay into nickel-60 through Greek letter beta decay, emitting high-speed electrons with an energy of up to 315 keV, and will also emit 2 beams of gamma rays. This gives cobalt-60 enough time to spread and maintain sufficient radiation intensity. Because the half-life is too long, it is difficult for the attacker to wait until the radiation ends even if he hides in a bunker. Cobalt-60 diffuses in the stratosphere to the entire Earth's atmosphere. The rays produced by the decay of cobalt-60 will damage biological DNA. The radiation of this bomb is more serious and will also produce more intense gamma rays. To put it bluntly, if this thing explodes, the whole world will be affected. By then, all human beings may have to go underground to develop civilization. By then, it will not be the millions of people in New York who will die, but the whole world. This is why smart people like Tony don't study this thing, because studying it may really bring about the end of the world. And it is not very practical. After all, this thing is very likely to kill the enemy and yourself at the same time. Who would study this thing if they have eaten too much? And what it can do, nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs can do. So it's not worth it to let yourself die together. How can you have such a thing? Tony asked harshly. The Skrull opposite laughed nervously. You have to ask Nick Fury. Ask him why he wants to study this thing. Tony was choked all of a sudden. Fuck. It makes sense. Others will not study such a dangerous thing, but if it is Nick Fury, it makes sense. I told you. Get rid of that bastard as soon as possible. Nothing will happen. Tony was a little upset. How many times has this happened? Kai glanced at him. When did he say such a thing? Hindsight. What should we do now? Tony asked anxiously. There is no other way. Kai was also at a loss. Who would have thought that the Skrulls would have such a trick? He did not blame Raven. After all, the Skrulls were still a little secretive. In fact, the Skrulls have always had a way of keeping secrets, but they looked down on humans, so they didn't care, which gave Raven a chance. However, the Skrulls themselves were a little hesitant about things like cobalt bombs. In order to avoid causing unnecessary panic, they did not announce it. Tony was shocked. Even Kai couldn't do anything? Then he heard Kai say, "We can only ask for help from outside." Tony thought of it immediately. Batman and the Night King. That's right. They didn't show up. To be honest, Tony didn't know whether they had any way to solve the current problem, but because public opinion always praised the Night King and Batman highly, Tony felt that these two people were a little omnipotent. Chapter 1394 First Update. When the others heard this, their morale was immediately boosted. Including Steve. The Skrulls looked sad. No. What's wrong with you guys? No matter how you look at it, I have made a greater contribution to the world, right? Batman has only appeared a few times. The Night King has even less. Why are they so popular, and everyone believes in them so much? Kai looked at this scene, feeling very subtle. What's wrong with these people? In fact, it's not their fault. The main reason is that Batman and the Night King have been seriously mythical. This is also related to the hype of public opinion. At the beginning, the media reported on Batman and the Night King, which was completely out of curiosity. People like to watch this, so the media naturally reported it. For example, when Iron Man and Kai just debuted, they were actually reported extensively. But unfortunately, they appeared too frequently. For a period of time, they were all on TV, and there was nothing to report about their deeds. Once the popularity was over, they immediately became outdated. Although it's a bit exaggerated to say this, it's probably the meaning. But Batman and the Night King are different. They are really mysterious. The more mysterious, the more reportable they are. Just like decryption, it is addictive. In addition, although they appear less frequently, each time is a big event. In fact, many upper-class people did not like Batman and the Night King at the beginning, because they did not like people with chivalry syndrome. Who does not have a pile of shit under his butt? For example, the three female heroes of Chicago. In recent years, the reputation of the three female heroes has gone from being in the heyday, to being hated by everyone, and then to mixed praise and criticism. At the beginning, the superhero group composed of three beauties was naturally popular, but since they tripped up the Daly family, a traditional political family in Chicago, they really provoke a lot of people. In fact, the views of the upper class in the United States on superheroes are actually ignored. They will not praise superheroes, nor will they slander them. It is considered a cold-eyed bystander. Because generally speaking, superheroes rarely touch their core interests, and with social changes, superheroes have a social basis for existence, and they cannot go against the trend and oppose superheroes. This can also be regarded as a kind of unspoken rule. Because to be honest, the personal class of superheroes is generally not too high. They pay more attention to those stupid criminals with guns, but no one pays attention to those bastards who really endanger the country, or their class is too low, and they can't receive that kind of information at all. For example, the US military embezzles military funds. This is a well-known fact among the upper class, but how many people in the civilian world know about it? Even if they know it, it is just a rumor in the market equivalent to conspiracy theory and can't be put on the table. Everyone just talks about it and forgets it. Will superheroes pay attention to this? No. So strictly speaking, the so-called bigwigs who will really conflict with superheroes are actually just average in status. For example, when Kingpin was the most rampant, what bigwigs could he contact? New York City Council members, or police and officials in other places, etc. These are indeed bigwigs in the eyes of ordinary people. But what about in reality? They are not big shots. The real big shots don't even bother to get involved with Kingpin. Even if they need Kingpin to do something, it is the people under the big shots who will contact him. Even the people under the big shots will not contact Kingpin directly. Only the white gloves under the big shots will contact Kingpin. It is too difficult to get involved with them from Kingpin. Do they need Kingpin? No. They have too many ways. This is also the reason why those upper-class people don't like superheroes but don't provoke them too much most of the time. However, the three Chicago women broke this unspoken rule. They touched the Daly family. It's not that the Daly family has a death-free gold medal that can't be touched, but it can't be touched by them. So all kinds of dirty water were thrown over. But now it is an information society, and the three women have the Stark Group and the Wayne Group behind them, so their reputation cannot be irreversible. Let's talk about Batman and Night King. After comparing the three Chicago women and even other superheroes, many people will find that Batman and Night King are simply the perfect templates of superheroes. They will never go out at ordinary times, and the world will remain the same as it is. But once the world changes drastically, they will appear. Isn't this a perfect template? At ordinary times, the world still belongs to them. Only when there are troubles that the powerful can't solve, they will appear. They will not touch their cake, nor will they compete with them for power and profit, but they can also help them solve problems and maintain their rule. Is there anyone better than this? This is simply a saint. They expect all superheroes to be like this. So, of course, they have to sing praises. This is just like the US government praising Captain America after the end of World War II. Anyway, there is no cost, and even if they are praised more, they will not really pay anything. To set them up, it is best to praise them so much that they are embarrassed to come out and walk around and lower their own status. Always treat them like saints and live in totems. So the deification project of Batman and the Night King was launched with such efforts from all parties, so that it affected everyone. In the real world, there is actually no so-called real independent thinking. All the information you come into contact with is artificially created and presented. And there is no so-called true neutrality and objectivity in human cognition. Cognition itself is full of bias and is easily influenced. Therefore, the influence of this kind of deification propaganda has further deepened people's own cognition of Batman and the Night King. So there is the current situation. Tony is the kind of person who can think independently, right? He can receive more comprehensive, complete and true information. He can even know that there is artificial promotion in the propaganda of Batman and the Night King, but so what? He is still affected. Oh, bad luck. Just when Kai was about to pretend to summon these two, suddenly, a scroll moved, a woman. She was very fast, and she appeared next to Kai with a start. Kai stood in the front. After all, he was the leader. Frank immediately moved, he raised his gun and was about to shoot. The scrolls over there also moved. They thought that their tribesmen were going to perish together, so they planned to save people. But Kai suddenly blocked them and protected the scroll. Frank's hands and eyes were very quick. The moment he saw Kai blocking him, he immediately raised the muzzle of his gun. Bang! Empty shot. The scroll who was saving people stopped where he was. Everyone felt something was wrong. Why did the scroll run over and why did Kai block her? What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to retreat? Why did you run here? Kai yelled at the female scroll in a bit of irritation. Damn, if she hadn't been quick-witted, this woman would have almost died. And this is a battlefield. If she's unlucky, she might be killed by the people on their side. That would be too unfair. Don't worry. I'm still very confident in my ability to save my life. Speaking of which, Riven is also a centenarian. She has been running for her life all her life, but she has never flipped over. She is a pure old silver coin. She has transformed into thousands of forms over the years and has been walking on the edge of death for many years. She has long been trained to be able to save her life. At this time, even the dumbest people could guess that this woman was not right, and she might be Kai's undercover. Khaled. What are you doing? Come back. The scrolls were not stupid either, and they also saw that something was wrong. But they still had some hope, and they could never have imagined that their own people would betray them. Khaled, Riven giggled. Khaled, that girl is actually a good girl, she is very strong. At least when I tortured her, she persisted for a long time before breaking down. When the scrolls heard this, their luck was completely gone. They looked at Riven with bloodshot eyes. Who are you? Riven tilted her head. You scrolls can change your shape. Why do you think that others can use this method too? The scrolls can change shape, and they naturally know this, and they are used to it. But it is this habit that makes them never think that one day, others will use the same trick against themselves. Habit is a terrible power, but also a terrible shortcoming. Once it is used, it is hard to defend against. The scrolls were completely defeated. Impossible. Impossible. How could you lowly earthlings have such power? Impossible, absolutely impossible, liar. Liar. Khaled. You are afraid of death. That's why you surrendered to humans, right? However, Raven ignored him and took out something and threw it to Tony. This is the scroll system. I think it's useful, so I copied it. It should be useful. Tony naturally knew it was Raven. But he had a headache holding that thing. Too late. I don't have time to crack it. He thought Raven brought this thing to let Tony crack the system of the flying carrier and then prevent it from self-destruction. No need. I've already done it. Don't forget what I do. They never suspected that there would be an undercover, so the flying carrier system has always been open to me. I changed the system instructions before I left. The flying carrier can't blow up. Raven waved her hand lightly. When the scrolls heard this, they immediately looked at the controllers in their hands. Impossible. You can't understand our programming. You can't learn it so quickly, and the scrolls were struggling to death. What's there to not understand? Unexpectedly, Raven looked at him strangely. Your knowledge is not kept secret from yourselves. As for learning, you underestimate humans too much. I only need to be familiar with your basic programming, and I can naturally handle other things. It's not difficult. Kai looked at Raven in surprise. On the contrary, Tony and Charlize didn't react. Yes. This is the leisure of the top students. They have this ability. There is a saying that in the eyes of the poor students, everyone else is a poor student, and in the eyes of the top students, everyone else is a top student. Kai forgot one thing. That is, Raven has lived for 100 years. In these 100 years, she has dressed up as an ordinary person, became a politician, worked as a killer, and also worked as a scientist. 100 years is too long for ordinary people, but for Raven, it is like a passing cloud. She doesn't know how long she can live. Anyway, she can't feel her aging. She has lived for at least 300 or 400 years, so there should be no problem. So when she was playing games, she also learned a lot. After all, if you want to disguise yourself as another person and disguise yourself flawlessly, in addition to the habits, words, voice, and appearance of that person, Skills are also indispensable, especially for those who are highly professional. If you don't know anything about his profession, how can you succeed in disguising yourself? Coincidentally, Raven's learning ability is a little bit strong. She may not be a genius. She doesn't have that kind of wild and unconstrained thinking, and she is more inclined to mechanical memory. But disguise is enough. After all, this thing doesn't require her to have any innovative thinking. Brute force cracking is also okay. Mr. Wayne, the self-destruct alarm here has stopped. It was strange. Very good, drive that thing away. The farther away from New York, the better, understood. Strange nodded to Johnny. Johnny was also very happy. After all, he couldn't bear it. After all, he was not the spirit of vengeance. Although he suppressed the spirit of vengeance, he could also borrow the power of the spirit of vengeance. But in the final analysis, this borrowing was not voluntary for the spirit of vengeance, and he was still resisting. Besides, the flying carrier is a bit too much of a means of transportation. It's too big. The price Johnny has to pay to maintain such a large range of hellfire cannot be small. In addition, the spirit of vengeance is not cooperating. He is also very hard-working. It would be best if he could move this thing away as soon as possible. Fortunately, although this thing is flying in the air, it is actually a ship. The kind that can float on the water. What's even better is that New York is not far from the sea. Hurry up. On the other hand, Nick Fury's pager rang again. Nick Fury picked up the pager immediately regardless of the surprised eyes of others. This thing looks really old. In 1948, the world's first pager was developed by Bell Labs in the United States. At that time, it was called Bellboy. It became popular in the 1950s. After that, it quickly declined with the emergence of mobile phones. Many young people may not even recognize this thing. And the thing in Nick Fury's hand was obviously modified, but the modification method. It looks like a pure DIY style, quite shabby. It was completely unclear why Nick Fury had this thing in his hand. However, Nick Fury was overjoyed. Here I am. I am finally back. Without hesitation, Nick Fury pressed the message sending button. In fact, ordinary beat machines do not have this function, only the receiving function. But this one is modified, so it is not surprising to have it. Huh? Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. Here. I am back. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, a ball of colorful light suddenly appeared outside the Earth's orbit. It was like a colorful meteor rapidly approaching the Earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1395 Captain Marvel. This is Skull Island. Originally, Skull Island was not suitable as an operational base. First, the surrounding environment was too dangerous, with frequent storms, and occasional earthquakes and tsunamis. Building a base on it was basically a free gift. But for some reason, after they captured King Kong, the crustal structure of the island changed, and the frequent geological movements calmed down. It happened that Nick Fury faked his death and ran away from SHIELD at that time. He needed a safe base to comfort his insecure heart. So he secretly mobilized resources and transformed Skull Island. First of all, Skull Island is secretive enough. Although the geological activities have calmed down, the peculiar environment around Skull Island has not changed. It is still surrounded by storms. At the same time, due to the magnetic field and clouds, space satellites cannot detect this place. In addition, due to the poor hydrological environment around it, there is no fear of others breaking in. So this place became Nick Fury's most secret base. Secondly, Skull Island is rich in resources. The biological resources here are very suitable for the Monarch organization to conduct various biological experiments. Secondly, a very special ore was discovered here. The Monarch organization calls it energy ore. It is different from all the minerals found on the surface so far. It is a very safe and efficient energy mineral. This product that completely subverts the current physics of the Earth has attracted the attention of the Monarch organization. They believe that these things are the reason for the unique ecology of Skull Island. At the same time, its prospects are not limited to this. So the Monarch organization will accompany Nick Fury to spend such a huge price to build a base in this broken place. You know, This broken place is really difficult to enter. Ordinary ships can't enter at all, and even the monarch organization's own ships have to take great risks to enter this place. In order to solve this problem, they even dug an underwater tunnel to solve this problem. It is conceivable how big this project is. If it weren't for the technology that Nick Fury stole from the Skrulls over the years, it would not have been completed at all. That's right, Nick Fury not only stole technology from S.H.I.E.L.D., but also didn't let the Skrulls go. But think about it, this is also normal. With a response of the beeping machine, Nick Fury immediately ran out of the base and came to the dangerous ground. The ecology of Skull Island. Let's put it this way. Human beings, a creature with strong reproductive and adaptable abilities, have been developing here for many years, but they are still in the tribal era, with a total population of no more than tens of thousands of people. Such a large island can support the King Kong population and accommodate various giant creatures, such as the lone reef bull demon, which is about 13 meters tall. It has 4 atria and can lurk underwater for 4 days and survive in groups on the island. There are also swamp octopuses, which are 30 meters long. It can support so many giant beasts, so you can imagine how rich the resources on the island are, but the human population still cannot develop. You can imagine that there are dangers here. It is very dangerous to run to the ground casually. But Nick Fury ran to the ground regardless of other people's obstruction. In order to protect their director, others immediately dispatched armed personnel to protect him. Unexpectedly, this protection attracted the attention of the island's top carnivore, Tyrannosaurus rex. That's right, there are dinosaurs on this island. Although this thing is obviously completely different from the dinosaurs in the fossils, it is indeed called Tyrannosaurus rex. Director. Get out of here quickly. It's the Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus rex is considered the top predator on the island. When King Kong was still there, they were King Kong's main competitors. Although they were not King Kong's opponents, King Kong was usually not willing to go head-to-head with such things. Well, I mean King Kong that was not yet an adult. But even so, it was scary enough. Although the Monarch organization is not to say that it can't beat it. But there is no need at all. They killed the Tyrannosaurus rex because they ate too much? You know, in general, the Monarch organization is an environmental protection organization. Well, at least most of them think so. It's okay. Nick Fury looked at the clouds that were always rolling in the sky. Although Skull Island is not without sunshine, there has never been a saying that there are no clouds in the sky. Above it, there are always clouds floating. The Tyrannosaurus rex stepped closer and closer with heavy steps. The ground began to tremble. The Tyrannosaurus rex here never hunts in vain. Once they set their sights on a certain prey, they will not ambush at all, but will rush forward after they have set their sights on it. This thing looks huge and bulky, but it actually runs very fast. And it has great endurance. Once it sets its sights on you, you will either be caught up and bitten to death, or run until you are exhausted and then be bitten to death. This thing does not look like a creature on Earth at all. If this thing runs to the outside world, it will definitely become a biological disaster. It is too out of specification. It is also thanks to the fact that most of the other creatures on this island are also abnormal. Otherwise, they would have been eaten to extinction long ago. The people of the Monarch organization saw the Tyrannosaurus rex getting closer and closer, and they were all nervous to death. Only Nick Fury was not panicked at all. He knew that the other party was coming, and as long as he was on Earth, no matter what danger he encountered, he would be fine. Others did not know that Nick Fury was pretending. They only knew that this one-eyed dragon was crazy today. He was usually afraid of death. Why was he so upset today? The Tyrannosaurus rex was getting closer and closer. It was about to come to them. At this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly broke apart, and a colorful ball of light hit the ground like a meteor. Everyone, including the Tyrannosaurus rex, was attracted by the light. At first, people were still watching the show, but soon they found something wrong. How did this thing hit them? Fuck. Just when everyone was about to drag Nick Fury away, suddenly, the light stopped above their heads. You are finally here. Nick Fury's voice contained thousands of words. Nick. You are much older. Only then did people see clearly that the light came from a person. A woman. With blonde hair, wearing a blue and gold tights, her figure looked fit and curvy. She wore a mask on her head, and there seemed to be an opening on the top of her head. A bunch of hair stuck out of the mask. Fluttering in the wind, a typical mohawk. Through the mask, it can be seen that the woman's face is quite square, and looks very masculine. With that mohawk hairstyle, she was so fierce and looked very tough. She was radiating light all over, especially that mohawk, which was shining with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. It was a little dazzling. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the uninvited guest. It didn't like anyone disturbing its hunting. But the next second, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was like a frightened cat. The woman looked at it. The huge and frightened Tyrannosaurus Rex peed directly. It couldn't control its sphincter. Huh? There is a Tyrannosaurus Rex on Earth. Isn't this thing extinct a long time ago? Have you finally discovered the lost plateau? No, Carol. This is not a Tyrannosaurus Rex, although it looks like it. But it is already another kind of creature. The person who came was Nick Fury's trump card. The super trouble created by the Kree inexplicably, the cosmic superhero, Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers, while testing an experimental engine, she and Maria were discovered and attacked by the Kree. Some time passed in between, but Danvers destroyed the engine and gained powerful energy manipulation abilities from it, but she lost her memory in the explosion. The Kree took her in as FOSS, derived from the damaged identification card, and recruited her into the Star Troopers. 6 years later, Danvers returned to Earth and met Nick Fury, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., to find out her own life experience and unlock the full potential of her abilities. After defeating her former commander Yon-Rogg, she returned to the universe to help other civilizations attacked by the Kree Empire, but also left Fury an improved pager so that he could contact her in major emergencies. She also inspired Fury to draft a draft to gather outstanding people to protect the Earth from unconventional threats, named Avengers Plan after Danvers' call sign. Of course, this plan was aborted before it even started. What happened that you called me back? I didn't find any alien spacecraft on the alien planet. Carol has been on the Cosmic International Rescue Mission on the alien planet, and has never paid much attention to the Earth. In her opinion, there is nothing to pay attention to on the Earth. Who would come to such a remote place? The Kree would not have come here if it weren't for the Skrulls. Although her hometown is not good, she still thinks so. And she also thinks there is nothing wrong with it. After all, because it is backward and remote, no one pays attention to it. It is safer this way. She has seen too many civilizations fall from ecstasy to hell after discovering other alien civilizations. The universe is infinite. But people's ambitions are also infinite. Once you put yourself in the eyes of advanced civilizations, it means danger. Earth, it's good to stay here honestly. Of course, she also knows that the Earth can't always stay on Earth. She has begun to work hard to promote a policy in the universe, called the Cosmic Civilization Protection Policy. She is committed to protecting all low-level civilizations from being harmed by other advanced civilizations. Of course, at present, the implementation of this policy, let's put it this way, it is still in its infancy. In other words, except for a PPT, there are no personnel, no organization, no funds, other advanced civilizations don't care about her at all. But she believes that she will succeed one day. She has found many like-minded friends. Although these friends are all from low-level civilizations. But this is the beginning. One day it will come true. Not really. Actually, how should I put it? Nick Fury originally summoned Carol to deal with the Titans, because he thought that the Titans would take over the Earth, but he didn't expect Kai and Tony to rush back with Godzilla, and then Godzilla showed his power and became the king of monsters in one fell swoop, defeating all the Titans. Logically, he should reply and tell Carol that she doesn't need to come back. But Nick Fury considered his own problems. Simply let Carol come back. It's complicated, Nick Fury said. Carol put away her light, fell to the ground, took off her hood, and revealed her face. Well, an ordinary girl, except for her relatively fit body. Even square, blonde hair, eyes, nose and mouth are ordinary, not ugly, can be 70 points, no more. But her face is full of energy, with a spirit of who else but me. Looks very attractive. Then tell me slowly, although she was a little surprised at Nick Fury's unreliability, it was her hometown after all. She had been away for 20 years. It would be nice to come back and take a look. Just treat it as a vacation. Hey, Nick Fury sighed, although I really want to tell you slowly, but I think you still have to go there first. What? The Skrulls rebelled, Nick Fury said directly. What? Carol was shocked. How dare they? You know, Nick Fury didn't want those Skrulls to stay at the beginning. They even had a small quarrel. It was a quarrel, more like an argument. Carol felt sorry for the Skrulls' extermination and took them in out of pity, letting them live on Earth. Nick Fury certainly disagreed. But in the end Carol still convinced him. It's a bit unbelievable. These two people, one is just a fledgling agent, and the other is just a pilot who just defected from the Kree Empire, actually made such a hasty decision to let an alien race settle on Earth. They didn't tell anyone, and just took it for granted to make such a big decision. It's amazing. How far have they progressed? What are they going to do? Is the Earth okay? Carol asked hurriedly. Although it was not reasonable, she at least remembered her Earthlings. Chapter 1396 First Update. No, in fact, they are almost dead, Nick Fury said expressionlessly, then took out his phone from his pocket and opened a video. The video was showing a battle between superheroes and Skrulls. Yes, that's right, this is a live TV broadcast. The TV reporter is awesome. Carol grabbed the phone and looked at the tragic war on it. How could this happen? The reason why Nick Fury let Carol know this was certainly not to let Carol pity the Skrulls. He wished that all the Skrulls would die as soon as possible. But he had to do this, after all, it was Carol who handed these Skrulls to him. It was also at her request that Nick Fury agreed to let the Skrulls live on Earth. Now that these things have happened, Nick Fury needs to let her know the fate of the Skrulls. At the same time, he also needs Carol to know what kind of trouble she has caused him. Stop them. Carol almost crushed the phone. There must be some misunderstanding here. The Skrulls are desperate. They only have so many people left. Why would they betray? If this goes on, the Skrulls will really become extinct. Carol didn't want to see the Skrulls, a race with billions of years of history, completely disappear in the universe. That would be too terrible. There are only a few of them left. They shouldn't be wiped out like this. Well, in her opinion, the Skrulls are already endangered species. They should be protected, not slaughtered. At least on the scene, the Skrulls were being slaughtered. Stop them. I'll talk to them. Carol looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury shrugged. I can't do it, because it is these Skrulls that have made me recognized as a traitor to humanity by the whole world. Then let me stop them. Carol couldn't stand it anymore. The Earthlings were too cruel. She just saw a Skrull girl being shot in the head by a scary old human man, and a guy dressed like a clown beheaded two old Skrulls with two knives. There were 3 Skrull heads hanging on his waist. Too barbaric. It's really too barbaric. The Skrulls can coexist with the Earthlings. They shouldn't fight like this. Carol is a typical white leftist. She hates this the most. She hopes that all races and all people should solve problems through dialogue and understanding. She believes that understanding and love are the best solutions to all problems. Although she is not a hippie, she is the one who approves of hippies the most. Love and peace. After saying that, Carol exuded a dazzling light. She is going to the battlefield. I advise you not to. Nick Fury actually didn't believe Carol's words at all, but there was nothing he could do. Carol was really strong. Besides, if Carol didn't believe this, how could he control her? After all, they don't even know who you are. You run over now and tell them to stop the war. Why would they listen to you? Indeed, Carol was not well known on Earth. She suddenly ran over and asked everyone to listen to her. Why? Just because she glowed? Just because she looked ordinary? The casting of Captain Marvel is really bad. In the comics, Ms. Marvel is the best among all the female superheroes, especially Ms. Marvel's uniform, which is simply amazing, and she looks very beautiful. As a result, Marvel insisted on being politically correct, and Captain Marvel's appearance was so neutral. I didn't have any opinion on that actress. She was ugly, so I didn't watch it. It was no big deal. But a bunch of people flattered her and said that it was beautiful. And that I didn't know how to appreciate it, had no aesthetic sense, objectified women, had prejudice, and was discriminatory. Fuck. Can I be linked to discrimination when I watch a movie? I don't even have aesthetic sense. Do I have aesthetic sense? What do you want me to say? Now I hate that woman. Then you come with me. Carol didn't think much about it, and grabbed Nick Fury and rushed into the sky. Although this was what Nick Fury wanted, it was not the way he wanted. Too fast. Too high. Slow down. Back to the battlefield in New York. With the last hope shattered, the Skrulls didn't know what to do for a moment. They were completely defeated. Just surrender. Steve breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had run out of cards. He proposed again. You don't have any chance anymore. Hearing Steve's words, some Skrulls lost their fighting spirit and sat down on the ground. But some chose to fight to the end. Don't even think about it. You can't expect anything except our corpses. Others hoped that it would end here. Enough. A Skrull stood up. It was the leader of the radicals. He looked at his people in pain. They had sacrificed too much? They just wanted a habitat to recuperate and then take revenge on the Kree. What's wrong? Why don't humans show some understanding? Isn't it just to let them provide for them? What's the matter? Humans have billions of people. They can easily provide for them, and it won't even affect their lives much? Isn't it just being ruled? What's the big deal? Can we really rule you directly? Anyway, most of you are in the ruled class. Who rules? Does it matter? Being exploited by us is much better than being exploited by Earthlings like you, right? At least we are superior to the Earthlings. Isn't it natural for the superior to exploit the inferior? And what's the benefit of being exploited by those Earthlings who are as dirty as you? Just for that little bit of insignificant self-esteem? By being exploited by us, we can bring more technology and a higher civilization. Aren't these benefits? Why are you so ungrateful? Of course, these psychological activities are useless. What he needs to consider now is how to survive. We are willing to leave the Earth. We give up. Steve breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it can finally be solved satisfactorily. But others are not happy. Shit. What do you mean? You came here to invade, but when you saw that you couldn't win, you just wanted to pat your butt and leave? What good are you thinking? Steve wanted to agree immediately, but he immediately realized that he didn't have the final say. So he turned his head to look at Kai and Tony. As a result, he saw Tony looking at him unkindly. Tony was very unhappy. If it was anyone else, he might still hold his temper. But it was Steve Rogers? Why? Just because you stayed in the ice for a long time? Seeing Tony's indignant look, Steve knew that it was bad. Tony might swallow his anger in big things. After all, it's the overall situation. But is the current situation the overall situation? Steve felt that it was very related to the overall situation, but he knew that it was definitely not in Tony's eyes. Because all this was planned by Tony and Kai, they are sure to deal with those Skrulls. He will never swallow his anger. Leave. Tony glared at Steve fiercely, and then looked at the Skrulls. You think too simple, right? Come when you want, leave when you want. Impossible. We all admit defeat. What else do you want? The words of the radical Skrull leader made many people present feel absurd. No. Brother, are you a child? Admit defeat, and it's over? We are not playing house. You are invading, you want to enslave humans. Just admit defeat and it's over? This is not a fight between two gangs of children. If they lose, they lose. Just say a word of surrender and it's over. If the gangsters and hooligans fight in a group, they will lose their territory if they lose. You are not even as good as the hooligans? Kai was also surprised, but to Tony. He actually didn't care whether these Skrulls surrendered or not. Surrender was better. It would be better if they all withdrew from the Earth and returned to their mothership, and then, they were all captured in one fell swoop. Simple and crude, but also safe. So when Steve interrupted casually, Kai had no expression at all. Negotiate peace. Negotiate. Anyway, I didn't participate, so I don't need to abide by it. A treaty that I didn't sign is just like a piece of waste paper. Why should I abide by it? Doesn't Tony know about this? Why is he against it? This is what surprised Kai. But as Tony's good friend, no matter how he attacked and ridiculed Tony in private, that's fine. In public, Kai would never embarrass him. Especially in front of Steve, Kai couldn't do that. If you think the relationship between the two sides is good, you can joke around regardless of the occasion. This kind of person can't be considered a friend at all, he just treats you as a clown. Of course, there are people who really have no sense of propriety. That's not intentional. But do you dare to be friends with such a person? You will be screwed. So no matter what Kai thinks, he will not undermine Tony. At most, he will spend a little more effort. What can he do? He is a real friend. Don't push your luck. The Skrull leader was almost furious. They are Skrulls. The Great Skrulls. The last descendants of the former Skrull Empire. They have admitted defeat to the inferior, primitive and inferior race like humans. What else do they want? Are the Skrulls really stupid? No, no, no. They are not stupid at all. They just can't see the reality clearly. Just like an ordinary black guy in the slums of the United States, would he regard himself as equal to the black tribesmen in the African savannah? Impossible. If you really say so, believe it or not, he will sue you for racial discrimination, and he will win every time he sue. However, the interesting thing is that they have been calling for equality all the time, and they also call themselves African Americans. In other words, they admit that they come from Africa. But they openly look down on the black people in the primitive tribes of Africa. What is this? Isn't this naked discrimination? But American society thinks this is normal. Isn't it ridiculous? Now the Skrulls have the same idea as the little black guy in the slum. They are indeed stray dogs. They are indeed desperate. But in their eyes, there is still a difference between humans and them. They are more advanced. Humans are inferior. This is their basic understanding. Even whether it is the so-called moderates or radicals, they all have this understanding. After all, humans are a race that has never set foot in the starry sky. In the eyes of these races that once ruled a huge empire, this itself represents an inferior existence. It is impossible for American blacks to admit that African blacks are the same as themselves. Absolutely not. Anyone who dares to say that they are the same is discrimination. The reason is the same. Can you imagine that Americans face a backward and primitive African tribe, and then bow their heads and admit that they have lost a war? As a result, the African tribe is not happy. What will Americans think? This is also the idea of those Skrulls. The honorable Skrulls have admitted defeat, but you are still pushing it further. It's simply. It's beyond words. You want us to surrender? Absolutely not. You want us to surrender? Then step over our bodies. Tony smiled evilly and arrogantly. It's settled. Then he took the lead in attacking. Kill them. Steve immediately stood up and tried to stop him. As a result, a black and red bitch suddenly appeared beside Steve, with a blade in his hand against Steve's throat. SHHHHH, the little bitch put his finger in front of his mouth. Shut up, big-breasted man. Don't think that your big breasts can cut off my money. Now the boss is angry, so shut up. Steve looked at Wade, and his chest swelled up with anger. He didn't like Wade. He really didn't like him. Because Wade was the kind of scum who would do anything for money, was willing to do anything, had no bottom line, and no morals. He never understood why Kai and Tony would hang out with such people. Now Wade was threatening him. Let him go. Dumb Silverbullet raised his gun and pointed it at Wade. As Steve's friend and teammate, he would not allow such a brat without a sense of honor to treat Steve like this. Huh? Wade looked at this American tough guy who seemed to have walked out of an old cartoon with a surprised look on his face. White, red neck, full of beard, tough face, holding a cigar and a big gun. In fact, Wade's threatening Steve with a knife was not really disrespectful to Steve. He does this to everyone. This guy is a psychopath. In fact, the way he shows his affection to others is even more unacceptable. You can ask Colossus about this. Colossus is a member of the X-Team. He is a very, very friendly and honest person. He is the kind of person who makes anyone feel at ease when seeing him. This time Colossus did not participate in this battle. After all, others have a regular position, as a government official, responsible for protecting the government's important property, the president. But Colossus once thought of pulling Wade into their team. There is no other reason, just because Colossus thinks Wade has potential. Perhaps because of this, Wade likes Colossus very much? But Colossus said, "You might as well not like me." He drove Colossus crazy. Colossus was good-tempered, otherwise he would have ground Wade into pulp, burned him into ashes, and finally made glass from his ashes and threw them into the sea. In short, he was not really disrespectful to Steve. He actually liked Steve very much, because Steve had big breasts and a perky butt, which was the figure he admired the most. He always hoped that he could be like Steve, because that would drive Vanessa crazy, whether in bed or under the bed. He actually wanted to ask Steve how he exercised, but Steve never paid much attention to him. He was embarrassed. Or maybe his neurosis made him unable to express himself accurately. He always went off topic for no reason. His personality was like this. He just prevented Steve and Tony from having a conflict. It was well-intentioned. But dumb Silverbullet's approach made Wade. How to say it? No one can accurately know what a psychopath will do next, like now. Chapter 1397 will be updated twice tomorrow. Please vote for recommendation. When facing a gun, most people either give in or dodge. For superheroes, most people are not really afraid of guns, such as Quicksilver and the Flash. Gun bullets are like turtles to them, and they will never be hit in their lifetime. But most people will dodge, especially these two. Although they will not die if they are shot by a gun, they will still be injured and hurt. In the movie, Quicksilver was actually shot to death. Fuck. Shot to death by a gun, can you believe it? Not to mention whether he can be hide or not. Is the super speed regeneration ability fake? If he didn't have this ability, Quicksilver would run so fast, he would simply be courting death. Even Hawkeye, a weak chicken, was not shot to death, but the superhero who is least likely to be shot was shot to death. I strongly suspect that the director has some prejudice against the actor who plays Quicksilver. But then again, the Quicksilver in the X-Men version is indeed much better than the Quicksilver in the Avengers version. That actor is good enough to be Wanda's uncle, but he said he was her brother. Only a very few will rush forward directly. Those who are really not afraid of bullets, such as Kai, will not be injured by bullets even if he does not wear the destroyer armor, even his eyes are the same. But Wade is not like that. It is true that his physical strength is stronger than that of ordinary people, but he will still be shot. Whoosh! Wade did not hesitate at all and swung his knife at the dumb silver bullet. See, this is a psychopath. This is a war. Are you fighting among yourselves? But Wade really didn't think so much. In his opinion, he was well-intentioned, but he was pointed at by a gun. Good people should be pointed at by guns. So he had to teach this bastard a good lesson. Dumb Silver Bullet has been active on the battlefield since World War II. Facing Wade's attack, he almost instinctively opened fire. As a result, Wade immediately pulled out another knife and began to swing it quickly. Clang 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 clang. The bullets were blocked one by the samurai sword. As a result, Dumb Silver Bullet did not follow martial ethics and quickly pulled out a huge pistol from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Plus the rifle in his hand. The density of bullets increased immediately. Then blood gushed out of Wade's body. His reaction speed was very fast. He could cut off bullets, but not so fast. For example, if you shoot him with a Gatling gun, he would also be seriously injured. But Wade didn't care. Others might be afraid of pain. But he wasn't afraid. It's not that he didn't feel pain, on the contrary, his nervous system was very developed. That is to say, his pain reaction was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Well, to put it simply, the pain of being injured was much more painful than that of ordinary people. But he was not afraid. Once he started fighting, no pain could stop him. Of course, he would scream afterwards. He was quite afraid of pain. He would cry when he got an injection. But he was a psychopath, so it was understandable. Dum Dum actually knew that this guy couldn't be killed, but he didn't believe it. He thought that as long as he was a human, he would die if he was killed. Wade was no exception. So Dum Dum pointed the gun at Wade's head. Steve saw this and wanted to stop it. He was really afraid that Dum Dum would kill people. Things would get out of control. Bang! But he was a step too late. A bullet blew up half of Wade's head. His brains were everywhere, and even a piece of skull fragment flew into the mouth of Barry the Flash. Quicksilver was also covered in blood. However, when it was incredible, Wade's body was still moving. No, he even swung his two knives at Dumb Silver Bullet without any effect. Dumb Silver Bullet was shocked. It's okay. Then he was caught up by Wade. Swish. The weapon in Dumb Silver Bullet's hand was immediately cut into pieces by Wade. Just when Dumb Silver Bullet had closed his eyes and was about to die, Wade's knife suddenly stopped on Dumb Silver Bullet's forehead. Dumb Silver Bullet opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but breathe faster. Snap. Just when Dumb Silver Bullet thought Wade had let him go, Wade suddenly knelt on the ground, and then his body snapped, and he lay on Dumb Silver Bullet in a very ambiguous and embarrassing posture. All this seemed to have hundreds or thousands of words, but it actually happened in just a few seconds. It was very fast. So fast that the others didn't react at all. The first one to react was Quicksilver. He appeared behind Dumb Silver Bullet and pressed him to the ground. The Flash followed him and went to see Wade. After all, Wade and him had a very good relationship when they were on Mars. A nice guy like him could get along well with Wade, because he could get along well with anyone, except his stepsister. Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, kill him. The Flash looked at Dumb Silver Bullet, who was pressed to the ground by Quicksilver and struggling hard in disbelief. Steve also wanted to step forward, but the next second, he stopped. Frank pointed a gun at Steve angrily. Stop. Steve was pointed at the head with a gun. Before he could say anything, the next second, the werewolf and the vampire girl immediately appeared beside Frank. The vampire girl's claws had already pierced Frank's neck, and her sharp nails had already pierced the skin, making the skin dent. Just a little more force would pierce the skin. The werewolf's furry claws were also placed on Frank's hand, trying to press down the gun. But how could Frank be a coward? The muzzle of the gun was still pointed steadily at Steve. The others were also dumbfounded for a moment. What a mess. How did they start an internal conflict? Stop. In the end, it was Kai who controlled the situation. Kai floated above them. Kai? They killed people, Frank roared angrily. The werewolf naturally helped his teammates. It was that idiot who started it first. The Skrulls were ready to move. They thought, maybe this was an opportunity. I said enough. As a military man, Kai despised the behavior of this mob. What the hell is this? If this was really a war, they would have died countless times. No one died, Kai sighed, and then looked at the vampire girl. Facing Kai's gaze, the vampire girl finally let go. She knew how strong Kai was. Barry immediately raised his head and looked at Kai, but Mr. Wade, little idiot, why don't you take a closer look at Wade's wound? Kai said helplessly, this guy is immortal. His regeneration ability can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Even if he only has one cell left, he can regenerate. It's just a head explosion, no big deal. Barry immediately lowered his head. Then he found that Wade's head, which should have been empty, was actually moving. His brain, or to be more precise, his brain matter was wriggling and growing at a very fast speed. Quicksilver also looked over, and then he vomited. This thing is indeed a bit challenging to human values. Chapter 1398 First Update. Quicksilver, strictly speaking, also escaped from a war-torn country. But the problem is that although he has seen dead people, this is the first time he has seen such a disgusting dead person. After all, it is not a blessing for ordinary people to see such a thing with their own eyes. Barry is fine, he is in the forensic department, although it is not his turn to do the autopsy, that is the job of the forensic doctor. But he needs to go to the scene, and sometimes he will take pictures of the corpse, so he has seen a lot, and has seen more disgusting than this. Quicksilver just started to vomit, and Wade sat up all of a sudden. Huh? What's wrong with me? Wade tilted his head and looked around in confusion. The human brain is a very strange organ. Sometimes a little damage can kill a person, but sometimes it's okay to lose most of it. There are really such people, who don't even have most of their brains, but are still alive and well. Wade's situation is hard to tell, because he is not a normal person. Seeing that Wade is fine, Steve breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is fine, then the silver bullet should be fine too. Otherwise, killing people in public, even if Steve wanted to defend his friend, he couldn't do it. Kai would definitely be the first to not let go of the silver bullet. Everyone was happy here. But the morale of the Skrulls fell below freezing. Logically speaking, now should be a good opportunity for them to turn the tables. While this group of rabble was fighting among themselves, they would wipe them out in one fell swoop and destroy the strongest opposition of mankind, so that they could easily gain the right to rule the earth. The plan should be like this. But the reality is that they couldn't do it at all. Although there was an internal conflict. But humans still suppressed them. The Skrulls are not idiots who know nothing. They know very well how much power the earth hides. They had thought about disintegrating the resistance of the earth step by step before. But since they were forced to fight a decisive battle, they actually knew that they had no hope of winning. Their advantage is that they can transform into thousands of incarnations, disrupt and secretly control this huge planet at the lowest cost. Once they face the enemy head-on, they will have no advantage. They are so few in number that they can't figure out their advantage even if they rack their brains. Even if these people fight them now, they still have room to fight among themselves. The key is that up to now, not all human superheroes have arrived. The Skrulls know the Earth too well. For example, the Chicago 3 heroines did not appear, and Juggernaut and Blob did not appear. Even the X-Team affiliated with the government did not appear. As for the military, CIA, and even similar forces in institutions such as the FBI, they did not appear. This is very telling. Their only chance is that Wade really dies, and the two sides really fight among themselves, then they have a chance. And this chance is very small. After all, they are standing here. If they are clear-headed, they will not start a war without caring about the consequences. With a powerful enemy at hand, no one except the bald man would be so stupid. Now that Wade is not dead, then, that little bit of pitiful possibility is gone. What the hell is this? Okay. Stop it. Wade was still groggy at this moment. And he didn't remember what just happened. There was no way. There would always be some sequelae after the brain was blown up, such as Logan in another world, who was shot through the skull by a bullet made of adamantium. After waking up, he still forgot his last name. But Wade is better than Logan. This guy can't be guessed by common sense. He can recover his memory. Many times in the comics, he was beaten into pieces of meat, but after recovering, he didn't lose his memory. In order to prevent Wade from making trouble, Kai could only warn him in advance. Wade looks stupid now, although he didn't look very smart. But now, it's like he was anesthetized during a dental surgery, and his IQ seems to be only 30. Pure idiot. I say. If you make trouble again, I will deduct your money. Kai took a deep breath and shouted. The best way to deal with Wade has never been to threaten with force, because this lunatic is not afraid at all. After all, he really can't die, and even Kai suspects that this guy's ability is not a regeneration ability at all, but real immortality. This thing is totally out of the scope of mutant ability. Otherwise, there would be fake Wade on the other side, but what about now? Those fake Wades are all dead. They copied Wade's regeneration ability, but they were smashed into meat paste and burned to ashes, and they were still dead. But this one in front of me. Even if you burn him to ashes, he can still recover, which is quite beyond the standard. I can't figure out what the mechanism is. He has completely entered a metaphysical state. Kai even suspected that he probably couldn't kill him with a holy sword. So the best way to deal with him is to add money. Deduct money. These two methods are simply invincible to him. Yes sir, Wade, with half of his head on his head, almost jumped up and stood at attention. After a few seconds, his brain healed. Then he recalled what happened just now. His first reaction was to pick up a knife and kill the silver bullet. Although it couldn't kill him, it would still hurt. He was most afraid of pain. But Barry immediately shouted, the boss will deduct money. Wade immediately turned around and looked at Kai. He found that Kai was looking at him with his eyes slanted. Wade immediately dropped his knife, helped him silver bullet up, and kindly helped him to knock off the dust on his body, and helped him to tidy up the airspace. We are a loving family. Wade hugged him silver bullet, made a yeah gesture to Kai, and smiled happily. Although he was wearing a mask, it was just an ordinary mask, nothing high-tech, $3.50 a piece in the supermarket. But everyone could see his smile through the mask. It was so unscientific. But these things happened to Wade, but they were normal. There was nothing normal about him. For example, Barry still couldn't figure out that he had a beautiful girlfriend with a face that looked like a rotten avocado in the ground. Although Barry was not handsome, he was the most handsome man in the universe compared to him. But he still didn't have a girlfriend. Isn't this metaphysical enough? You'd better, Kai ignored him. It's getting late, maybe we can catch dinner? Kai looked at the sun and said to Tony, hurry up. Kai still gave Tony the chance to give orders. Since he wanted to slap Steve in the face so much, Kai had no reason to stop him. Chapter 1399. The second update will continue tomorrow. Then, wait, Tony was just about to give an order to kill these Skrulls, but Jarvis warned him the next second. Some people were ready to rush out, but Tony shouted wait a minute, which almost hurt their waists. Especially Frank. He didn't like Tony either. Well, Frank didn't like anyone. He just didn't hate Kai, but that was rare. He became like this since his wife and children died. In short, Frank was a serious person, and he became even more so after the Great Change. Tony's careless personality was simply unbearable to him. Now it's like this again. If he wasn't disciplined, he would have shot Tony a few times. Something is coming. Jarvis's database has never recorded this kind of radiation wave. It's not something from Earth. It should be from outer space, Tony said seriously. Everyone looked at the Skrull. The Skrull's face was happy at first, then became sad and angry, then panicked, and then desperate. In short, it was wonderful. They were happy because they thought their tribesmen came to save them. But they immediately thought that their tribesmen were coming here now. It was just a gift. So they began to curse the mothership commander. Are you stupid? So they were very angry. But they immediately thought of their families and tribesmen. Are they coming to die with us? So they became panic. Thinking of the old, weak, sick, disabled and young on the mothership, they were completely desperate. Of course, there were also smart people who thought that it shouldn't be the mothership that came back. First of all, there was no need. Who would come to die? even if they were sad. Secondly, even if they really wanted to die, they would tell them in advance. What's the point of suddenly coming? A surprise? Crazy. So the question is, who came? Those who have the ability to run to the remote countryside of Earth can't be some weak civilization. That's it, they don't know what the Earthlings are like. Anyway, the Skrulls are definitely going to be finished. After all, they know their reputation very well. Anyone who has been in the interstellar space is basically unlikely to let them go. As for friendly forces, if there really was such a thing, they wouldn't lie like this. So it doesn't matter, either they will be killed by the Earthlings or by other aliens. But soon their moods suddenly brighten up again. That familiar colorful light. It's Captain Marvel. The Savior. The Savior is here. They are saved. Tony also quickly noticed the light. Is that Nick Fury? Tony quickly saw Nick Fury's iconic face through the picture transmitted by Jarvis. Dark, one-eyed, with a look of I am the best. Who else could it be but Nick Fury? Of course, it was not Nick Fury who caused such a big commotion. Why? Because he was held in someone's hand. Nick Fury? He dares to come. Kai was stunned. He didn't expect Nick Fury to dare to show up. This guy has been targeted by countries all over the world now. Anyway, the United States no longer expects to capture him secretly. Nick Fury has many secrets, especially he has many secrets related to the United States in his mind. Generally speaking, the US government absolutely does not want people to know such things. Therefore, in the past, only a few high-ranking officials knew that Nick Fury was a traitor. The public and the outside world did not know. But after the Skrulls and Titans, the US government could not care less. He had caused so much damage to the United States. And it was no longer a big deal. Not killing him was not enough to appease the public anger, and the anger of those masters had to be appeased. He was following a strange person. Oh, it was Carol Danvers. Carol Danvers. It was not surprising that this person was in Jarvis' database. After all, when they found Marie Rambeau, they knew about this person. S.H.I.E.L.D. also had her information, and after Raven caught Maria, she had already learned about Carol Danvers from her. They already knew that this woman was the so-called Captain Marvel. At the same time, they also knew that Nick Fury had contact with this woman, and even knew that this woman had been active in outer space. She returned to Earth. Kai's impression of Carol Danvers was quite ordinary. It was not because she was not beautiful. It was because, in Kai's opinion, this woman was simply sick. After she had such great power, she didn't consider paying attention to her hometown, but went to an alien planet to do justice. At least Kai couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. What? Earth has become a place where people don't pick up things on the road and lock their doors at night? There is no war or famine on Earth? Kai couldn't understand. It doesn't look like she is here to make friends with us. Tony looked at her hair. She was wearing a hood and flying so fast, it would be strange for Tony to see her expression. However, Tony could feel that the woman came here so anxiously, definitely not to fight against the alien invaders with him. Anyway, be careful, that woman is not here with good intentions. Soon, Carol Danvers landed quickly. Boom. Ahem. I think you should consider me, an old man in his 50s. I was almost killed by you. Nick Fury covered his throat and yelled at Carol in exasperation. Carol looked at the battlefield and found that the Skrulls were not all dead and the fighting had stopped, so she breathed a sigh of relief. At least the situation did not get worse. I forgot that you are an ordinary person, Carol took the time to explain, and then looked at the Skrulls. The Skrull leader knelt down almost uncontrollably. The other Skrulls were almost the same. It was not that Carol used some ability to control them, but they were really scared. The scene of Carol fighting an entire fleet alone seemed to have happened yesterday. They had to admit that they were really afraid of Carol. Of course, they used their tragic experience to get Carol's help, and Carol even agreed to let them live on Earth and survive. Whether it was Carol's power or Carol's help to them, it was a thorn in the hearts of the Skrulls. They subconsciously didn't want to face this woman. But it's different now. Captain Marvel, the Skrull leader, looked at Carol with unusual sadness. Now, the most important thing is to survive. Carol is strong, but also stupid. No one else in the universe would take in the Skrulls. But she did it anyway. Now the Skrull's survival is in her hands. Chapter 1400 First update, please give me a monthly ticket. Subscription is very poor. Why did you betray us? Carol ignored the superheroes on Earth and asked the Skrulls directly. Tony was very upset with this rude attitude and was about to speak, but Kai stopped her. Although he knew what kind of temper this woman had, Kai felt that for now, their positions should be the same. In this case, some things can be tolerated a little. After all, they are also Earthlings, and they may be useful to Earth in the future. So there is no need to deal with the relationship so badly. The Skrulls were silent for a while, and finally the leader spoke. We just want to live better. Carol was shocked. I allow you to live on Earth. In her opinion, she has allowed them to survive. Nick Fury has become mute since he came here. Whether it is to the Skrulls or other superheroes, he does not express any opinions. He only needs to let Carol perform, and then it will be his performance time. When others heard Carol's words, their brows frowned, including Steve. What do you mean by I allow you to live on Earth? Who gave you the power? Some superheroes with a bad temper wanted to speak up, but Kai waved his hand. Everyone endured it. This is Kai's prestige. There is no way. This is all earned by fighting with swords and guns. It is 100 times more reliable than Steve, who just wants to lead everyone by his reputation. That's not called living, the Skrull leader roared. We can't see the future. Without a future, how can it be called living? Actually, it's all nonsense, as if they could see the future before. Fleeing all over the universe, you may be caught at any time and anywhere, and then kill your body and take the reward. Is this called having a future? Oh, right. When they fled to Earth, they were actually discovered by the Kree. If it weren't for Carol, they would have died 100%. There is no future at all. He said this simply because Carol was stupid. Carol was indeed very strong, ridiculously strong, but this was different from whether she was smart or not. So he just needed to make himself look more miserable, the higher the chance of their survival. We are the Skrulls. Noble Skrulls. We once dominated the universe and were the undisputed overlords of the universe. But what about now? We can only stay on that cramped spaceship. We need space and resources. We need to grow. We can't let our descendants stay on that hopeless spaceship. We have to do this, and we can only do this. Carol was very angry when she heard such an explanation. Is this why you invaded the Earth? Invasion? Haha, if you say so, then so. The Skrull leader looked like he was trying to make peace. But Carol just fell for it. Tell the truth. The Skrull leader gritted his teeth and looked like he was going all out. Don't you know how many people we are? Do you think that a few thousand of us can rule over billions of people on Earth? We just want to take root on Earth, hide among them, and then use the resources of Earth to collect resources for our next generation. This, how to say it? To say that he was talking nonsense, it's not really. Because objectively speaking, their purpose is almost the same. But he avoided the main point. He omitted how they hide among the Earthlings, and at the same time weakened the malicious intentions of their chief officers and the objective exploitation of the Earth. If Carol really believed it, then she was not stupid, but mentally retarded. Stupidity may have emotional intelligence problems. But mental retardation, that is simply mental retardation. This is not a reason for you to betray. The Earthlings don't owe you anything. Carol was not really angry deep in her heart, or rather, she was angry with herself. Why didn't she think about this problem before? After all, the Skrulls also need to develop. She felt that she didn't handle it well at the beginning, so it led to the current situation. I know, but I don't regret my decision, and I don't plan to live. I just hope that my people can live. Let them go. The Skrull leader now knew that the greater he behaved, the softer Carol would be. This is a very strange psychological phenomenon. For example, a person is greedy for life and afraid of death, and before he dies, he behaves ugly, begs for mercy, and shows his bottom line in various ways. Those who see it, on the contrary, think that it is better for such a person to die. On the other hand, if a person faces death with unyielding spirit, shows greatness and sacrifice, other people will think that such a person should not die. Carol was indeed moved. She felt that this person, his actions were punishable, but his feelings were pitiful. Carol was a typical white leftist, and it was deeply rooted in her bones. She was the typical person who judged the heart but not the deeds. As long as the heart was good, everything was forgiven, like Nick Fury in the movie. No matter how you look at it, Nick Fury should stand up and take responsibility for causing such a big disaster, right? But, absolutely not. All the people who died in the Battle of New York died in vain. The movie never discussed this point. The invaders were repelled and everyone lived happily. Damn, it's so miserable to be an ordinary person in the movie. No one cares if you die. You don't even have the qualifications to be mentioned. This is purely a personal complaint. After all, it's a movie, and it's impossible to portray those ordinary people. Carol took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield with compassion. The bodies of Skrulls were everywhere. Carol felt very uncomfortable. Things shouldn't be like this. In her mind, the Skrulls should get along with humans in a friendly way, promote each other, and everyone will have a bright future. Come with me. Leave the Earth. Carol made a decision. She thought that all this was her fault. So she had to put an end to this matter. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows on the side. He thought that Carol would not do it, but just let these people go? This was indeed something he did not expect. In fact, after all, does Nick Fury really understand Carol? Of course not. They have been together for a few days in total. Carol regained her memory, developed her potential, and after dealing with the Kree, she left the Earth directly, and never met again. If they can understand each other, that would be a hell. They are not Trisolarans with transparent thinking. Leave the Earth. The Skrull leader looked at Carol in a daze. In fact, he was already ecstatic. They fought to the death, wasn't it just for this? Now, it's done. Just a few words. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.